He did not sleep the night the ravens flew. Even in the silence of the Red Keep's corridors, Eddard Stark could feel his heart pounding in his chest, a tremor that traveled up to his temples and set them throbbing. The moon hung above King's Landing, silver and distant, casting its pallid sheen through the narrow windows. And though silence cloaked the halls, Ned imagined footsteps around every corner. He had never been a man apt to fear, but these were different times. King Robert Baratheon was dead. Poison or boar, it hardly mattered anymore. The realm was now at the edge of a knife. He stood in the dim hall, hand pressed to the cold stone. Varys had left him only moments before, spider-silent as always, bearing news that would shatter every fragile arrangement in the city. Cersei and her brood had grown bolder by the hour. How could they not? Joffrey had seized the throne, naming himself king of the Seven Kingdoms before Robert's body was even cold. But Ned knew better. The truth of Joffrey's parentage and of his siblings Tommen and Myrcella lay open before him like a black book of treason. They were no children of Robert. They were the seed of incest, conceived of the twisted union between Queen Cersei and her twin brother Jaime. He thought of Robert on his deathbed, all that hope and defiance withering beneath the delirium. That final moment when Ned tried to speak, tried to open the man's eyes to what had been festering under his very nose. But Robert had gone too quickly. Whether he guessed the truth, Ned would never know. The dying king's final command was to make Ned regent until Joffrey came of age. But that command was useless, as Joffrey had taken the throne at once, ignoring Robert's letter. In the normal course, Ned might have retreated, might have tried to manage the realm's affairs quietly to keep the peace. But the realm itself was a step away from dissolution, and war would explode like wildfire the moment Tywin Lannister heard any slight cast upon his grandchildren. Some men, Ned thought grimly, would have turned away, letting secrets remain secrets. They would justify it by saying that chaos would be too great a cost for truth. But Ned Stark had grown up among the snows of the north, tempered by bitter winters and guided by an unwavering sense of honor. He would not allow a bastard boy to steal the crown. Nor would he hand the throne over to Stannis Baratheon if another rightful heir existed. And that was the second truth that weighed upon him, heavier than the first, Jon. The knowledge had come to him in stages over the years, the puzzle missing only a piece or two. Now, after Robert's death, after all the frantic searching and reading, after the hints left in old scrolls and in Rhaegar Targaryen's annals, Ned had found the final piece. Jon Snow was no baseborn child of Ned's loins. He was the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, conceived at the Tower of Joy. A living testament to a secret marriage, fathered by a man once beloved or reviled by half the realm. More than that, a living claimant with a far more legitimate claim than some incest-born boy. 7 hells, Ned thought. The labyrinth of consequences stretched onward without end. He pushed away from the wall. He had no time to dwell on these riddles in the dark. There was only the urgency of the coming morning. Too many eyes watched him. Too many ears pressed to keyholes, waiting for hints of what the Lord of Winterfell might do. He knew how precarious it was. Yet he also believed in truth. Robert's last words, scrawled in a trembling hand, still gave him the authority to act, if only he had the audacity. Honor demanded it. He made his way to the Tower of the Hand. Guards stood at the doors, men who had once worn the colors of House Stark mixed with gold-cloaked Lannister men. Ned entered, and the swirl of candlelight greeted him, as did the anxious gazes of those waiting within. Catelyn was not in King's Landing. She was away, trying to rally the banners or parley for her daughter's safety, though the details had been complicated. Only Sansa remained in the city, and that fact weighed on Ned as heavily as armor. Arya he had squirreled away, hidden among his men, though that had its own perils. Sansa believed with all a maiden's ardor that Joffrey was the golden prince of her dreams. Ned felt an ache deep inside when he imagined her reaction to the morning's revelations. She was too innocent to understand the dark complexities swirling around her. Would she forgive him for shattering her illusions? Ned's guard captain bowed low. "My lord, we've not heard anything new from the Queen or from the Council. But dawn is near. Will you stand before the throne at sunrise?" "Yes," Ned said, the word leaving his lips like a sentence. "Gather the men loyal to House Stark, and see that Sansa remains in her chambers until I call for her." The captain nodded, though his eyes showed worry. Even in that small room with hush upon them, the threat felt tangible. Steel might be drawn any instant. Ned ascended the winding stair to his bedchamber, though he had no intention of lying down. The chamber was starkly furnished. A wide bed draped in furs, a sturdy table stacked with scattered parchments, a chest for clothing, and a single candle guttering in the corner. He half expected to find a messenger or a spy lurking in the shadows. But no one waited there except the ghost of his own conscience. He shut the door behind him and drew in a slow breath. Every time he tried to steel himself for what he must do, an image rose of Robert in the yard at Winterfell, young and hearty, laughing as he swung his warhammer. That man was gone, replaced by memory. The only thing left was the promise Ned had made to Lyanna. Protect her son, keep him safe, keep him secret. He had done so for years, letting the boy think he was baseborn. But now secrecy threatened the entire realm. Joffrey, the product of incest, was not the rightful heir. And if Jon was revealed as the true-born son of Rhaegar, he was the rightful Targaryen heir to the Iron Throne. He realized with grim clarity that if he spoke the truth in the throne room, tongues would wag from the Red Keep to the Dothraki Sea. Everyone would know that Ned Stark had hidden the Targaryen heir under his very roof. Robert's supporters, those who had once raised arms to destroy every Targaryen in existence, would call him traitor. The Lannisters would shriek for his head, offended at having their incest exposed. Stannis, in typical, unwavering fashion, would demand the throne for himself by virtue of his own Baratheon lineage. It would be a storm like no other, and yet he could not avoid it. He did not know if House Stark would survive, if the Seven Kingdoms would survive, but he could not let the lie continue. Some time passed. He strapped ice to his back, felt the chill of the massive Valyrian steel even through the scabbard. Dawn was breaking, a faint gray light replaced the glow of the candle. His men would be waiting. He smoothed his doublet, took a final moment to center himself, and left the bedchamber behind. The walk to the throne room was a solemn one. Even this early, the corridors were filling with courtiers hungry for drama. Word had spread that Eddard Stark intended to make a proclamation about the succession. Whispers slithered along the passageways. Ned saw a few furtive glances cast his way, some faces pale with anticipation, others gleaming with malice. He kept his shoulders straight and his pace steady, flanked by his loyal guards, those men who still believed in him and his cause. He felt the weight of the moment with every step. The throne room soared before him when at last he crossed into it, the cavernous space echoing with footsteps, coughs, and whispers. The Iron Throne stood at the far end, a monstrous structure of twisted swords and metal said to have been forged by the breath of a dragon. And upon that throne sat Joffrey Baratheon, or Joffrey Lannister, more aptly. The Boy King's golden hair gleamed in the shafts of morning light. His lips were curved in a perpetual sneer, his eyes cold as sunlit ice. Beside him, the Queen Regent, Cersei Lannister, stood poised in a flowing gown of emerald green. Her beauty was a weapon as potent as any blade, and she knew how to wield it. Ned crossed the floor, the flickering torches revealing the watchers around the edges. The Kingsguard were arrayed around Joffrey, the Hound, unsmiling and towering, Ser Marentrant, blank-faced, Ser Boros blunt, looking bored. Jaime Lannister was absent, still a captive in the field or scuttling about on some errand, Ned was not certain. To the side, the small council gathered. Peter Baelish with his mocking smile, Varys with his careful half-lidded gaze, Pycelle twisting his beard as though he were centuries old, Renly Baratheon blinking in anxious thought, and behind them, a cluster of high lords and ladies. Trumpets sounded. A herald announced Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King, though whether Joffrey recognized him as Hand was uncertain. Nonetheless, Ned stepped forward, meeting Joffrey's gaze unflinching. The tension snapped in the air. He saw Sansa near the dais, hands folded tightly, her face set with a tremulous worry. Her eyes flicked from him to Joffrey. Ned tried to convey reassurance in a single look, then turned his attention to the matter at hand. Joffrey's high, thin voice rang through the hall. "You have come, Lord Stark. I was told you had some important matter to present to us. I hope it is not a waste of my time." A thread of arrogance wove through his tone, the petulance of a child who believed he had absolute power. Ned inclined his head, though only barely. "Your Grace," he said, letting that title hang in the air. "We gather here to discuss the rightful line of succession as decreed by the late King Robert." Cersei's face tensed. The hush of the hall grew louder than any shout. "We have no need to debate the matter," the Queen Regent said, her voice as calm as a cat's purr. "King Robert named Joffrey as his heir, and Joffrey sits the throne." Ned let the silence stretch another moment. He drew a single-folded parchment from beneath his cloak. It was the document bearing King Robert's final will naming Ned as regent until the rightful heir came of age. He held it aloft so the lords and ladies could see. This is Robert's final command. He was gravely injured and dying, but his mind remained clear enough to write and sign this. It declares me protector of the realm until his heir can claim the throne. Joffrey scowled, his fists tightening on the throne's arms. I am his heir. He was my father, and I am the king. Tear that paper into scraps for all I care. Ned remained resolute. Forgive me, your grace, but you are not the son of Robert Baratheon. King Robert had no true-born children with your mother, Queen Cersei. You were fathered by her own brother, Ser Jaime Lannister. Your golden hair reveals the truth and the lineages confirm it. King Robert's blood is as dark of hair as any Baratheon. You share none of that. A collective gasp rippled across the throne room. Sansa let out a faint cry while from behind Joffrey the Hound made a low, rumbling curse. For an instant, Joffrey's face drained white. Then the boy king half rose, rage twisting his features. Lies, he spat. He means to slander me, to defame the royal family. My mother. But Cersei placed a delicate hand on Joffrey's shoulder. She was pale, her lips pressed into a thin line. Lord Stark, you aim to brand me an adulteress and my son a bastard. This is treason. Treason is betraying the realm, Ned countered softly, and letting a false king sit upon this iron throne is the greatest betrayal of all. I present my evidence here and now. He gestured to Pycelle, though the Grand Maester merely blustered. Is it not true, Ned pressed, that every Baratheon in recorded history had hair as black as night until these 3 golden-haired children were born? That alone did not suffice as legal proof in the minds of many, but the seeds of doubt were planted in every soul present. Ned saw lords' brows furrow and ladies lift their hands to their mouths. On the dais, Peter Baelish wore a curious grin as if privately reveling in the chaos unleashed. Varys, for once, wore no kindly smile. He was silent, turning eyes from Ned to Cersei, reading every line of tension. Cersei's voice trembled with suppressed fury. I see. You think a swirl of rumor and suspect lineages will move the realm against my son. You dare to hope the men in this room will break their oaths. But all loyal lords will stand for the rightful king, and that king is Joffrey Baratheon. Ned shook his head, somber as the executioner at the block. I have named you for what you are. For years, you have deceived the king, the realm, and the small folk who deserve a true sovereign. The question the realm faces now is who is Robert's rightful heir? Stannis Baratheon was not present in the throne room, but Ned could almost see him in his mind's eye, stony-faced and unyielding in his conviction that, as Robert's elder surviving brother, the throne belonged to him. Since Robert's presumed children were bastards, that was the logic the realm would expect. If Robert had no true-born children, the crown should pass to his eldest brother. But Ned took a breath, bracing himself for the final blow. I stand here not only with evidence of Joffrey's illegitimacy, but also to reveal that King Robert was not the only man able to pass his rights down. Robert seized the throne from the Mad King, Aerys Targaryen, many years ago. Yet one Targaryen child survived, no, not Viserys or Daenerys. Another child, one who has lived quietly, safe in the north. A child who is, in fact, a man grown now. He is not a bastard. He is the son of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and my sister, Lyanna Stark, wed in secret. He is of the blood of the dragon and the wolf and the only living male issue of Rhaegar's line. Silence devoured the hall. Even Cersei looked stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief and fury. Ned's voice hardened. I named that man Jon Targaryen, though the realm has known him as Jon Snow, my supposed bastard. My sister asked me to protect him from Robert's wrath, but Robert is gone now and the realm must know the truth. He is Rhaegar's son, a legitimate heir, for Rhaegar wed Lyanna under the faith of the Seven. Thus, Jon is the rightful king, not an incest-born pretender. That was the moment the throne room erupted. A cacophony of voices crashed together, lords shouting half-heard exclamations, ladies gasping, gold cloaks exchanging frantic looks. Sansa started to cry out, tears glistening. She did not fully comprehend the enormity of this. Ned turned slightly, seeing the swirl of motion. The King's Guard stiffened, uncertain whom to seize. Joffrey's shrill voice tore through the commotion. Seize him. Guards, cut him down. He's lying. The boy was trembling, his face red. But the gold cloaks hesitated. Some were loyal to Cersei, but others had taken new oaths to Ned as protector. A handful raised their weapons, wavering. Cersei's fury was as lethal as wildfire. Lord Stark, you have cast your last stone. You have gone mad. You dare proclaim some northern boy is the rightful heir, a Targaryen, no less. Ned lifted his head and shouted, "If anyone questions the truth of Jon's birth, let them speak with Howland Reed, who was there at the Tower of Joy. Let them read the sealed documents in the vaults. The realm has a rightful king. But even if the lords contest Jon's Targaryen claim, they cannot enthrone Joffrey Baratheon, for the boy is not Robert's son." An explosion of curses and uproar followed. Some in the hall were already taking sides, while others tried to slip away quietly, not wanting to be present when swords were drawn. Baelish was leaning against a marble pillar as though enjoying a private play. Renly Baratheon's face was taut, as if trying to balance what he knew with the new revelations. Pycelle stammered something about old records. Then the shouting became violence. Joffrey screamed at the King Guard to kill Ned Stark. Cersei urged the Watchers to remain loyal, to hold Ned accountable. The gold cloaks parted, uncertain, and Ned felt the swirl of menace around him. This is the moment, he thought, they may strike me dead right here. Yet the fear that rose in him did not quell the sense of rightness. He had done what his honor demanded. The rest was in the hands of fate. Ned drew a handspan from its scabbard, letting the cold steel glimmer in the morning light. "I stand for truth," he said, voice echoing. "Anyone who would challenge this truth, come and face me." For a moment, that challenge hung. The Watchers sucked in their breaths. The Hound prowled forward, though he halted when Ned's loyal men stepped in, swords drawn. The hall teetered on the brink of massacre. Then Varys, of all people, stepped forth, brandishing empty palms. "Please, my lords," the eunuch said in a plaintive tone, "let us not spill blood in the throne room. Think of the realm. The realm already mourns King Robert. If we fight here, 1,000 or more will die in the streets today, and 10,000 in the war that follows." A strained standoff ensued. Ned's men surrounded him. Cersei's eyes blazed. Joffrey looked more furious than frightened, his hand clenched on the hilt of a borrowed sword. Sansa simply trembled, tears streaking her cheeks, wanting to run to her father, but too afraid of Joffrey's wrath. Renly cleared his throat. "Perhaps we should discuss this matter in the council chamber. A wise approach might—" "I will not yield the throne," Joffrey snarled. "I am the king." Ned drew a breath. "Then let the realm decide, boy. Let the lords weigh the proof. Let the people learn your parentage. If they still wish to call you king, they may. But I doubt it." He felt the situation unraveling. Joffrey was not in a mind for reason, and Cersei was cornered, a lioness at bay. War was certain. The question now was whether blood would be spilled here and now, or in a pitched battle beyond these walls. Baelish sighed dramatically. "Well, it seems that lines have been drawn. My lord the Hand, I do wonder if you have the means to support these grand accusations." Ned frowned. "I have the means I need. The rest is for the lords of the realm to discover. I will put my trust in those who seek justice." "Justice?" Joffrey barked out a laugh as only a cruel boy could. "I'll show you justice, Stark." He raised a hand as if to signal his men to advance. Swords slid from scabbards on both sides. A cry of alarm from the Watchers. For the span of several heartbeats, it looked as though a savage melee would erupt. But then, from the back of the hall, the doors slammed open. A group of city watchmen burst in, led by a grizzled captain. They barked commands, swiftly forming a line that separated Ned's men from the King Guard. It seemed at least some portion of the gold cloaks were siding with Ned after all. Or perhaps they simply wanted to prevent a bloodbath in the presence of so many lords. That hesitation gave time for a new wave of words to wash over the hall. The Queen Regent hissed a command in a low voice to the Hound. Joffrey seemed ready to leap from the throne. Baelish quietly withdrew toward the side. Renly captured Ned's eye, lifting his brows in a subtle gesture that said, "This is not the moment." Ned stared at the dais a moment longer, imprinting the sight of that golden-haired bastard boy perched upon the rightful seat of the realm. Then, in a voice that carried across the hall, Ned declared, "I will take my leave for now. But hear this, all of you. The realm will know the truth, and the realm will have its rightful king. If Joffrey wishes to keep the throne, let him come for me. My men and I will be ready." He turned, signaled his guards, and began to walk away from the dais, his shoulders tense for the arrow or the knife that might come at any moment. None came. Terror and uncertainty had frozen everyone in place, at least for this heartbeat in time. Wordless, the Watchers parted to let Ned pass. Sansa's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked from her father to her betrothed, but Ned caught her gaze and silently shook his head as if telling her, "Stay strong, stay safe." She did not move, torn between father and fiancé, and that made Ned's heart ache. Yet he trusted that no immediate harm would befall her. Cersei would use Sansa as a hostage, if nothing else. And so, with regret but also resolve, Ned left the throne room, stepping out into the corridors now brimming with shock and rumor. War would come, but he would see it through with truth as his blade. Outside, the morning sun bathed King's Landing in a golden glow that felt almost mocking after the dark tension inside. Ned paused on the steps of the Red Keep, inhaling. His men gathered around him, muttering in confusion about what had just happened, about whether they would be hunted through the streets. Ned steadied them with a curt nod. "We make for the Tower of the Hand," he said. "We will fortify. If they come for us, we will be prepared." In truth, Ned's mind was in turmoil. The die was cast. Now, all of Westeros would soon hear of the twin revelations, Joffrey's bastardy and Jon's claim. Letters would fly like ravens from every tower. The realm would reel, uncertain whether to back the Targaryen boy in Winterfell or the stiff-backed Stannis on Dragonstone or the golden-headed false king in King's Landing. The months to come would shape the future of the Seven Kingdoms as no other time since the rebellion. He feared above all else for his daughters and for the bloodshed that was sure to follow. But he clung to the thought that he had done his duty. The rest lay in the hands of the gods and the hearts of men. The Tower of the Hand became an armed camp in the hours that followed. Stark guards patrolled every corridor, crossbowmen stationed at the windows, a ring of steel protecting Ned's seat of power. Inside, the atmosphere was grim but determined. Winterfell men were loyal to Ned's cause. They had come to King's Landing believing in his honor, and for them that was enough. But their eyes spoke of the fear that soared in every breast. Could they hold out against the Lannisters' forces should the Queen command them to storm the tower? Ned paced the solar, seldom pausing. Papers lay strewn on the table, messages half-written, yet to be sent. He had to communicate with Winterfell at once to galvanize the North. He had to let Robb Stark, his eldest son, know the truth. Or at least an abridged version of it. Robb must gather the northern banners, prepare for war. But Ned also had to send word to the Vale to try and gain the support of Lysa Arryn. He had to consider the Riverlands, where Catelyn's family held sway. And then there was Stannis Baratheon. If Ned kept him as an enemy, it might prove disastrous. If he sought to parley, it might buy time and unity. But overshadowing all of that was Jon. Word had traveled quickly to the north, or so Ned hoped. He had sent the Raven before confronting Joffrey, instructing Maester Luwin to find Jon to protect him. Jon had left Winterfell to join the Night's Watch some time ago, and that complicated matters immeasurably. Jon was on the wall, by his own choice, sworn to the Night's Watch. Was that vow binding if the realm discovered he was a trueborn Targaryen? The entire tradition of the Watch was that no man could forsake his vow. But this was no ordinary circumstance. If Jon was indeed the realm's rightful king, did the vow still stand? The old gods alone knew the answers. Ned prayed that Jon was safe, that he had not run afoul of Lannisters or traitors in black. He prayed that, for once, the gods might grant mercy upon a boy who had grown up with the label of Snow, living beneath the pall of shame. And yet Ned could not shake the memory of the moment he had parted from Jon so many weeks ago. He recalled the way Jon had looked up at him, anxious to earn the proud fatherly glance that Ned seldom gave for fear of betraying his secret. Now he wished he could have given Jon the warmth he deserved. A firm knock rattled the door, pulling Ned from his thoughts. His guard captain entered, announcing that a delegation awaited him in the foyer. "They come under truce, Lord Stark carrying a white flag. Shall I show them in?" Ned nodded. "Let them in. But keep watch." Moments later, 3 figures entered. One was Peter Baelish, wearing that perpetual half-smile. Another was Lord Varys, hands folded in his voluminous sleeves. Between them stood Renly Baratheon, younger brother of the late King Robert, clad in a rich doublet embroidered with golden stags. They looked wary. Baelish spoke first. "Lord Eddard, we come in peace to discuss a solution. One that might spare the realm an ugly war." Ned eyed him. "Do you represent the Queen Regent?" Varys answered softly, "We represent the small council as it still stands. The Queen Regent, I fear, is not in a temper to parley. But we know war would be a dreadful path for all involved." Renly cleared his throat. "I do not deny that the revelations about Joffrey's parentage are alarming. If true, the boy has no right to the throne. But your claim that a Targaryen heir exists in the north, that complicates matters mightily. The realm has not forgotten the atrocities of the Mad King." "That boy is no Mad King," Ned said, keeping his voice level. "Jon is as honorable a soul as ever lived. He was raised in Winterfell under my own supervision. He carries the blood of my sister. He would not turn tyrant." Renly studied him. "That may be so. But what of Stannis? By law, if Joffrey is indeed illegitimate, the throne should pass to my brother Stannis, or failing him, to me. We are the last Baratheons of the legitimate line. It seems you intend to pass over us and seat this unknown Targaryen. Do you truly believe the lords of the realm will accept that?" Ned answered, "Stannis is a hard man, lacking warmth, but not lacking rightful claim if we ignore the Targaryen line. However, Targaryens once wore the crown by conquest. Robert took it from them by rebellion, claiming that the Targaryens were all unfit to rule. Perhaps Rhaegar might have proven a better king had events not transpired as they did. Perhaps not. But war is already upon us. My intention is only to reveal the truth. If the realm prefers Stannis to Jon, that is a matter for the Great Council. Ned exhaled, placing a hand on the table's edge. But I will not let Joffrey or his siblings remain on the throne, not while there is any breath left in me. Their claim is a stain of lies. Baelish made a tooting sound. We appreciate your convictions, Lord Stark. However, convictions can lead to large piles of corpses. The city stands on the brink of riot. The Goldcloaks might yet choose a side or split in two. And Tywin Lannister is already massing forces in the west. Soon he will march on the city if the Queen Regent calls for him. Varys added, is there no arrangement we can reach? Might you persuade your Targaryen boy to yield the throne in favor of Stannis, or to wait until the realm is stabilized? Ned's jaw tightened. Jon took a vow at the Night's Watch. He never aspired to kingship. But this is his birthright. I cannot simply cast it aside on his behalf. Renly raked a hand through his hair. Then we are at an impasse. The Queen Regent will not yield, nor will you. Stannis will soon proclaim himself rightful king, and Daenerys Targaryen, if she yet lives across the narrow sea, may also have designs, though she is rumored to be pregnant with a Dothraki warlord's child. It seems the entire continent is about to shatter. Ned frowned. He had not forgotten the exiled princess, Daenerys, but his immediate concern was Jon. War might be inevitable, he admitted. But I will do all I can to avoid turning the streets of King's Landing red with innocent blood. If the Queen Regent wishes to assault the Tower of the Hand, let her know I am prepared. Otherwise, let me send forth ravens to gather the realm's lords. We will hold a great council to settle the question of succession. That is the most just way. If the realm rejects Jon, so be it. But Joffrey must be removed if found illegitimate. Baelish and Varys exchanged veiled glances. Renly pursed his lips. A great council, he said slowly. It would take time to convene. Time in which the Lannisters might rouse half the realm to their side. Then let them come, Ned said simply. I have said what I must. The three men departed soon after, murmuring among themselves. Ned did not trust any of them completely, though Renly seemed the most straightforward in his ambition. Varys was an enigma and Baelish was a snake who wore a charming grin. Yet if none of them wanted to see King's Landing burn, perhaps they would do their small part to prevent an immediate slaughter. By evening, the city was filled with rumor and dread. The Goldcloaks set heavy patrols, restless with fear. Commoners whispered about the incestuous queen, the bastard king, and the rumored Targaryen in the north. Ned's men stayed vigilant. Ravens soared from the rookery in the Red Keep, carrying Ned's letters to Winterfell, the Eyrie, Riverrun, Storm's End, and beyond, urging immediate counsel and, if possible, assistance. 2 nights passed in tense stalemate. Neither side dared attack. Ned scarcely slept, waiting for the hammer to fall. He spent hours writing or pacing, conferring with his guard captains, or simply praying that the North would rally fast. He prayed for Jon, uncertain how the news would reach him on the wall or how the boy would react. On the 3rd day at dawn, a visitor arrived unannounced at the Tower of the Hand, Sansa Stark, accompanied by 2 Goldcloaks who had apparently allowed her to leave the Red Keep. She was pale as snow, her eyes hollow, but she had that determined set to her chin that reminded Ned of Catelyn. She entered the solar, the men withdrawing so she could speak to her father alone. Father, she said, voice trembling. Joffrey, he's furious with you. He says you lied about him and that you're committing treason. He wants you arrested or killed. Mother is not here and Arya is gone. Father, can't you fix this? Can't you just apologize and make him see reason? You must. Tears brimmed in her eyes, though she tried to keep her composure. Ned swallowed hard, opening his arms to her. Sansa rushed into his embrace, trembling. My sweet girl, he said gently, stroking her hair. I wish it could be so simple. But the truth is not something I can apologize away. She drew back, tears on her cheeks. But you said Joffrey is not truly the king. That he's a bastard. Is that true, father? Or is it a misunderstanding? I love him, her voice quavered, for she had cherished her dreams of fairy tale romance and happily ever after. Ned's heart clenched. I'm sorry, Sansa. Joffrey is not Robert's son. It is no misunderstanding. In fact, his father is Queen Cersei's brother. She cringed in horror. That's monstrous. But they say you wish to seat your own bastard on the throne, Jon Snow. Some in the court are calling you a traitor for that, father. He sighed. Jon is not my bastard. He is my sister's son. He is a Targaryen, born of Rhaegar. I only wish the realm to know the truth, Sansa. If war comes, it won't be because I sought it. But Joffrey and the Queen Regent will not relinquish power so easily. Sansa listened, trying to absorb a lifetime of revelations in a moment. He felt pity for her. She was no battle-hardened warrior or cunning plotter. She was a girl who had only wanted to be a queen in songs. "Will we have to run away, father?" she asked, voice small. "Will the queen kill us?" "No," he said firmly. "We will not run, and I will not let her kill you. You are a daughter of House Stark, and we have allies. The Lannisters are not yet all-powerful." She nodded, though doubt flickered in her eyes. Joffrey said if I remained loyal to him, he would show mercy. He would let me be his queen still if only I proved my loyalty by denouncing you, father. I would never, I promise, she said in a rush, tears returning. But I feared if I refused outright, he might hurt me. Ned felt a deep swell of anger at Joffrey. The boy was every bit as cruel and manipulative as he had feared. "You have done nothing wrong," Ned said softly, squeezing her hand. "Stay here with me, or if you prefer, I will find a way to send you away from the city. But I cannot watch you remain in his clutches." She looked torn, trembling. "I'll stay with you," she whispered. "Please, father, keep me safe." He promised he would, holding her close. But a heavy dread gnawed at him. How many men would he need to hold back the Queen's guard if they decided to come for Sansa? Perhaps sending her away was the only real safeguard. But for the moment, she was here, and he took what solace he could from that. They were father and daughter, and all the turmoil in the realm could not sunder that bond. In the days that followed, the lines of conflict began to form more sharply. Tywin Lannister was indeed marching east with an army. Word came that he had sacked several riverrun villages. Robb Stark had called the banners in the north, forging alliances with the great northern houses. The Vale remained uncertain as Lysa Arryn clung to her mountaintop retreat. Renly fled King's Landing by night, presumably heading for Highgarden or Storm's End, intending to raise support for a Baratheon claim. Stannis, from what whispers could be gleaned, was preparing a fleet at Dragonstone, biding his time. King's Landing, meanwhile, was a hive of tension. The small folk seethed, uncertain whom to blame for the rising cost of bread and the threat of war. Some turned on the gold cloaks, others cursed the Queen or the traitor Stark. The Queen Regent barricaded herself in the Red Keep with Joffrey, sealing off the main gates and fortifying the walls. The Tower of the Hand remained under Ned's control, though it was effectively under siege. A single supply route from the city was still open, but the risk of sabotage loomed daily. Amid that precarious balance, Ned received an unexpected note delivered by a cloaked messenger. The seal was not one he recognized, but the text inside read, "I have served your family once before, though you did not know it. I have information about your son Jon. Meet me alone at the Sept by the Street of Silk at midnight." That was all. Another trap, perhaps, but the mention of Jon's name piqued Ned's suspicion. Reluctantly, he decided to go, concealed in a plain cloak, accompanied by a few discreet men. So, near midnight, Ned slipped into the darkened streets of King's Landing. The gloom was broken by sputtering torches and the flicker of distant lanterns. The stench of waste and rot thick in the summer air. Hood pulled low, Ned navigated the twisting alleys until he reached the Old Sept, a modest structure overshadowed by bawdy establishments on the Street of Silk. He gestured for his guards to remain outside, then stepped within the Sept's shadowy interior. Candlelight revealed a weathered statue of the crone and rough wooden pews. A single figure stood near the altar, a short person in a hood, face hidden. Ned approached carefully, his hand near the hilt of a short sword. "You have something to tell me about Jon?" he said in a low tone. The figure turned and lifted back the hood. To Ned's surprise, it was a woman, dark of hair, with a pointed chin and eyes that gleamed with cunning. He recognized her from descriptions. Shae, the girl Tyrion Lannister had taken as a camp follower, or so rumor said. "I've heard talk from the Lannisters," Shae said quietly. "They have ears everywhere, though I must keep my own head attached, so I speak to you carefully, yes? I overheard some of Lord Tywin's men talking. They speak of capturing the Stark bastard on the road, bringing him to Lord Tywin for leverage. They seemed confused about which Stark bastard, Rickon, or the one at the wall. Some said his name was Jon, but they said if the rumors are true, the boy might be more than a mere bastard. The imp, Tyrion, told them so, apparently." A jolt went through Ned. Tyrion knew about Jon's parentage? That was disturbing news indeed. Tyrion was as clever as they came, though he was not known to share his father's cruelty. But what would the Lannisters do if they managed to seize Jon? Another playing piece in a dangerous game. Where is Jon now? Ned pressed, trying to keep the edge from his voice. Have you heard whether he remains at the wall? Shae shook her head. I only know the Lannisters speak of watchers posted on the roads south of the Neck. They have men in White Harbor too, waiting for any sign. They want to capture him should he come south. Lord Tywin believes it might break your cause if your Targaryen boy is under Lannister power. They might deliver him to the Queen, who would kill him or worse. I do not know more. I only came because, well, gold is gold, and I have reason to resent Lord Tywin's men. Her voice faltered a moment. They are not kind to women who serve in tents. Ned gazed at her, wrestling with uneasy gratitude. She risked her neck by bringing him this intelligence. I thank you, he said quietly, removing a small pouch of silver coins and offering it to her. I have no love for the Lannisters either. Keep yourself safe. Shae accepted the pouch, tucked it away. If I hear more, I may send word. Though your city is ready to explode, Lord Stark, be careful. There are those who would kill you in a heartbeat for less than what you've done. He gave a short nod. I know. With that, they parted ways, ghosting out into the silent city. Ned returned to the Tower of the Hand, turning over her words in his mind. So the Lannisters were actively hunting Jon. That might mean a direct assault on the wall or infiltration to kidnap him. If so, Ned had to warn Castle Black at once and urge them to safeguard Jon. But the Night's Watch was neutral. They might refuse to embroil themselves in these politics, especially regarding a rumor that one of their brothers was a Targaryen. Dawn came and found Ned scribbling a new letter to Maester Luwin, begging him to coordinate with the Watch. He also penned a message to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, another Northman who might show some measure of loyalty to House Stark. If Jon was truly there, Mormont had to protect him, vow or no vow. Ned sealed the letters, praying the ravens would fly true before the Lannisters' next move. As the moon waxed and waned, the stalemate in King's Landing cracked at last. A riot erupted in Flea Bottom over the shortage of bread and the heavy-handed tactics of the gold cloaks. Torches were thrown, shops looted, the smell of smoke choking the air. The Queen Regent commanded the gold cloaks to restore order by any means, leading to blood in the gutters. Ned, unwilling to let the city burn, sent his men to quell the worst violence near the Tower of the Hand. But the chaos only served to underscore the precariousness of Joffrey's hold on the throne. In response to the spreading turmoil, Cersei and Joffrey staged a show of royal might. The boy king rode out from the Red Keep in a gilded litter, guarded by a host of gold cloaks and the King's Guard, including the Hound. They paraded through the upper streets, proclaiming Joffrey's divine right to rule. The crowd was sullen and afraid, and a few brazen souls threw rotten fruit. Joffrey ordered them seized and punished. It was an ugly display, one that did nothing to foster love among the smallfolk. Ned watched from a distance, tension coiling inside him. The next day, a royal decree was posted on every corner. Eddard Stark was declared an enemy of the crown, a traitor who had insulted the memory of King Robert, conspired with Targaryens, and threatened the stability of the realm. A bounty was placed on his head, though it was couched in ambiguous terms, since Ned was still ensconced in the Tower of the Hand, and openly assaulting him might spark immediate war. Sansa was named a hostage of the crown, though she refused to leave her father's side. Another fortnight crawled by, heavy with dread. Tywin Lannister's army drew closer, pushing into the Riverlands. Rumors abounded that Robb Stark was marching south with a formidable host. The city's tension simmered. Nightly, the watch patrols doubled. Daily, the small folk starved more. The Queen and Joffrey tightened their hold on the Red Keep, and Ned held the tower. Then, early one morning, horns blew from the walls. A thunder of hooves shook the cobblestones as the gate guards admitted a caravan under the banner of House Tyrell. Mace Tyrell's retinue entered the city in splendor, bright green cloaks, and golden rose standards. With them came hundreds of soldiers, not quite an army but more than a mere honor guard. The arrival of the Tyrells carried weight. The Reach was the most fertile region in Westeros, able to feed the city. Perhaps they had come to broker peace or to choose sides in the struggle. If the Tyrells threw their lot behind the Lannisters, Ned's situation would worsen significantly. If they came to back Renly or some other cause, new alliances might emerge. Ned did not wait passively. He sent a discreet envoy to Mace Tyrell's camp that very afternoon, requesting a meeting. But the Tyrells responded with polite refusals, citing obligations to meet the Queen Regent first. Over the next few days, banquets were held in the Red Keep. The Tyrells were wined and dined, serenaded by minstrels, given a show of Lannister hospitality. Joffrey put on a false facade of courtesy, no doubt under Cersei's instruction. Ned received only tidbits from his spies, snatches of conversation about marriage alliances, the possibility of wedding Joffrey to Margaery Tyrell, younger sister to Ser Loras. If that happened, House Tyrell's influence and wealth might stabilize Joffrey's regime. That marriage would unify the Crownlands and the Reach, a strong front to challenge the Starks and any rumored Targaryen upstart. One evening, Ned's guard captain informed him that Peter Baelish requested a private audience. Ned's mouth set in a grim line, remembering how Baelish had once betrayed him in the original timeline of events. But in these changed circumstances, might Baelish approach him differently? Ned allowed the meeting, though he placed men discreetly behind a tapestry in case Baelish tried anything treacherous. Baelish arrived wearing dark velvet, looking every bit the sly courtier. He bowed mockingly. "Lord Stark, I come with news from the Red Keep. It seems our new king is close to a betrothal agreement with Margaery Tyrell. The Queen Regent believes this will secure the Reach to their side, ensuring bread for King's Landing and swords for the war. Once that arrangement is sealed, they may feel emboldened to remove any threat. Namely you." Ned studied Baelish, trying to pierce the man's mask. "Why warn me? It can hardly be because you hold me in high regard, Lord Baelish." Baelish placed a hand to his heart, feigning offense. "Oh, but I do, Lord Stark. Your honesty is as refreshing as a winter wind. Which is to say, it can be bracing and deadly. I am merely a humble broker of information and advantage, hoping to avoid the city's ruin. I have an alternative proposal for you." "What proposal?" Ned asked warily. "I can attempt to slow or disrupt the betrothal negotiations. I have ways of sowing confusion, casting doubt on whether Margaery is still a maiden, or whispering that Joffrey has an unseemly temperament. With enough rumor and the right well-placed words, the Tyrells might stall or even break off their approach. If that happens, the Queen Regent loses a powerful ally. But rumor-mongering takes coin and cunning. I have the cunning, you must provide the coin." Ned regarded him with cool disapproval. "And what do you gain from this?" "Oh, the satisfaction of preventing a stable Lannister alliance," Baelish said with a tiny smirk. "And perhaps, if it all leads to a new regime, some small acknowledgement of my aid. A position, a title, a castle. My ambitions are modest, I assure you." Ned nearly laughed. The man was as blatant in his self-interest as ever. Yet the suggestion was not without merit. If Joffrey gained House Tyrell's backing, it might turn the tide. Ned had no desire to see the city starve, but better that the Tyrells not become a weapon for the Lannisters. "I don't like these games," Ned said bluntly. "But if it helps forestall war." "War is upon us, my dear lord," Baelish cut in with a mocking bow. "We are only deciding which side has the advantage." Ned exhaled, weighing the cost of feeding Baelish's duplicity. Was there another path? The memory of Robert's easy laughter, the old dream of a realm at peace, it seemed far away. "Very well. Do what you must. I have some coffers left in the tower. But be discreet. I won't have you incite riots or harm the small folk further." Baelish gave him a bright, false smile. "Discretion is my middle name." With that he departed, leaving Ned uneasy as ever about the man's true aims. As the swirl of intrigue churned around him, Ned received a raven from Winterfell at last, bearing Maester Luwin's tidy script. "Jon Snow remains at the wall. Lord Commander Mormont has assured me that no harm will come to him. The vows of the Night's Watch hold. Yet your letter's mention of Targaryen blood has caused great consternation. Jon himself is uncertain if it absolves him of his oath. For now, he remains in service at Castle Black, training daily, patrolling the wall's defenses, and forging bonds with his fellow brothers. He says he is unsure whether he wants any throne if indeed such a claim exists. But he stands ready to do his duty whether to the realm or his new brothers. The Watch, for its part, stands neutral in these southern matters, but the Lord Commander is not unsympathetic to your cause." Ned read the missive twice, relief and concern mingling in his heart. Jon was still safe for now, but the boy's sense of honor meant he would not lightly cast aside his sworn vows even if a crown beckoned. It was a predicament that might well shape the entire conflict. If Jon refused the throne, would that end the Targaryen claim? Or would some faction try to enthrone him anyway, naming his vow invalid due to his birth? The swirl of possibilities was dizzying. Time ground on. The city braced for a Tywin Lannister assault or a northern army siege, uncertain which would come first. Meanwhile, skirmishes broke out in the riverlands and smoke rose from distant hamlets. Grim tidings arrived daily. The realm was fracturing, with some lords declaring for Stannis, others proclaiming allegiance to Joffrey, and still others waiting to see which way the wind blew. Daenerys Targaryen's name surfaced in rumor after rumor, some claiming she had dragons, others scoffing at the notion. Seldom had Westeros been so in flux. One gray morning, Sansa joined Ned for a simple breakfast of bread and boiled eggs, her eyes ringed with shadows. She had nightmares often now, dreaming of blood and flames. Ned tried to soothe her, but there was little comfort to be found. That day, she was fretful, toying with her food without appetite. "I heard men outside talking," she said quietly. "They said Lord Tywin's army is only a fortnight away and that the Queen will order you seized before they arrive. She means to display your head to break the North spirit." Ned's hand stilled. "Rumor, perhaps. But I will not hide behind illusions, Sansa. The Queen wants me dead or at least discredited. She knows war is upon us and that if she kills me, it might crush the Northern cause. But the North is not so easily cowed." She paled, gazing at him with wide eyes. "Can we not flee? Perhaps by ship to White Harbor or the Vale, if Joffrey has declared you a traitor and the Lannisters close in." "No," Ned said gently. "I won't abandon King's Landing to the Lannisters' cruelty. The city is not safe, but we still hold some measure of power here. If I flee, the small folk will be at their mercy. Besides, your mother and brother ride south even now. We must see this through." Sansa nodded, tears threatening to spill. "I'm afraid," she whispered. He reached across the table, covering her hand with his. "I know, child. So am I. But the only way out of the darkness is to face it with courage." She looked at him with a mixture of love and sorrow. Her illusions of a perfect courtly life were shattered, and in their place stood a frightened but maturing girl who clung to what family she had. "Jon, he was never your bastard at all," she said after a hesitant pause. "It's so strange, father. He's a Targaryen prince." She shook her head as though she still couldn't believe it. Ned sighed. "Jon is still Jon, Sansa. The same boy who grew up at Winterfell with us, who loved us all in his quiet way. He never asked for a throne." She stared at the worn wood of the table, tears falling silently. "I wish I could talk to him, or Arya, or Mother. I feel so alone here." "You have me," Ned said, his voice soft. "Always." That night, the second visitor arrived, Varys in a plain brown robe, slipping past the guards as though made of shadow. He spoke to Ned privately in the solar, checking every corner for listening ears. "My lord," Varys said with uncharacteristic directness, "the Queen Regent is finalizing plans. She means to deliver an ultimatum. You will come to the throne room and recant your statements about Joffrey's parentage, acknowledging him as the rightful king, or you will be arrested and executed. This is to happen on the morrow." Ned's brow furrowed. "Does she think I will bend the knee and lie to the entire realm? She hopes you might be persuaded if she threatens your daughter. But she underestimates your stark sense of honor, I think." Ned stiffened. "Sansa." Varys spread his hands apologetically. "She is a hostage, after all. The Queen is desperate. Tyrell assistance is uncertain, the small folk are restless, and Tywin's troops are not yet here. Joffrey grows more unstable by the day. If you do not yield, the Queen may do something rash." Rage flared in Ned. "If she dares harm my daughter, then the North will burn the city to the ground, presumably. But the Queen is consumed by the sense that she cannot lose power. She may risk all to maintain it." Ned closed his eyes, recalling the moment he had chosen to name Joffrey's bastardy publicly, hoping that men of honor would rally to truth. In the short term, it had only left him isolated in King's Landing with hostages to protect. Was there any path left that would not end in carnage? If he bent the knee and recanted, the entire cause of truth would crumble and Joffrey's throne would be legitimized in the eyes of many. But Sansa's life hung in the balance. Varys leaned forward, voice hush. "I do not suggest you yield. But I do suggest you be cunning. Pretend to yield, perhaps. Lull the Queen into false security until your allies arrive. You need not truly forswear yourself if you couch your words carefully." Ned frowned. Deception went against his core, but in this pit of snakes, was that the only option left to save his daughter's life? "What would it gain me?" he asked. "Time," Varys said simply. "Time for Robb Stark to march, time for the city's mood to turn further against Joffrey, time for word of Jon Targaryen to spread, time for the realm to gather in a great council. You cannot help your daughter if you lose your head tomorrow. Survive, my lord, if only for her." Ned sank into his chair, a heavy weariness seeping into his bones. I will consider it, he said, voice low, but I will not speak false truths about Joffrey's parentage. That is beyond me. You might speak ambiguously, Varys said, a thin smile ghosting his lips. Say that you were mistaken, or that new evidence has come to light, or that you acted in haste. If it spares your daughter, is it not worth a small untruth? Ned's eyes darkened. I do not know anymore. Honor and love war within me, eunuch. Varys bowed. I will let you decide, my lord. But if tomorrow dawns and the Queen's Guard appears at your door, you must be prepared to speak or fight. He slunk away, leaving Ned alone in the candlelit chamber, wrestling with the impossible choice. Honor demanded he stand firm, but love for his daughter demanded he compromise. Perhaps there was a third way. He massaged his brow, exhaustion tugging at him. If only Robert had listened. If only they had uncovered the incest earlier. If only so many things. But the gods gave no easy answers. When the first glimmers of dawn touched the sky, Ned still had not found sleep. He donned his armor, light leather, as wearing full plate in the city was cumbersome. He girded ice at his back and stepped into the corridor. Sansa was waiting there, eyes red. She embraced him without words. He promised her he would do everything in his power to keep her safe. She nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. The hall below was crowded with stark men, determined expressions on their faces. The guard captain reported that a contingent of gold cloaks had assembled outside the Tower of the Hand, requesting Ned to come to the throne room. Swords were half drawn. Tension was thick as northern stew. Ned knew they could try to fight their way out. Many Stark men would die. Sansa might be seized in the chaos. Or they could go peacefully, attempt to negotiate. We will go, Ned said at last, raising a hand to quell the immediate protests. Stay alert, but do not draw first blood. We will see what the Queen has to say. Thus, they marched out together, a grim procession in the pale light. The gold cloaks parted, letting Ned pass. They flanked him and Sansa, forming a corridor of steel. Onlookers gathered in the plaza, hushed and fearful. So it was that Ned Stark walked once more to the Red Keep, uncertain if he would emerge again. The sun glinted off battlements and towers. The gates swung open. Inside the throne room, Joffrey perched on the Iron Throne, wearing a crown that seemed too large for his young head. Cersei stood beside him, regal and cold. On either side, the Kingsguard arrayed in shining white armor. Dozens of lords and ladies lined the hall, among them Baelish, Varys, Pycelle, the Tyrells with their retinue, and more. The hush fell as Ned approached. Joffrey's voice lashed out. So, Lord Eddard, you have come to face judgment. You have dared to slander my name and attempt to seat a Targaryen bastard on the throne. You are a traitor. Ned lifted his chin. I am no traitor. I sought only to protect the realm by exposing your illegitimacy and by naming the rightful claimant. Cersei's lip curled. You see, Joffrey? He persists in his falsehood. Are we to allow such an insult to go unpunished? She turned her gaze to Ned. Recant your words, Stark. Swear fealty to Joffrey Baratheon, the first of his name, rightful king of the Undulls and the First Men, and Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. Swear it before all here, or face the consequences. Ned's throat constricted. He felt every eye on him. Sansa trembled at his side. He thought of Varys's advice, the possibility of speaking an ambiguous concession. Was there a way to do so without outright lying? He swallowed, mind racing. I spoke in haste, he began slowly, words sour in his mouth. I let my grief over Robert's death sway me. If I erred in my claims about Joffrey's parentage, perhaps it was due to misinformation or confusion. Joffrey's mouth twisted. That is hardly enough, old man. Do you kneel before your king or not? Ned closed his eyes briefly. Your Grace, he said, each syllable painful. He bent the knee in part, but kept his gaze lifted. I offer my fealty to the crown. I do not wish to see more bloodshed. If I have spoken wrongly, I beg your forgiveness. He felt Sansa's grip on his arm relax fractionally, and a quiver went through the assembly. Some watchers nodded or sighed in relief, others exchanged suspicious glances. Cersei's eyes narrowed as though searching for hidden mockery in Ned's words. But it was Joffrey who crowed triumphantly, rising from the throne. Yes. You see, mother? Even the proud wolf bends to me. The tension in the hall eased a fraction. Baelish wore his sly grin while Varys observed with an impassive mask. Ser Meryn Trant lowered his sword. Cersei forced a smile and addressed the watchers. We accept Lord Eddard's apology and we show mercy on him for the sake of the realm. She looked to Joffrey as if prompting the next step. The boy king nodded stiffly. Yes. We are merciful. He glared at Ned, voice dripping with scorn. But you must proclaim your loyalty publicly. Let everyone know you were mistaken and that there is no Targaryen pretender in the north, only a bastard of no significance. Say it." Ned's mind spun. If he outright denied Jon's parentage, it would undo everything. Yet here, in the heart of Lannister power, was he truly able to keep fighting? If he refused, Sansa might be threatened. He was on the verge of forging some half-truth, some slippery phrase, when the doors crashed open at the back of the hall. A sentry rushed in, breathless. "Your Grace." Riders from the north approached the gates, bearing the dire wolf banner. They have swords, spears, and army stands outside the city walls. Excited chatter erupted. Ned's heart soared with sudden hope. Robb had come faster than he dared dream. But was it truly Robb? Or another northern force? All eyes snapped to Ned, who remained kneeling at the dais, Sansa trembling by his side. Cersei's lips thinned to a white slash. An army at the gates? Starks or Tullis, no matter. They will not force their way in. We have the advantage here. Joffrey's face twisted with a feral grin. Let them come. We'll repel them with wildfire if we must. Ned found his voice. I do not wish for bloodshed in the streets. If you are truly king, show your mercy, your grace. Parley with my son. Let us settle this without thousands of corpses. Joffrey spat. They have come to dethrone me. That cannot be allowed. Why else would the young wolf march so boldly? The tension soared anew, watchers shifting anxiously. Some seemed excited at the prospect of battle, others horrified. Then Mace Tyrell stepped forward, surrounded by his retainers. Your Grace, House Tyrell stands with the crown, of course. But might we not see if Lord Stark's boy can be reasoned with? A short parley, yes, to see what terms he demands, if any. Cersei said nothing, her face grim. Joffrey paced at the foot of the throne as though imagining himself a warrior king. Then he waved a dismissive hand. Fine. We will grant a single parley outside the city walls. If Robb Stark demands my crown, I will show him how a king deals with traitor. Ned rose slowly, locking eyes with Cersei. She gave him a brittle smile. You see, Lord Stark? We are not so cruel. We will speak with your son. In the meantime, you shall remain our guest to ensure we have honest dealings. Sansa, too. Ned's anger flared, but he kept his voice level. I will not negotiate at sore point, your grace. Release my daughter to me as a sign of good faith. She shook her head. Absolutely not. Joffrey smirked. A king does not bow to demands from traitors. Tension crackled. Ned thought of Sansa's terrified eyes, of the city's precarious state. He prayed Robb would be careful that he would not rush into a trap. But at least the arrival of a northern army changed the board. The queen could not simply execute Ned and proclaim victory now. So it was decided, a parley at midday near the city gates. Ned would remain as a hostage, though at least for the moment he was a hostage with some measure of status. They escorted him and Sansa back to the Tower of the Hand, placing Lannister guards around the perimeter as if to ensure he would not sally forth at night. Ned stewed in frustration, but behind that he felt a swelling pride in Robb. The boy had not abandoned him. The boy had come south, just as a Stark should, to defend his father. The next hours passed in a flurry. Messages were exchanged, clarifications made. The city roused to the threat of an army outside its walls. People barricaded shops, women wept in fear of siege. The gold cloaks mustered at the gates. High noon blazed bright as Ned, flanked by Cersei and several Lannister guards, traveled by litter to the city gates. Sansa was left behind, presumably to guarantee Ned's cooperation. Joffrey would arrive shortly, or so they said. He was busy donning his finest armor for the show. The tension was thick enough to taste as the gate chains rattled and the massive doors swung open slightly. Through the gap, Ned glimpsed the open field beyond the city, and beyond that field, a bristling host of men in northern armor, streaming banners bearing the dire wolf. Some distance from the host, a small group of riders awaited the parley. Ned's breath caught when he saw a tall young man, auburn hair shining, clad in mail and leather. Robb. His boy had grown so quickly. He rode with Theon Greyjoy at his side and a line of bannermen behind him, Great John Umber, Roose Bolton, and others. Between them and the gate a ring of Lannister knights formed, gold cloaks stationed to cut off any intrusion. Ned could taste the dryness in his mouth. This was it. A single spark could ignite a slaughter. He was escorted by the Hound and a half-dozen gold cloaks. They advanced until they stood in the open ground just outside the gate, beneath the scorching sun. Robb and his retinue approached likewise, tension in every stride of their horses. When they were close enough to speak, Ned lifted a hand in greeting, heart swelling at the sight of his son. Robb. Robb dismounted with a fluid grace, removing his helm. His gray eyes were intense, his jaw set. Father, he said, relief, fear, and determination mingling in his voice. We came as soon as we heard. Word reached us that you declared the Lannisters false kings. Ned nodded slowly. You did well to come. But be cautious. Joffrey is rash and cruel, and his mother is cunning. They have Sansa in the tower. They hold me as well. This parley may be no more than a show. Robb's brow furrowed. We have near 20,000 men outside these walls, father. We do not come as beggars. Ned's heart lifted with pride, though worry gnawed at him. The hound spoke up, voice a rough growl. That's a lot of wolves, boy. The lion's teeth are sharper. Best mind you don't get bit. A sneering Lannister knight laughed, but Robb's retinue glared. The great Jon let out a booming growl of his own. Mind your tongue, dog, or I'll show you how wolves deal with curs. Before the exchange could spark violence, the city gates opened again, herald trumpets blaring. Joffrey emerged, clad in polished armor that gleamed in the sun, though from a certain angle he looked more like a child playing knight. Cersei was near Ned, so the boy king strode forward, flanked by King's guard. The tension soared again. Joffrey planted himself, hand on hilt, peering at Robb with contempt. So, you are the young wolf. You dare bring an army to my city. Are you here to bend the knee to your true king, or are you here to die? Robb's knuckles tightened on his sword's pommel. I am here to see my father freed and my sisters returned. I am here to demand justice for House Stark. Joffrey bared his teeth in a savage grin. Justice? You are the ones who dare call me a bastard. That is treason. Cersei glided forward, lifting a hand to hush the crowd. We are here to negotiate, not to trade insults. Robb Stark, you stand accused of rebellion. If you wish to see your father and sister freed, you must acknowledge King Joffrey's rightful rule. Lay down your banners, disband your army, and swear fealty. A hush fell. Ned felt his muscles coil. This was the moment. Would Robb submit? Would he make a show of kneeling? Or was he prepared to fight here and now, risking Sansa's life? Ned tried to catch his son's eye to silently warn him of the danger. Robb's face remained grim. He drew himself up, voice clear. I will never bow to a false king. Free my father and sister and allow them safe passage north, then we may speak of terms. Refuse and we will lay siege to King's Landing until the lion begs for mercy. Joffrey's laugh was high and mocking. You are a fool, boy. I hold your father and your sister. If you do not disband and kneel, I will have them flayed in the square. A roar of outrage erupted among the northerners. Ned felt his stomach lurch. You cannot, she is an innocent girl, he snarled, stepping forward, but the hound blocked him. Robb's face blanched with fury. If you harm them, we will burn the city to the ground. Is that what you want? Joffrey's grin was feral. You think I fear that threat? I am the king. I have the greatest army in Westeros. My father left me this realm, and I will crush any rebellion. Your father is dead, Robb spat. And if you think Tywin Lannister's swords are enough to stop the fury of the North, you're mistaken. Already, your precious Lannisters burn in the riverlands. The Tullus stand with us. Chaos threatened to erupt. The King's Guard bristled. Lannister knights shouted curses. The Northerners roared in defiance. Ned felt powerless to stop it, pinned between the two lines of steel. He shouted for calm, but the wind all but devoured his voice. Then, above the din, a horn blast echoed. Everyone froze, turning to see a rider galloping across the field, a messenger cloak streaming behind him. The rider bore the sigil of House Baratheon on his surcoat. He reined up halfway between the lines, voice cracking with urgency. A message from Lord Stannis Baratheon. Joffrey's eyes narrowed. Stannis? Speak it, messenger. The messenger, breath ragged, unrolled a scroll. Lord Stannis Baratheon declares that Joffrey Baratheon is no true king, being born of incest, and that the rightful crown passes to him. He calls upon all true men to renounce the false king and surrender King's Landing to him as the lawful heir of House Baratheon. A hush more profound than any before fell on the field. Joffrey sputtered, purple with anger. Stannis dares. He dares to send a lackey to my gates and question my birth? Robb let out a slow breath, as if finding grim amusement. The realm was fracturing further. Ned closed his eyes, feeling the swirl of unstoppable forces converging. Joffrey, Stannis, Robb, even whispers of Daenerys and the knowledge of Jon's Targaryen claim. The stage was set for a war the likes of which Westeros had not seen in generations. In that moment, Ned Stark understood that the path of truth had led them all to the edge of an abyss, and there would be no turning back. Blood and fire and heartbreak lay ahead. He could only pray that in the end, the realm might find some measure of justice, and that Jon Snow, wherever he stood, might choose to claim the destiny written in his veins, for better or for worse. He lifted his gaze to the sky, to the drifting clouds, and wondered if the old gods or the new still cared for the fate of men. Thunder rumbled in the distance, the herald of the storm to come. And so, amid the swirling dust and the clang of steel, the war for the Iron Throne truly began. Thunder clapped on the horizon after the messenger spoke Stannis Baratheon's proclamation, a peal that resonated through the tense air. For a moment no one stirred. The gathered knights and soldiers, gold cloaks and gleaming metal, northern men in their leathers and cloaks of gray, stood as if turned to stone. Eddard Stark, forced by circumstance to stand at the edge of the Lannister lines, felt his heartbeat thunder in his ears. He kept his eyes upon his son. Robb's face was set, his jaw clenched in stubborn defiance. Atop his horse, Joffrey fumed in that restless way of spoiled boys who seethed at the slightest challenge. He reined in his mount, glaring at the messenger with a sneer. "Falsehood," he spat. "Stannis dares call me a pretender? If he wants this throne, he can come and burn in the attempt." Cersei, standing near Ned, turned her head sharply to look at her son. The Queen Regent said nothing, but her green eyes were fierce, full of calculation. The presence of an entire northern host outside the walls was trouble enough. Adding Stannis to the mix was tinder near a flame. Ned risked a glance behind him. The Hound loomed at his right shoulder, silent as a boulder. At least 5 gold cloaks kept their hands on their sword hilts, ensuring that Ned did not attempt to slip away to the Stark lines. From the northern side, Robb turned to regard the messenger. The young Lord of Winterfell, if indeed the city still recognized him as such, signaled for him to ride closer. The man hesitated, then urged his horse forward, meeting Robb in the center. "And does Lord Stannis think we are his allies?" Robb asked, his voice carrying despite the low rumble of distant thunder. "Or does he assume we will kneel to him?" The messenger's face glistened with sweat, perhaps from the heat, perhaps from raw nerves. "Lord Stannis desires all loyal men to renounce the bastard boy on the throne," he said stiffly. "He extends an offer of alliance to any house that would acknowledge him as king of the Undulls and the First Men, by right of brotherhood to the late King Robert." Robb's eyes flicked to Ned. The distance between them was cruel. Ned could do little more than watch, powerless. He knew well Stannis's nature. Unyielding, uncompromising, a man who saw everything in black and white. If Stannis had seized upon Joffrey's bastardy, no amount of gold or threat would dissuade him from pressing his claim to the Iron Throne. And yet, overshadowing even that, there was Jon Rhaegar's son, Ned's secret revealed to the world. In that single bold stroke, Ned had undone illusions that had stood for years. Now the realm churned with new possibilities. Stannis would never allow a Targaryen to sit the throne, nor would Cersei or Joffrey. All were locked on a collision course. Robb's next words fell hard as a hammer on steel. "We will not trade one false king for another," he said, nodding at the messenger. "Tell Stannis Baratheon that we Starks have our own cause. Our father has revealed the truth about King Robert's supposed heirs, and that truth will not be smothered. We fight for justice, our kind of justice. Beyond that, let Stannis decide if he cares to let the North stand on its own, or if he wishes to make an enemy of us." There was no direct mention of Jon Targaryen, though Ned sensed it hovering. Robb had come to free his father and sisters first. Targaryen politics could wait until the Starks were secure. The messenger bowed, appearing uncertain about everything, then wheeled his horse around and galloped off, returning to whatever hidden outpost of Stannis' men awaited him. For a moment, the field was quiet but for the wind rustling the grasses. Ned's gaze went to the battered walls of King's Landing behind him, to the lines of tense riders and men on foot, to the unblinking stares of thousands of watchers who might die before the day was out if a single man loosed an arrow. He felt the storm's approach in the heaviness of the air and the dryness in his throat. Joffrey broke the hush with a mocking laugh that sounded entirely too forced. "So the Stark pup pretends to hold the city hostage. I'd like to see him try." My men will turn your wolves into rugs. Robb's retinue bristled. The great Jon let out a rumbling laugh of his own. The Karstarks gripped their spears, gray cloaks flapping. Even so, Robb himself kept his composure, though it was a taut composure. Release my father and my sister, he demanded, voice clipped, and I will not hurl your mother from the city walls in chains. Refuse me and the North will see King's Landing burn. Enough, Cersei said in a sharp, low voice, stepping forward. Children barking at one another like feral curs. This is a parley. We came to discuss a settlement, not fling threats. There is no settlement, Joffrey snapped, turning on her. He was in a mood that seemed at once frightened and vicious, like a cornered viper. I am King Joffrey Baratheon, rightful heir to King Robert, and I will not cower or parley with traitors. Since the boy will not kneel, we will teach him to kneel. If he dares lay siege to the city, we will answer with wildfire on his tents, with archers on the walls. We hold his father and sister. He will watch them die if he tries anything. Ned could remain silent no longer. Joffrey, he said, careful to keep his tone steady, when your father, King Robert, led the rebellion, he was known for his sense of mercy alongside his wrath. You do his memory no honor if you murder a girl, my daughter, for your own pride. Joffrey's face twisted. A flush of anger rose on his cheeks. Your daughter is the daughter of a traitor. She is no better than you. Then, as if eager to show his absolute might, he snapped at the hound, Sandor, if the Starks crossed the line by so much as a yard, kill Ned Stark. No delay, no mercy. Ned's throat went dry. The hound, scarred face impassive, did not look at him. He only inclined his head, a grim acceptance of the order. Robb, from across the short space, let out a visible breath, anger scalding his face. Cersei's mouth thinned. She appeared uneasy with Joffrey's impulsiveness, but she did not contradict him. Perhaps she knew how precarious her own position was, with the Tyrells uncertain in their new alliance, with half the realm in doubt over Joffrey's birth. If she undermined him publicly, she might undercut the only reason the Lannister grip held at all. One of Robb's banner men shouted, "You'll rot in your golden tower soon enough, you wretched boy," but Robb motioned him to silence. Then, addressing the queen, his voice taut, he said, "I will give you a single day, one day, to return my father and sister to me. If they are not released by sundown on the morrow, we will blockade your gates and break your walls stone by stone." Joffrey started to retort, but a crack of thunder drowned out his words. In its wake, a scattering of raindrops pattered upon the dusty ground. It was as if the gods themselves cast a warning. Ned wondered if it was some omen. The stench of conflict was thick. He looked from Robb's unwavering glare to Joffrey's scowl and thought, this can only end in blood. Yet some part of him still prayed for a resolution that did not involve thousands of corpses in the mud. Cersei cleared her throat. "We have your father, yes? We shall consider your demands, Robb Stark, but do not think you can give us commands. The House of the Wolf will regret this hubris if you push us too far." Robb said nothing more. Instead, he swung onto his horse's saddle, gave Ned a final, pained look, and cantered back to the waiting lines. The northern host parted to admit him, and horns sounded, a signal for them to withdraw a short distance. Joffrey, tense, motioned for his own men to close ranks. Ned felt a heavy hand on his shoulder, 2 gold cloaks seized him, ushering him back through the looming city gates. A brief glimpse of the open fields beyond, that sea of swirling banners, was the last Ned saw before the great gates groaned shut. The thunder rolled again. Inside the walls, fear simmered in the city's narrow streets. News spread instantly. The young wolf was outside with a mighty army, and rumors said Stannis had declared war. The small folk had seen the black pillars of smoke from sacked villages in the riverlands and overheard whispers of Tywin Lannister marching from the west. Thousands of peasants gathered in the squares, shouting for bread, for safety, for any scrap of hope. The gold cloaks tried to maintain order, but tension stood on a knife's edge. Ned was brought back to the Tower of the Hand, flanked by double the guards that had escorted him before. When he stepped inside, relief flooded him to see Sansa in the corridor. She rushed to him, eyes brimming. The guards allowed her a brief embrace. She trembled, whispering, "Father, what happened? Everyone is speaking of an army outside and wildfire and—" Ned held her close, stroking her hair. "Your brother is here," he murmured. "He demands our release. I only pray no harm comes to you." Sansa clutched his tunic, tears in her voice. "They won't let me leave. They say if I try, Joffrey will punish me. Father, I'm frightened." He smoothed her hair gently. "Stay with me," he said, glancing at the guards. "She remains in my presence. If you must watch someone, watch me. Let her be." The gold cloaks exchanged looks but ultimately nodded. Perhaps they had orders to keep them both under close watch. Ned guided Sansa into the solar. Rain began to patter more heavily against the small windows trailing down the glass. The gloom of the day fell over them like a shroud. Ned's men, the few who remained loyal within these walls, waited inside. Their faces were grim. "What happened, my lord?" asked Jory's successor as captain of Ned's personal guard, a stout man named Corran Lake. "Is there to be battle?" Ned exhaled, feeling the weight of it all in his bones. "Robb has come. He demands Sansa's and my freedom. Joffrey and the Queen have refused. Unless some miracle intervenes, I fear the city will soon be under siege." The men absorbed that in silence. Sansa choked back tears. Ned sat with her, an arm around her trembling shoulders. The room felt stifling. Yet for all that tension, part of Ned's mind kept returning to the other issue, Jon. If the realm soon boiled over into war, would any stand for the claim of a Targaryen? And if so, was Jon even willing to stake it, sworn as he was to the Night's Watch? It felt like a dream of another life. But the realm would not so easily forget what Ned had proclaimed in the throne room. Every day, more ravens soared from tower to tower across Westeros, repeating the news in 100 variations. Some would say Ned lied, some would claim Jon was an abomination, both wolf and dragon, still others might hail him as a rightful hope. A storm of rumor. Night came swiftly and the rain intensified, drumming against the Red Keep's towers. Guards ringed the Tower of the Hand, posted at every entrance. No word came from Cersei or Joffrey. Ned spent sleepless hours pacing the solar, occasionally glancing at Sansa, who dozed fitfully on a couch. He wanted to keep her near at all times, fearing that a single misstep would see her whisked away to some black cell or used as a shield on the battlements. Just before dawn, a quiet knock sounded on the door. Ned stiffened, gesturing for his guards to ready themselves. One answered the door with sword half-drawn. Beyond it stood Lord Varys, robed in plain gray, a small, sad smile on his face. He stepped inside, bowing theatrically. "My Lord Stark, I see you are well, if a man can be well under such circumstances." His gaze flicked to Sansa, who was sitting up, startled awake. "My lady," he added gently, "forgive the intrusion at such an hour." Ned forced down his frustration. "I won't waste words, Varys. Did you come to weave another scheme, or have you news?" Varys pressed his palms together. "I come bearing tidings. The Queen is uneasy. She knows that if she executes you or your daughter, the northern host will assault the city and the small folk might rise in wrath. Stannis' threat grows daily, and even Tywin Lannister's approach is not immediate enough for comfort. So the Queen has devised a new gambit. She hopes you may be persuaded to quell Robb's anger by renouncing your claims about Joffrey, once and for all, in a public statement. If you do so, she intimates that Sansa will be allowed to leave as a gesture of good faith. You would remain behind, albeit as a guest, until the war is concluded." Sansa's eyes widened with sudden hope, then flicked to Ned anxiously. Ned felt revulsion coil in his gut. "You want me to betray the truth," he said, "so the Lannisters can maintain their charade, while my son disbands the northern host?" Varys gave a careful shrug. "I am only the messenger. But we must consider what is best for the realm. If your son stands down, thousands might be spared. Joffrey might even choose leniency. The city would not starve under siege. And you would not be parted from your head, Lord Stark." Ned's rage flared hotly, but he suppressed it. He could not lash out. If he did, Sansa would suffer. "The realm," he said tightly, "is best served by the truth, not by propping up a bastard on the throne." Varys' eyes flickered. "The realm is best served by stability. So many highborn claim their rightful place. Stannis, Joffrey, the rumored Targaryen boy in the north," he paused, glancing at Sansa. "Well, perhaps not a rumor. Regardless, the more claimants, the fiercer the war. And the smallfolk bleed in every field from here to Moat Cailin." Ned took a slow breath. He would not yield. Yet he did not want to see Sansa crushed in the jaws of this war. "What if I comply with conditions? My daughter goes free to join her brother, and the Lannisters do not bar her way. Then, perhaps, I will temper my words. I'll say that it was uncertain, that I moved in grief, that I will not stand against the crown, and that I urge Robb to return home." Sansa stared at him in shock, tears glimmering. Varys' expression turned thoughtful. "If you propose that, Joffrey might accept. If only to avoid a siege he might not survive. Cersei might also push for it. She knows a siege is risky, but I cannot guarantee they will let you remain unscathed. The Queen might see you as too dangerous to leave alive for long." Ned curled his hand into a fist. "I will do anything if it spares my daughter," he said, his voice low. "But I will not recant the truth about Joffrey's birth. At most, I can disclaim my earlier accusations as uncertain, perhaps the ravings of a man misled by false lineages. Let them spin it how they wish. Varys nodded sagely. I will carry your suggestion to the queen. May the gods have mercy on us all, my lord. With that, the spider bowed himself out. Ned let out a shaky breath. The conversation left a sour taste in his mouth. When the door closed, Sansa whispered, Father, you would do that for me? You would lie. He squeezed her hand gently. I swore an oath to Lyanna to protect our family. Sometimes, child, we must choose the lesser evil. If I can keep you safe, I'll do it, even if it stains my honor. She stared at him, eyes welling with tears. I'm sorry, she managed, voice shaking. I never meant for you to face such choices. Ned drew her into his arms. No apologies. We will find a way. Hours passed. No reply came from Cersei or Joffrey that morning, nor that afternoon. The day was gloom and drizzle. Rumors drifted in from the gates. Robb had established a camp well outside arrow range and was collecting supplies, while also summoning bannermen from the Riverlands. News trickled in that Tywin Lannister was still at least a fortnight away. The city quivered, perched between famine and violence. In the late afternoon, Peter Baelish visited the Tower of the Hand, escorted by 2 gold cloaks. He looked Ned up and down with that mocking little smirk. My Lord Stark, how lovely to see you. Apologies for the swords at my back, but the Queen is rather insistent these days. Ned frowned. If you've come to talk of secret deals, I've had enough of them for one day. Ah, Baelish said. But the difference is that my deals are usually more interesting than the spiders. Will you hear me out? It concerns your beloved North. The mention of the North pricked Ned's attention. He crossed his arms, leaning against the rough wooden table. Sansa lingered near the window, warily observing. Speak your piece. Baelish glanced at her, then turned back to Ned. The Queen is desperate for a resolution that does not see King's Landing starved or stormed by your son. She knows the city will not hold out forever, especially if the Tyrells do not fully commit. Now, your son and the North might prove unstoppable if the blockade lasts through winter. Meanwhile, Stannis is out there, waiting for the city to weaken so he can swoop in. The Queen must placate at least one threat. So, she might allow Sansa to leave if you sign a treaty that calls the Northern Banners home. Ned's lip curled. And if I sign, I become a puppet betraying my cause and my honor. She keeps me locked here as her captive to break my will further. Baelish lifted a brow. Or you might remain alive, which is preferable to a short trip to the headsman's block. Listen, my lord. This city is a pit of vipers. Only a cunning serpent can slither through unscathed. A man of honor is at a disadvantage. I offer you a chance to preserve your life and your daughter's. Perhaps in time you can reassert your position. But if you remain stubborn, well, the wolves will be skinned. Lions have no mercy for cornered prey. Ned's stomach churned with disgust. Is that how you soothe your conscience, Baelish? By believing that cunning justifies betrayal. Betrayal? Baelish sounded more amused than offended. This is the great game, Lord Stark. There is no fairness or morality in it, only winners and corpses. If you will not learn that lesson, you will be the latter. Now, if you truly want to see Sansa safe, you must consider the Queen's desires. She wants you to undermine Robb's aggression. If you do, she might show clemency to you both. If not, he shrugged. I suspect the city walls will run red soon enough. Sansa's hand gripped the windowsill. Ned could see that every word pained her. He wanted to fling Baelish out, but the man was a link to the Queen's inner circle. With difficulty, Ned kept his tone measured. I'll consider your words, but I will not betray my own blood. If the Queen thinks I'll sign something that orders my son to disband his army without guarantees for all my children, she is mistaken. Baelish bowed with mock courtesy. I shall relay that. The negotiations continue, it seems. In the meantime, do watch yourself, my lord. Another night of riots could see your tower burned, or some overzealous gold cloak might slit your throat. There are many ways to die in King's Landing. He turned on his heel and departed. Silence filled the solar once more. Sansa exhaled shakily, moving closer to Ned. It feels like they're trying to twist you from every side, she murmured. That is exactly what they are doing, Ned said quietly. But we will endure. The North has always endured. The day wore on, gloom upon gloom. That night, Ned could not sleep. He sat near the shuttered window, listening to the steady hiss of rain, thinking of the letter he had sent to Castle Black, urging the Watch to protect Jon. By now, Jon must have read it, must have learned that Ned had revealed his secret. What did the boy think of it? Did he hate Ned for not telling him sooner? Or did he scorn the notion of being a Targaryen heir, sworn as he was to the Black? The uncertain answers gnawed at Ned's heart. He remembered the day long ago, the Tower of Joy's bloody stones, his sister dying in a bed of brown grasses, the heartbreak in her eyes as she pleaded for Ned to keep Jon safe. He had done what he could, but now the entire realm knew the truth. Lyanna might have wept to see the strife it unleashed. Yet what alternative had there been? Joffrey was no rightful king, and Ned's honor could not abide the lie. He prayed silently to the old gods and the new for guidance. But dawn came with no epiphany, only a break in the storm clouds that left the city glistening with puddles in every street. The next 3 days crawled by, each thick with rumor and dread. Robb's hosts still ringed the city, though they had not attacked, perhaps waiting for word from Ned or for more banners to join them. A few minor skirmishes occurred on the roads leading south, where gold cloaks tried to gather supplies and were driven off by northern outriders. Fear of starvation spread through the city as prices for bread and salted fish soared. Tension rose among the small folk, culminating in another small riot that was brutally suppressed by the gold cloaks. From the Tower of the Hand, Ned heard the distant screams and shouts. It cut him like a blade, and Sansa wept when she glimpsed the flames licking across rooftops in Flea Bottom. Each day, a new rumor arrived of Stannis landing troops in the Stormlands, or Tywin ravaging more of the Riverlands, or the Vale preparing to close its gates to all. Meanwhile, the name of Jon Targaryen surfaced in the wine sinks and alleyways. Some scoffed that no Targaryen lived. Others claimed dragons had hatched in the Far East. The city teemed with contradictory stories, each more outlandish than the last. Then, on the morning of the 4th day, the moment came. A party of gold cloaks and Kingsguard knights arrived at the Tower of the Hand in force, clanging the gates open. Sansa shrank back, terrified. Ned's men braced themselves, swords half-drawn, but the captain of the gold cloaks barked that they came under orders from the Queen Regent to escort Lord Eddard Stark to the Red Keep. Bring the girl as well, the knight added. The Queen wishes to see them both. Ned and Sansa exchanged a look. The heaviness in Ned's chest felt like a millstone. We comply, Ned said, laying a hand on Sansa's shoulder. Resistance would only end in bloodshed and perhaps Sansa's immediate danger. We will go peacefully. They traveled in a tight formation, a double ring of guards around them. The city streets were hushed, the windows shuttered. Pools of water glinted along the cobbles. As they ascended the broad steps of the Red Keep, Ned thought of the day he had strode into the throne room to speak the truth, how many lives had changed in that moment. They were brought inside, the gloom of the keep swallowing them. Footsteps echoed on stone. The captain directed them not to the throne room, but to a smaller hall used for private audiences. Along the way, they passed columns carved with dragons. Sansa gazed about, her face pale. She was as tense as Ned had ever seen her. He took her hand, giving it a light squeeze of comfort. Finally, they reached a set of tall doors. Inside, Ned found Cersei seated at a table of polished oak, with Joffrey standing to her left. Alongside them stood Peter Baelish, arms folded, and Varys, looking expressionless. Ser Meryn Trant of the Kingsguard stood behind Joffrey like a statue. Torches lit the space in a flickering glow. Cersei regarded Ned and Sansa coolly as they entered. She signaled the gold cloaks to stand aside. Ned's heart hammered, but he met the Queen's gaze without blinking. Joffrey seemed restless, as if wishing for a more dramatic display of power. Cersei's voice was measured. Lord Eddard, it seems we have reached a point at which we must decide the fate of our city. We have an army outside our gates, sworn to you and your house. We have another threat from Stannis. We cannot fight on two fronts. Therefore, we have decided we will offer you a choice. Joffrey spoke then, in that petulant rasp he used when he tried to sound kingly. Kneel before me, declare your loyalty, and write to your son, commanding him to stand down and return to the north. Then we will allow your daughter Sansa to leave the city, unharmed. We will also spare your life. You will remain here as my guest to advise me, to redeem your treason with loyal service. Sansa's breath caught. Ned felt the trap closing. And if I refuse? He asked, keeping his voice calm. Cersei's eyes flashed. If you refuse, you will watch your daughter die, and then you will die in turn. The boy outside the gates will be forced to assault our walls. With luck, he will fail or at least be weakened, leaving Stannis an easy victory. The realm will bleed, and your name will be remembered only as the cause of a war that ruined thousands." She said it almost dispassionately, as if enumerating facts. Ned's fists clenched. This was the threat hammered into him time and again, but now she spelled it out plainly. They would kill Sansa. The vision made him feel sick. But was there a guarantee they would not kill her anyway, after he surrendered? The Lannisters were not known for mercy. He swallowed. "If I comply, do I have your oath that Sansa goes free, allowed to join her brother with no harm done to her?" "Yes," Cersei said without hesitation. "She will be escorted north by a contingent of loyal knights. She will reach your son safely, or my life is forfeit. We need not spill the blood of a maiden, Lord Stark. I am not a monster." Ned remembered the rumors of what she had done to Robert, the cruelties inflicted on others in her path. But if Sansa's life hung on his next words, was there any real choice? He could see Sansa trembling in the corner of his vision, though she was trying to be brave. Joffrey's mouth curved into a smug smile. "Yes, do it. Kneel and beg forgiveness. Then we'll let the girl go. If you please me, maybe I will make you my hand again. Someone has to run the city once we rid ourselves of your traitorous rabble." Ned took a breath. Honor or love? The old words beat in his head. He thought of Robb outside these walls, forging alliances, prepared to risk everything to save him. He thought of Sansa, who had no defenses but her father's. He thought of his vow to Lyanna. How many must he fail to protect? Already, Jon was flung into a maelstrom, and if Ned tried to stand firm now, Sansa might pay the price. He bowed his head, slowly. "I will write to Robb, commanding him to lift the siege and return north, if you release my daughter first." Joffrey's eyes narrowed. "No. You write the letter and then we release her, if your son obeys." Ned stiffened. "That was not the arrangement we discussed. If Sansa is not freed, I have no guarantee. Nor can I force my son to comply once she has left the city. He leads the Northmen of his own will. I can only request it. If he disobeys, you cannot blame me. Let Sansa go now, and I will do all in my power to end the siege peacefully." Baelish cleared his throat. "Surely there is a middle ground. The girl can be escorted to the outskirts of King's Landing, placed in a secure camp, while Lord Stark writes his letter. Once the army withdraws, she can continue safely." Ned hated every minute of this. They were bargaining for his daughter's life like merchants over salted pork. Sansa looked to him, face pale. He tried to keep his voice from trembling. "If any harm comes to her, I will." "You will do nothing," Joffrey sneered. "You will be our prisoner. Do not threaten me, traitor." Cersei exhaled as if weary. "We are decided, then. You will write the letter tonight. In the morning, we will read it in the throne room before lords and ladies, so they see your public confession that you were misled in accusing Joffrey of bastardy. You will proclaim him the true king, apologize for your slanders, and call upon your son to lift his armies. If you do this, your daughter travels north under the protection of the crown. Do we have an understanding?" Silence fell. Ned pressed his lips together. "This is madness," he thought, "a betrayal of all I know to be true." Yet if it spared Sansa, he had to remind himself that it was not the final end. Robb might not even heed the letter, or the realm might intervene in ways the Lannisters did not expect. At least Sansa might slip from the city's clutches. And once free, perhaps the North would fight on, or some new turn might come. Finally he said, "I understand." Sansa let out a small sob, half relief, half dread. Cersei's expression was unreadable, locked behind a veneer of regal composure. Joffrey gave a curt nod. Baelish only smiled that sly smile, as if he had orchestrated a victory. Varys looked at the floor, quiet. That night, Ned was taken to a smaller chamber within the Red Keep, away from the Tower of the Hand. Sansa was allowed to remain with him, though guards stood outside the door. On the table lay parchment and ink. Ned could scarcely meet Sansa's eyes. She sank onto a stool, twisting her hands in her lap while Ned stared at the blank parchment. After a long silence, Sansa whispered, "Father, I wish you didn't have to do this. It feels so wrong." Ned swallowed thickly. "It is wrong," he said. But if it spares your life, it is the only path I see. Perhaps Robb will see through the ruse. Perhaps there is a way to keep hope alive without letting them kill you." She rose, crossing to him, and gently rested a hand on his arm. "I'm sorry, I once believed in Joffrey's goodness. He was never what I thought." Ned set a trembling hand over hers. "You were a girl with a dream. The fault is not yours. The fault is mine for bringing you into this nest of vipers. For letting illusions last too long." She leaned her forehead to his shoulder, and for a moment they simply stood there, father and daughter, the hush between them filled with heartbreak. Then Ned cleared his throat and picked up the quill. "We do what we must," he said softly, "for those we love." He wrote by candlelight, forging words that twisted his stomach in knots. "To my beloved son Robb Stark, Lord of Winterfell, I, Eddard Stark, write to you in a moment of humility, acknowledging that I have mistaken certain lineages and cast false accusations upon our king, Joffrey Baratheon. I urge you to set aside arms, lift any siege of King's Landing, and return in peace to the north. Our king extends his mercy and goodwill if we but reaffirm our loyalty. Remember the oath our house swore, to serve the crown. We must keep the realm from further bloodshed. By the love I bear you, heed this plea." He paused, pen hovering. That line might be read as a father's desperate request, or it might be read ironically by Robb, who might glean that Ned was forced. He hoped Robb would see the subtext. But so many lives hinged on how these words were interpreted. Sansa stood silent at his back, tears tracking down her cheeks. Ned swallowed and forced himself to continue, writing the official seal that named Joffrey King of the Undulls, all of it. Each S. Stroke felt like a betrayal of everything that burned in his bones. He hated the lie, the humiliation, the cowardice it seemed to represent. But he hated more the thought of Sansa's blood on the stones of the Red Keep. When he finished, he folded the parchment and pressed his seal upon it with the dire wolf of House Stark. The stark black wax seemed like an omen of doom. The quill fell from his hand. Sansa touched his arm again, and he let out a long, shuddering breath. "Tomorrow I speak these words aloud," he said, his voice hollow. "But there is always the chance that Joffrey may renege on his promise, or that the crowd might riot, or that your brother might not accept the letter. War may still come." Sansa nodded, eyes shining with tears. "But at least we tried." They spent a restless night in that cramped chamber. At dawn, Lannister guards came to escort them. Sansa pressed herself close to Ned, and he kept a hand on her shoulder protectively. They led them out to the throne room, which was already crowded with courtiers and onlookers, many drawn by the promise of seeing the traitor Stark kneel. Word had traveled swiftly. Ned recognized scores of faces in the throng, lords from minor houses, gold cloak officers, city ladies fanning themselves, even a few Tyrell envoys. They lined the columns, hungry for spectacle. At the far end of the hall, Joffrey sat upon the Iron Throne, looking like a child playing a wicked game. Cersei stood on his right, wearing a gown of deep green, her hair coiled in golden braids. Beside her was Tyrion Lannister. He must have arrived recently, for Ned had not seen him in many days. The imp's expression was carefully neutral, though he looked weary from travel. On Joffrey's left stood the King Guard, the Hound foremost among them, arms folded. Trumpets blared. A herald's voice boomed. Lord Eddard Stark, formerly Hand of the King, and the Lady Sansa Stark, to pay obeisance to King Joffrey Baratheon. The crowd pressed closer, hush falling. Ned forced his stiff legs forward, guiding Sansa. They walked across the cavernous space of the throne room. Each step felt heavier than the last. At the foot of the Iron Throne, a cluster of Lannister guards parted. Joffrey regarded Ned with a smirk. Cersei's voice rang out, crisp and cool. "Lord Stark, you have come to rectify the slanders you spoke against our gracious king. Proceed." Ned's jaw clenched. He glanced at Sansa, whose eyes shimmered with desperation. Then he sank to one knee on the marble floor, pressing a hand to his heart. Sansa knelt beside him, head bowed. The hush in the hall deepened, every breath seemingly caught. "My king," Ned began, praying that somewhere out there the old gods might forgive him. "I come to you in supplication to confess my error. When I claimed you were not the true-born son of King Robert, I was misled. I allowed false lineages to sway my judgment. In my grief for King Robert, I spoke out of turn." He lifted his head, meeting Joffrey's gaze. "You are the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, the only son and heir of our late king. I humbly beg your forgiveness." A murmur rippled through the hall. Ned saw Pycelle in the corner, blinking slowly, and Baelish in another corner, smirking with satisfaction. He caught a glimpse of Tyrion Lannister frowning slightly, as if he found the spectacle distasteful. Joffrey rose from the throne, savoring the moment. "You see," he called, letting his voice carry. "Even Lord Stark, so-called champion of honor, admits his mistake. Let all of you witness how I show mercy to those who humble themselves." Ned's stomach churned, but he kept his face impassive. He had done his part. Now for the second piece. I have written a letter to my son, the Lord of Winterfell, urging him to end his siege and return to his lands in peace, he continued, forcing each word. If you permit, my king, I will send it today so we may end this conflict before more blood is spilled. The crowd muttered. Some seemed relieved, hoping this meant they would not endure a siege or starve in their homes. Others sneered, calling Ned weak or traitor. Joffrey glanced at Cersei, then flicked his gaze to Ned. Yes, he said, send your letter. And if your son does as you command, all will be forgiven. If he does not, your life is forfeit. Ned nodded, trying not to show the flicker of dread. He had known the risk, but hearing it declared to the throng solidified it. A tremor went through Sansa. He set a hand on her shoulder briefly, a small gesture of comfort. Cersei stepped forward, raising her hands to the court. You have all witnessed Lord Stark's confession. Let no one doubt King Joffrey's legitimacy again. Those who cling to treasonous rumors shall face royal justice. Let the realm be united, not by fear, but by loyalty to our rightful king. A wave of murmurs and scattered applause rose, though many in the hall watched with hawkish eyes. Ned could all but feel the tension seething beneath. The rumor of Joffrey's incestuous parentage would not vanish overnight, no matter what Ned said here. But at least, he thought, Sansa might be safe. That was his sole solace in this humiliating charade. Then Joffrey raised his hand for silence, turning a triumphant stare upon Ned. You have sworn to be my man. Let your daughter stand now, that I may show my generosity. Ned rose slowly, guiding Sansa up. She kept her head bowed, tears trembling on her lashes. He half expected Joffrey to produce a sudden cruelty, but the boy king only snapped his fingers. One of the heralds stepped forward, unrolling a scroll. It is hereby declared that Sansa Stark shall be granted safe conduct north, accompanied by a royal escort of 100 men under the banner of the crown. Upon reaching the boundaries of the north, the escort shall withdraw, ensuring the lady's safe passage to Winterfell or into the care of her brother, Lord Robb Stark. So decreed by King Joffrey Baratheon. Ned heard a few gasps. He was genuinely surprised the escort was so large. Perhaps Cersei intended it both as a show of courtesy and a way to keep an eye on Sansa until the last possible moment. He felt Sansa clutch his arm in faint relief, though she was still trembling. Joffrey smirked down at them. We are gracious indeed. But remember, if your son does not withdraw his armies, this arrangement means nothing. We will hold you, Ned Stark, responsible. Do you understand? Ned inclined his head stiffly. I do. Cersei's face was impassive, but satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. They were winning this round, and she knew it. Then let it be done. Lord Stark, you are free to return to your chambers, under guard, and finalize the letter to your son. Lady Sansa shall depart on the morrow, weather permitting. Sansa's gasp was audible. So soon, she murmured. Her gaze shot to Ned. He gave her a faint nod, forcing a smile meant to reassure. Better she leave quickly, lest the Lannisters change their minds or find new cause to keep her. He faced Joffrey and Cersei, voice subdued. I thank you for your mercy, your grace. The words tasted like ash, but he spoke them nonetheless for Sansa's sake. With that, the guards escorted them from the throne room. The crowd parted, many gawking or whispering behind hands. Ned sensed a swirl of tension. Some looked relieved that war might be averted, others disappointed that there was no dramatic beheading. Joffrey watched them go with a smug grin that Ned longed to wipe away by any means. By the time they returned to the small chamber, Sansa's composure was crumbling. Once the guards closed the door, she burst into sobs. Ned held her gently, stroking her hair. It's all right, he murmured. You're leaving tomorrow. You'll be free of this place. She looked up, wiping her eyes. But you won't be. I'm afraid for you, father. And what if Robb refuses to lift the siege? He might not trust the letter you wrote. Ned closed his eyes, letting out a slow breath. He may see the subtext. Or he may reason that saving you is worth withdrawing. I only pray he does not charge blindly. There are too many unknowns. But better you be away from here. It's the only certainty I have. She nodded, though her eyes brimmed with tears anew. I'll do as you say. If I can reach Robb, I'll beg him to save you somehow. He smiled wanly. That is enough, my sweet girl. But do not take any foolish risks. I need you safe. The rest of the day was a blur of tension. Ned penned another letter to Robb, repeating the gist of his confession, urging him to let Sansa pass safely. He added a second, more private letter to be given to Robb or to Maester Luwin, in which he wrote more cryptic words hinting that he remained a prisoner, forced to say these things. Ned prayed Robb would read between the lines, do nothing rash, find allies, we must move carefully. If Sansa made it north, she could speak the truth. Evening fell and the rain resumed in a fitful drizzle. The next morning dawned gray. The city had rarely looked so bleak. Ned helped Sansa pack what few belongings she had, which was little more than a few dresses, a comb, and some tokens of Winterfell. She trembled, but a resolute light showed in her eyes. She wanted to be brave. When the gold cloaks came, Ned accompanied her to the courtyard. A short column of mounted soldiers waited, the banner of the stag flapping. The captain of this escort was a lean knight with a mustache who introduced himself as Sir Osmond Kettleblack. His eyes flicked over Sansa appraisingly, and Ned bristled inside, but there was nothing he could do. Sansa turned to Ned one last time. "I don't want to go without you," she whispered. Ned embraced her. "You must. This city is too dangerous. Stay alive, stay safe, and hold on to hope. The North remembers." She bit her lip, tears threatening. Then she nodded, letting the guards help her onto a chestnut mare. Ned placed a hand on the horse's neck, gazing up at her. It felt like a final farewell, and the heartbreak of it threatened to overwhelm him. Cersei appeared on a balcony above, Joffrey at her side, watching the procession. The gates swung open. Sansa's escort moved forward. As the column passed through the archway, Sansa looked back, eyes brimming, a single tear tracing her cheek. Ned lifted a hand in silent farewell. Then she was gone. He could only pray she would remain safe. That prayer lodged like a dagger in his heart, filled with fear and guilt and longing. The gates clanged shut, and the city pressed in again with all its treachery and lies. Days passed in uneasy stalemate. Ned remained under guard in the Red Keep, forced to endure 1,000 petty humiliations. Each day he heard fresh rumors. Some claimed Robb Stark was preparing to assault the walls, others that he was in retreat. Some swore Tywin Lannister was marching at breakneck speed and would arrive in a matter of days. Others said that Stannis' navy had been sighted along the coast, ready to blockade King's Landing by sea. The populace grew more desperate, fearing a threefold war around the city. The cost of bread soared again. Lines of ragged peasants gathered at the sept doors, begging the Seven for mercy. Ned's only solace was the faint hope that Sansa was on her way north and, with the gods' grace, might have reached Robb safely. He pictured her riding beneath the open sky, free of these walls. If she made it, perhaps that alone justified his humiliating confession. One evening, as Ned paced the small chamber, a guard hammered on the door. "Lord Stark, come with us. The king commands your presence." Dread prickled along Ned's spine. He had not been summoned in days, and Joffrey's commands usually boded ill. Yet he had no choice. He followed, escorted by 4 gold cloaks and a castle steward with a drooping mustache. They led him not to the throne room, but to a smaller courtyard near Maegor's Holdfast. In the dim torchlight, Ned glimpsed tall, forbidding walls and a single table set with goblets. Joffrey stood there, arms crossed, scowling at something. As Ned approached, he realized there were 2 figures kneeling in the courtyard, hands bound behind their backs. One was a large, bearded man in soiled traveling leathers, the other, a younger man with dark hair, wearing a tattered cloak pinned by a clasp shaped like a trout, the sigil of House Tully. Ned's heart gave a start. Could it be some messenger from Riverrun? Joffrey turned at the sound of footsteps. Torchlight cast shadows across his features, making him appear even more gaunt and cruel. "They're Stark," he said curtly, gesturing at the prisoners. "I'm told these 2 tried to sneak messages to your son. They were caught near the Mudgate. Treason, yes?" Ned felt a coil of anger. "They look like travelers, not spies." Joffrey's lip curled. "My gold cloaks found letters on them, telling Robb to keep the siege strong, urging him not to trust the crown. That's treason, plain and simple. And since you claim to be my loyal subject, I want you to pass sentence." Ned's stomach twisted. He recognized the old custom, the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. A tradition of the North. But hearing it from Joffrey's lips made it sound monstrous. The 2 prisoners looked up, faces streaked with grime and fear. The older one croaked, "My lord, I was only carrying a letter from my brother. I had no idea it was seditious." Joffrey drew his own short sword, a fancy blade with gold filigree, and extended the hilt toward Ned. "Take it. You be the headsman if you claim loyalty." Horror enveloped Ned. "Your grace, they should stand trial. The realm's law." Joffrey's voice turned shrill. "I am the law. You said you serve me, not your son. So prove it. Execute these traitors or confess again that you are the real traitor here." Ned's fists trembled. He glanced at the 2 men. Perhaps they were little more than peddlers or small folk roped into some message carrying. Maybe they had been pressed by a northern scout to deliver word. Joffrey wanted a spectacle, a demonstration of Ned's forced obedience. He took a breath, calling upon the memory of all he had been taught. A lord does not kill for cruelty or convenience, but only in the name of justice. Was this justice or a twisted mockery? If he refused, Joffrey might kill them anyway and might punish Ned further. Sansa's safe passage could still be undone if the Lannisters found an excuse. The knowledge choked him. Choose, Joffrey hissed. I grow impatient. Ned took the offered sword. It felt awkward, unbalanced. He gazed at the blade, then turned to the kneeling men. In the north, he would have demanded their names, asked them to speak in their defense. This was no court, though, just a courtyard lit by torches and overshadowed by tyranny. I am no headsman, Ned said hoarsely, but for their sake, I will do it swiftly. It is the only mercy I can give. He stepped forward, ignoring the smirk on Joffrey's lips. Your names, Ned said quietly, knowing how little comfort a name was in these final moments. The older man's voice shook. H. Harry's M-Lord. I was a blacksmith's son from the Trident. The younger man's eyes brimmed with tears. Titomas Mallister. My mother was a cousin to Lord Jason Mallister. I served as a squire. I only carried the letter because they offered me coin. Ned's mouth felt like sand. The sense of injustice was overwhelming. Neither man looked cunning or dangerous. He suspected their treason was a trifling matter, some rumor or letter that might not even be accurate. Yet Joffrey demanded blood. Forgive me, Ned whispered, heart pounding. He raised the sword, trying to steel himself. If he balked, they might be tortured instead, or Joffrey would find some other cruelty. Best to make it quick. That was the only pity left in this pit of hell. He brought the sword down on Harry's first, a clean blow that ended the man's terror in one stroke. Blood spattered the courtyard stones. The younger man cried out, twisting against his bonds, but 2 gold cloaks held him in place. Ned's vision blurred. He lifted the blade again. All those lessons in the god would about not shrinking from the act weighed upon him. He wanted to throw the sword away, scream that this was no justice, only murder. But Sansa's face, ghost-like in his mind, froze him. He let the blade fall. The second man died as swiftly as the first. The courtyard was silent but for the drip of blood. Joffrey's laugh broke the hush, a high, cruel sound. Well done, Lord Stark. Perhaps you do serve me after all. Ned turned, feeling numb, the sword hanging from his hand. Joffrey gestured to a guard, who took the blade from Ned. Let that be a warning to others, the boy king said, loud enough for the watching men. Any who conspire with the Stark rebels shall meet the same fate. He spun on his heel and strode away, cloak swirling, with a cluster of gold cloaks in tow. Several lingered to deal with the bodies. Ned stood there, chest tight, the torchlight painting the courtyard in lurid hues of red. He had killed men in war, in personal combat, to uphold law. But this felt like the blackest deed of his life. They were petty messengers, hardly criminals. And he had done it under Joffrey's lash to protect his daughter's uncertain freedom. Varys emerged from the shadows, faces white as a sheet. My Lord Stark, he murmured, voice quavering. I had no notion the king would force this. I'm sorry. Ned swallowed bile. No, you're not. Or if you are, it changes nothing. One day, the boy will pay for these crimes. He turned and walked away, leaving the bodies behind. The guard captain escorted him back to his chamber. This time, Ned did not protest. He felt hollow, his soul weighed down by an act he could never undo. That night, he had nightmares of the courtyard, of severed heads and Joffrey's laughter. In the dream, the boy's face morphed into the visage of the Mad King, cackling amid wildfire flames. Ned woke in a cold sweat. Outside, the city slumbered fitfully, oblivious to the new atrocities that might greet them with the dawn. Over the following days, the tension grew worse. Robb Stark had not visibly withdrawn his army, though no assault had come. That left King's Landing half-starved, fearful, always braced for a storm. Word reached the keep that the River Lords had begun rallying in greater numbers to Robb's side, incensed by Lannister raids. Tywin was said to be approaching from the west with thousands of men, but not quickly enough to dispel the fear. Meanwhile, uncertain tidings spoke of Stannis raising a fleet along the coastline, ready to sail on the city at any moment. The watchers on the walls saw sails on the horizon, though no one knew whose they were. Then came the news that the Vale had closed its high roads. No help would come from Lysa Arryn, who hid behind the Ares stone ramparts. In the midst of this chaos, Ned discovered, almost by accident, that Tyrion Lannister had pressed for negotiations with the North in secret. He learned it from one of his guards who overheard the imp conversing with Varys. Tyrion, it seemed, was less sanguine about Joffrey's style of rule. Perhaps the imp recognized that if the city fell to Robb or to Stannis, the consequences for House Lannister could be dire indeed. One afternoon, Tyrion requested a private audience with Ned. Surprised, Ned agreed, curious about what the dwarf might say. In a small antechamber near the kitchens, with 2 gold cloaks standing well out of earshot, Ned faced Tyrion across a battered wooden table. The heat of the day lingered in the stone walls. "So, Lord Stark," Tyrion began, leaning on the table with both elbows, "it appears you are still alive. That's something, I suppose." Ned kept his tone guarded. "I owe that life to your nephew's love of spectacle, not to any lack of malice. True, Joffrey has a gift for making enemies." Tyrion's mismatched eyes glimmered in the torchlight. "It's one reason I insisted on returning here, to see if I could mitigate the damage. Alas, he seldom heeds me. Have you heard from your daughter?" Ned's heart clenched. "No, but I pray she is far along the King's Road by now. Out of reach." Tyrion nodded. "The escort should deliver her safely to the edge of your brother's host, assuming none of our dear nephew's men get creative. I tried to choose guards who fear me enough to obey, but we live in uncertain times." Ned studied him. "Why do you do this, Lannister? Is it your father's command that you appear so conciliatory? Or do you have your own reasons?" Tyrion smirked faintly. "Let's say I've no desire to see the realm torn to bloody pieces if it can be avoided. Joffrey's methods are likely to provoke the worst outcome for us all. My father is a fearsome warlord, but King's Landing under siege from 2 or 3 directions is not a winning strategy. So, I am exploring alternatives. If your son is the biggest threat, perhaps we can craft an understanding. A settlement of sorts to repel Stannis or any other challengers. The Lannisters might share power with the Starks, in some form." Ned's lip curled in distaste. "Share power? Joffrey is no rightful king, and even if you stabilize the throne, the truth of his parentage cannot be undone. The realm will not abide incest. If you truly wish to avoid war, perhaps you should consider abdicating the throne altogether." Tyrion let out a dry laugh. "Forgive me, but that isn't in Cersei's nature, nor is it in my father's. We both know that, and if we speak of rightful claim, there is also Stannis' claim and that rumored Targaryen boy. If all the realm recognized the boy from the Wall as Rhaegar's heir, would the North rally behind him? Would the Stormlands? The Riverlands? Would the people truly bow to a Targaryen after Robert's rebellion? Unlikely, or at least uncertain. We are in a swirling sea of claims. My suggestion is that we find a lifeboat." Ned pressed his hands flat on the table. "I cannot dissuade Robb from seeking justice. You saw what your nephew has done. He forced me to kill men, threaten my daughter, starve the city. Robb will not yield easily, nor should he. I wrote that letter because I had no choice, but that does not mean the North forgives this." Tyrion sighed, toying with a stain on the table's surface. "I see. Then we are left with war, unless we contrive some miraculous compromise. War that could last months, even years, leaving King's Landing in ruins. I wonder who will sit the throne when the dust settles? Perhaps Stannis, with your son's head on a pike and my sister's as well." Ned said nothing. Tyrion studied him. After a moment, the dwarf's voice softened. "You are an honorable man, Lord Stark. That's not a compliment in the city, but I find it refreshing in a way. If you see a better path, I'm open to hearing it." Ned met his gaze. "A great council," he said quietly. "Let the lords of Westeros convene as they did to decide the succession after the Great Spring Sickness or after the death of the last Targaryen of the main line. Let them weigh the claims, see the evidence of Joffrey's parentage, hear of Jon's lineage if they wish, consider Stannis, and choose. Peacefully." Tyrion's mouth twisted in a wry half-smile. "A fine notion. And would my father and sister simply submit to the will of such a council? Would the Tyrells? Would Stannis? Not to mention this Targaryen boy if he emerges at last. The factions are many and each sees itself as rightful victor. A great council might devolve into rancor or never form in the first place." Ned exhaled. "Yes, it might, but it is the only path I see that does not end in a river of blood. We need to gather the realm's principal lords, lock them in a hall, and not let them leave until they come to terms on the crown." Tyrion considered that, tapping a finger on the table. "I'll bear the suggestion in mind." A council might appeal to the likes of Mace Tyrell, who fancies himself a kingmaker. But Cersei will not easily yield. She fears losing everything if it is placed to a vote. And she might not be wrong, most lords would side with Stannis or the Targaryen. In that case, Ned said flatly, the war continues. Unless you or your father find a path to reason. I cannot conjure peace on my own. Tyrion nodded once. I appreciate your candor, my lord. For the sake of the realm, I hope Sansa reaches your son safely and that cooler heads might yet prevail. If all fails, well, he left the sentence unfinished, rose from his seat, and gave a short bow. The gold cloaks escorted Ned back to his chamber. Days turned into a fortnight. The city's fortunes continued to deteriorate, bread became scarcer, fish wagons were looted, violence stirred in the winding alleys of Flea Bottom. Joffrey, angered by the unrelenting tension, took to patrolling with Lannister guards, arresting random small folk for treasonous talk. Executions became a daily spectacle outside the gates. Ned was forced to watch from his window as heads adorned spikes on the walls. He prayed that Sansa and Robb were beyond the Lannisters' grasp, but he took no solace in the knowledge that others still suffered. At last, fresh horns sounded beyond the city. Word spread that a massive host approached from the west, Tywin Lannister's army. The city stirred with hope that relief had come, but just as quickly came new tidings that Stannis' fleet prowled Blackwater Bay, cutting off seaward escape. Meanwhile, the north still stood encamped to the north and east of the city, blocking many supply routes. The threat of a triple siege loomed. Ned realized that King's Landing had become a tinderbox, and all three armies had brought torches. If any force attacked, the other might exploit the chaos. The small folk would be trapped between hammer and anvil. Perhaps the Lannisters might attempt some sortie to push Robb's lines back so that Tywin could enter unimpeded. Or Stannis might strike while the city was distracted. The outcomes seemed uniformly bleak. On the night that Tywin's outriders were first spotted, Ned sat in his chamber, gloom pressing upon him. A fierce yearning for the peace of Winterfell seized him, so strong it nearly unmanned him. He pictured the godswood, the quiet snows, the crisp northern air. To be free of this wretched city, these hateful intrigues. He would have given anything. But he could not leave, not if it meant condemning Sansa to danger, or leaving Arya, wherever she was hidden, to her fate. And the vow to Lyanna still beat in his heart, compelling him to protect Jon's claim, or at least not to bury it. A guard's knock interrupted his reverie. Lord Stark, came the muffled voice. We have a visitor. Ned's brow furrowed. At this hour, nearly midnight, who would come? Varys or Tyrion, or Baelish with some new scheme? Send them in, he muttered, weary. The door opened, revealing a hooded figure flanked by gold cloaks. The figure pulled back the hood, and Ned blinked in surprise. It was Howland Reed, his old friend and ally, Lord of the Crannogmen, who had fought beside him at the Tower of Joy. Ned had not seen him in months, perhaps longer. The sight of that lean man with haunted eyes jolted Ned's memories of the past. Ned, Howland said quietly, I've come a long way. I heard rumors of war and your revelations. That Jon Snow is Rhaegar's son. Ned's heart pounded. Howland, gods, how are you here? The roads are dangerous. The Lannisters let you pass. Howland nodded. I traveled in disguise as a hedge knight, paid bribes when needed. I also said I carried a message from the neck for the crown. That got me this far. The real question is, are you well? I hear dreadful stories from the city. Ned shook his head. As well as a prisoner can be. I've had to kneel, confess falsehoods, watch men die. War is coming if it is not already here. You know the truth. You were there when Lyanna entrusted the babe to me. Everything is unraveling now. Howland stepped closer, placing a hand on Ned's shoulder. We always feared this day would come, if the secret was ever known. Is there any chance to keep Jon safe? Ned's voice was raw. He remains at the wall, sworn to the Night's Watch. Stannis wants the throne for himself. Joffrey clings to it with his mother's claws. My own son, Robb, is outside the walls with an army. The Targaryen name is emerging from the shadows, and the city stands at the brink of a triple siege. Howland frowned, gripping Ned's shoulder firmly. Then let us see what can be done. I came not just to see you, but to speak on Jon's behalf if the realm questions his parentage. I can testify that Rhaegar wed Lyanna in secret, that the boy was legitimate. If there is a great council, I will stand for him." Ned felt a flicker of gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. But I fear the city might not last long enough for such a council. The Lannisters want to keep the crown by force, and Stannis sees no reason to accept a Targaryen. Everyone wants blood. We're out of time." A grim determination glinted in Howland's eyes. "I've no illusions, Ned. But I'm here, and I will help however I can. If we can get you out of the city, you..." Ned shook his head. "It's not so simple. They hold me under watch, and even if I fled, they might retaliate on my men left behind, or on Arya if they found her. But we can talk more. Maybe there is a path I haven't seen." He glanced at the gold cloaks, who stood at a respectful distance. "Let us have privacy," Ned said. They nodded, stepping outside to allow the door to shut. All that night, Ned and Howland conferred in hushed tones about the memories of the Tower of Joy, the vows to keep Jon safe, and the swirl of alliances that might form or fail in the coming war. Howland offered to slip out of the city again to deliver a message to Robb or to Stannis, if that might forge some ceasefire. Ned was uncertain, but every path seemed better than letting King's Landing burn. The two old friends shaped a plan, tentative, fragile, but possibly the only hope. Howland would attempt to contact Stannis' agents in secret, propose a parley with the North to see if an alliance might be made against the Lannisters. In exchange, perhaps Ned's life and Arya's safety would be guaranteed, along with some acceptance of Jon's claim. It was a wild gamble, but it might peel away one threat from the city, forcing Cersei to face a more unified front. They parted at dawn. Howland left quietly, again disguised. Ned gave him a letter of introduction to Robb in case he made it to the northern camp, detailing that Howland was a trusted ally who knew the truth of Jon's birth. It was the only tangible step Ned could take toward untying the knots strangling the realm. In the days that followed, Ned heard no immediate news. It might take time for Howland to slip past the lines or find Stannis' men. Meanwhile, the city bristled with rumor that Tywin Lannister was close to the western gates, that Stannis' fleet sailed near the mouth of the Blackwater, that Robb Stark's outriders patrolled the north roads. King's Landing was encircled on 3 sides by armies and on the 4th by warships. Many whispered that the city was doomed to fall, that 1,000,000 might starve or burn. Then, one fateful evening, horns blared on the walls. Tywin Lannister's vanguard had arrived and was pressing to enter the city. Robb's outriders skirmished with them near the gate, and a pitched fight erupted, echoing across the fields. Joffrey was in a frenzy, bellowing that the gold cloaks must open the gate for his grandfather, while the watchers on the walls claimed Stark spears menaced them. Ned, from the window of his quarters, saw smoke on the horizon, flickers of flame in the twilight. The siege had begun in earnest. Minutes later, a clang of steel erupted within the Red Keep itself. Ned's guard stiffened. Shouts echoed through the corridors. Something was happening. Ned stepped toward the door, but the gold cloaks outside slammed it shut, bolting him in. Through the thickwood, he heard frantic footsteps. A distant roar, wildfire, or some new conflagration. He looked around, caged, uncertain if the keep was under assault from within. He thought of the stories of the Mad King's final days, how Lannister men had poured through the gates to take the city from the Targaryens. Now, was it Robb's men? Or Stannis's? Or had Tywin arrived with such force that the castle was in uproar? Then the door burst open and a figure rushed in, a young man in the plain garb of a servant, wide-eyed and panting. "My lord, you must come. The king, someone tried to kill him, or so they say, and the keep is in chaos. Your guards have fled. Hurry." Confusion roiled in Ned. "Who are you?" "No time," the youth pleaded, beckoning desperately. "They'll blame you. Some are already saying it's a Stark plot. You must hide or escape, or the gold cloaks will take your head." Torn between suspicion and desperation, Ned snatched up a sword from the table. "Show me the way out quickly." He followed the young man into the corridor. Bodies lay strewn, a pair of gold cloaks with their throats slashed. Screams echoed from somewhere deeper in the keep. Torchlight revealed confusion at every turn. Ned's mind whirled. Had a faction risen to overthrow Joffrey? Or was it some infiltration from outside? All he knew was that the Red Keep was devouring itself in chaos. If someone was trying to blame the Starks, Ned would be the prime target. He had to find safety, or at least a vantage, to see what was happening. They ran down a side stair. More bodies, open doors, the smell of smoke. Suddenly, 3 gold cloaks came around a corner. The young man gasped, and Ned braced for a fight. One of the guards recognized Ned. "There he is. Kill him. For the king." They rushed forward, weapons raised. Ned's sword met the first man's thrust, parrying. The clang echoed in the narrow passage. He sidestepped and drove his blade forward, catching the man beneath the ribs. The second man lunged at Ned's flank, but the young servant jabbed him with a small dagger, enough to spoil his attack. Ned pivoted and cut him down. The third tried to flee, but Ned's blade slashed across his leg, sending him sprawling. He left him moaning, pressing onward. All around, the keep roared with conflict. "This way," the youth shouted, guiding Ned through twisting halls. They reached a servant's corridor behind the royal kitchens. Smoke billowed and Ned coughed, ice stinging. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning pitch. In the distance, an explosion rocked the stones. Wildfire, perhaps. They emerged into a small courtyard. Rain had started again, spitting from the sky, turning the stones slick. Flames licked from a nearby tower window. Ned stared, stunned to see the red keep itself ablaze in places. Shouts rang out from the walls. The city was lost in confusion. Then a distant crash reverberated. Perhaps the main gate had been forced open for Tywin's men. Or perhaps Stannis had launched an assault by sea. All Ned knew was that the old order was collapsing and the keep was no longer safe. If he remained, the Lannisters or some mob would tear him apart. He had to flee. The young man tugged his sleeve. "Come on, my lord." Ned realized with a start that they were near the postern gate on the eastern side. If they could slip out into the city, they might vanish in the swirling chaos. The thought of leaving behind any hope of retrieving Arya made Ned's heart clench, but he had no notion where Arya was hidden now. Varys or Yoren of the Night's Watch might have taken her. For all Ned knew, she could already be gone. His every instinct shrieked that he must find her, but the rising flames and the rampaging gold cloaks left him no clear path. Another explosion shook the keep, closer this time. Great plumes of greenish fire glowed in the sky. Terror seized Ned's heart. The city was undone. At last, he steeled himself. If he died, he saved no one. He prayed Arya might be safe. He prayed Sansa was beyond the city. He would flee now and try to regroup, find a way to salvage what remained. Grimly, he followed the youth to the postern gate, hacking aside a panicked guard who tried to bar their path. They emerged into the muddy street beyond, where crowds of half-crazed small folk were running in all directions. Some carried sacks of loot, others dragged screaming children, all terrified by the flames rising from the keep. A rumor sped among them that the Targaryen dragons had returned, spewing green fire on the fortress. Others shouted that the Wolf King had broken in or that Stannis was bombarding them from the river. The night glowed an eerie green from the wildfire's reflection, an omen of devastation. Ned pressed through the throng, the servant at his side. "We must reach a safer quarter," Ned said, coughing in the smoke. He had no illusions about the city's labyrinth. They might be cut down by gold cloaks or by the mob, but he saw no alternative. Step by step, he advanced into the darkness, trusting only to fate and the faint hope that beyond this terror, a chance remained to save his children, to find Arya, to join Robb's cause or parley for peace, to survive. Behind them, the red keep glowed like a funeral pyre, lighting the stormy sky in flashes of lurid green. The thunder of collapsing towers and the screams of thousands rose in a hideous chorus. The wheel of war had turned, unstoppable, grinding bone and flesh beneath it. As Ned Stark vanished into the night, a single thought beat in his head, echoing as loud as his hammering heart. "I have done what I must. Now let the gods judge." Ned Stark moved through the ragged streets of King's Landing with the stranger at his side, a swirl of ash and smoke following them like a dark cloak. Flames danced on the rooftops behind him, the red keep itself lit by bursts of wild, greenish fire, more wildfire explosions, or perhaps an alchemist's storehouse set alight in the chaos. All the while, panic seized the city. People tore past him in terror, arms filled with what little they could carry. Others crouched in shadowed alleys, clutching knives and cowering from gold cloaks who roamed in packs, as much a threat as any invading army. He pressed on, his mind reeling from the shock of it. Only a short while before, he had been a captive in the keep, forced to confess lies to protect Sansa. Now the entire fortress looked to be devouring itself from within. Bells tolled erratically across the rooftops, each clang like a shriek of alarm. The reek of burning pitch swirled in the air, choking Ned with every breath. He clutched the hilt of his sword, senses on a knife point. The nameless young man who guided him was panting, stumbling in the crush of panicked citizens. Ned tightened his grip on the stranger's shoulder to keep them both upright. A donkey cart overturned nearby, throwing a woman and her child into the mud. They scrambled to their feet, pale with shock. Shouts and shrieks echoed from the next winding street, accompanied by the clang of steel. Gold cloaks, or Lannister men, or some new band of attackers, it was impossible to be sure. "Where are we going?" Ned asked roughly. The youth had said they must escape, that the gold cloaks had orders to kill Ned on sight. But flight in King's Landing's twisting warrens was no easy feat. To the river, the lad said, gasping for breath. If we can find a boat, we might go upster. Or down. Or we might slip across the Blackwater if we're fortunate. Ned doubted that fortune would favor him this night, but he nodded. The youth guided him down a narrower lane jammed with terrified small folk. Yet even with the frantic press of bodies, no one seemed eager to linger. The chaos was so widespread that no single group of watchers or guards was stopping people. Some gold cloaks had shed their cloaks and run. Others were out in force, rounding up men at random. In the distance, Ned heard a rallying cry of "For the king," answered by mocking curses. The city was close to a full riot. At a small square near a boarded-up tavern, half a dozen Lannister men-at-arms in crimson cloaks were trying to form ranks. They brandished spears at a mob of peasants who hurled stones and insults. As soon as Ned and his companion rounded the corner, one of the Lannisters spotted them. "There. That's Stark." The soldier's shout rose above the crowd. Ned did not hesitate. He seized his guide and hauled him toward a side alley. A spear whistled past them, striking an awning post and rattling to the cobbles. The mob seemed uncertain whether to block Ned's path or the Lannisters. In that moment of confusion, Ned and the youth ducked between two wattle-and-daub homes, the walkway so narrow Ned had to turn sideways. The men-at-arms shouted, but the press of fleeing small folk and the hurling of more stones kept them at bay. Ned heard more curses and a scream. He forced himself not to look back. There was no time. If the Lannisters caught him, he would be dragged back to the keep or executed on the spot. Smoke thickened here, drifting across from some blazing structure. The youth covered his mouth with a rag, coughing. Ned squinted, eyes stinging. Yet onward they went. In the distance, he heard the faint roar of the Blackwater rush. The notion of a boat felt like a slender hope. So many people might be trying the same route, and the water itself might be patrolled by Stannis' ships or by Joffrey's galleys. Or by the Tyrell fleet if the rumors of their alliance still held. Still, it was a direction, a chance. They stumbled down a slope that led toward the riverfront, weaving past more terrified small folk. A few shops had been looted, broken shutters and splintered doors littered the street. A dead man lay face down in a puddle, a crossbow bolt between his shoulders. Ahead, an older woman wailed, holding a limp child in her arms, rocking back and forth. The sight of it made Ned's heart twist. This city is a horror now, he thought. Perhaps it had been a horror all along, concealed by gilded illusions. A fresh explosion boomed behind them, lighting the sky a sickly green. Cries of alarm rang out from the walls. Wildfire in the Queen's ballroom, someone shouted. Get away. Another voice called, the Targaryens have come back to burn us all. The swirl of rumors had grown so insane that Ned did not know what to believe. But the fortress on the hilltop was ablaze in patches, that much was clear. Suddenly, across the thoroughfare, a patrol of gold cloaks appeared, 8 or 9, haggard, blood-spattered. One pointed a halberd at Ned. Seize him. The rest advanced, faces grim. Ned's pulse pounded. An alley to the left was blocked by debris. A row of shuttered stalls lined the right. They had no easy way out. The youth lifted his small dagger, face pale. Ned raised his sword. I want no quarrel, he said, though he knew they would not heed. Let us pass. You're the traitor, snarled the guard. King Joffrey wants your head. They rushed. Ned parried the first blow, driving the tip of his blade into the man's chest. The second came from the side. Ned twisted, managing to block again, but nearly lost his footing in the thick mud. The youth darted forward to jab at a man's leg, making him howl. Another gold cloak lunged, his halberd whirling. Ned barely sidestepped in time. The swirl of steel was a blur. He heard the clang of metal, the shouts of the men, the frightened cries of onlookers. Dimly he realized at least 3 of them lay dead or dying, but more pressed in, enough to overpower him if they were bold. A spear grazed Ned's calf. He hissed and kicked the spear aside. Another gold cloak tried to grab Ned from behind. Ned spun, slamming his pommel into the man's jaw. The youth ducked in, raking his dagger across the guard's throat. The remaining 2 guards glanced at each other, then turned and fled. Ned exhaled shakily. He had seldom fought street skirmishes like this, and it weighed on him. Each kill tore at his soul. But he had no choice. There was no place here for a gentle lord's ways. He and the youth stumbled away, their clothes splattered with mud and blood. Down the slope, the houses grew more ramshackle, pressed close together. The smell of the river was stronger. If they could just reach the wharves. Ned's leg stung from the spear cut, but it did not feel too deep. We must hurry, he gasped. Before they could go 20 steps farther, a new figure stepped into their path, a gaunt, bald man in a ragged cloak. He held a crossbow. At first, Ned thought he was another robber or gold cloak, but the man only spat on the ground and said, "You'd be wise to turn back, friend. There's not at the docks but more chaos. The ships are on fire or they've fled. And the men still there will cut your throat for a place on a skiff." The youth grimaced. "We'll take our chances. Move aside." The bald man aimed the crossbow. "Show me your coin and maybe I'll let you pass untroubled." Ned had never felt so weary. "We have no coin," he said and raised his sword. "Go on then. If you want blood, we'll give it to you." For a moment, the man wavered. Then he grunted, "Not worth the trouble," and turned away, trudging off into the gloom. Likely off to find easier prey. Ned thanked the gods for small mercies. They continued down. Soon, they could see the outline of the Blackwater Rush, black as its name, swirling in the rainy gloom. Flickers of torchlight revealed a line of old quays and piers. Some had partial scaffolding or rotting planks. Others lay wrecked. A handful of battered boats rocked at anchor. Soldiers with Lannister sigils might have been posted, but Ned saw no sign of them. Instead, the wharves seemed to be a battlefield of ragged men, each trying to force his way onto a vessel. He crept closer, sword ready. He saw armed brutes swinging clubs at a group of people pleading for passage. An old, half-blind fisherman tried to cast off from the pier, but a bigger man leapt aboard, threw him overboard, and shoved a weeping woman away. Ned's heart clenched. So many innocents desperate to flee. The city was devouring itself. Across the dark water, pinpricks of lights flickered, ships at anchor, or maybe Stannis' blockade. Thunder rumbled again, echoing from the far hills. The youth crouched behind a crate. No chance of buying a seat. "We'll have to steal a boat or a skiff if we're to cross." Ned surveyed the docks. One battered rowboat bobbed, tethered to a crooked post. If they could reach it unseen. But half a dozen men lurked on the wharf. The stench of fish guts and stale river water mingled with the acrid smoke drifting from the city. "Stay low," Ned whispered. They crept toward the boat, hugging the shadows of stacked crates. Shouts rose from the far pier where men fought over a modest trade cog, cursing each other's mothers. The noise covered the sound of Ned's steps. He knelt near the rope securing the boat, testing its knot. Then a ragged voice behind them growled, "Back off, that's ours." Two men stood there, each with a rusted sword. One had a face pitted with pox scars, the other was missing half an ear. They glared with desperate eyes, stances tense. Ned's temper was frayed to the edge. "We need this boat to leave the city," he said, voice hoarse. "Let us take it or share it and we'll spare you." The man with the pox-scarred face sneered. "Spare us? You're outnumbered 2-2. And that scrawny boy can't fight." The youth bristled. "You might be surprised." Ned tried reason first. "We can row together, find some shore beyond the fighting. Better than cutting each other's throats." They hesitated, eyes flicking from Ned's sword to the youth's dagger. Then a fresh explosion somewhere in the distance shook the ground. The men flinched, uncertain. The pox-scarred one spat, "Fine, but don't try anything." Quickly, Ned nodded. He began untying the rope, heart in his throat. Any second, these two might decide to kill them. But the man with half an ear clambered into the boat while Ned steadied it. The boat rocked dangerously. Ned offered the youth a hand and they both followed the first man in. The second jumped aboard last. The battered rowboat seemed too small for four, but at least it wasn't swamped. "Row, then," said the pox-scarred one, glancing around warily. "Before the rest come." Ned shoved off, guiding them away from the quay. One of the strangers took the oars, though his technique was rough. The youth hastily uncoiled the extra rope, as if to check it. Firelight flickered on the black water, revealing drifting debris and half-sunken hulks. The entire river seemed clogged with wreckage, a testament to the near siege outside. Ned's stomach tightened as he thought of the blockade. If Stannis' or the Crown's war galleys were out there, a single glimpse of them might mean archers. In the near darkness, they might slip by, or they might be spotted and fired upon. The rowboat glided slowly across the current, each stroke pulling them farther from the blazing city. The sky above reflected the lurid green and orange glows of burning structures. Smoke clung low, stinging Ned's eyes. They made it perhaps half a mile downriver, creeping along the southern bank. There, the land was dotted with smaller huts and fishing shacks, also overshadowed by panic. Lights flickered around them, torches from men on the shore, from pickets or militias. Some might be Stannis's, others might be just local toughs. Ned weighed the risk of landing. If they landed near any large force, he might be seized. But the alternative was drifting aimlessly down the river in a leaky rowboat. The poxguard man hissed, "We should find a quiet spot, grab supplies, then we can slip away into the countryside." Ned was too exhausted to argue. The youth nodded in agreement. They angled for a place where reeds grew thick, hopefully near a shallow bank. As they neared, though, a voice shouted from the darkness, "Halt and declare yourselves." A watery splash indicated waders or men in the shallows. Ned glimpsed the shine of steel. One of the boatmen cursed. He reached for his sword. Ned realized if they fought here in the water, it would be chaos. "We are travelers," Ned called, "fleeing the city's fires. Let us pass." A second voice spat, "By whose leave? Don't move or we'll gut you." The boatman at the oars panicked, digging the oars in too strongly. The rowboat lurched, nearly capsizing. The youth yelped. Ned tried to steady them, but the momentum carried them sideways. He caught a glimpse of shadowy figures among the reeds, 4 or 5 waiting with spears. They lunged. One spear jabbed the poxguard man in the side. He howled, toppling overboard. The water churned. The other boatman slashed wildly at the shapes with his rusted blade. Ned twisted to fend off another spear thrust. His sword clashed against the spear shaft. The youth lunged forward to help, but lost his balance and tumbled into the reeds with a splash. Shouting came from all sides. Ned had no idea who these men were. Bandits or perhaps some local militia. The boat rocked dangerously, shipping water. Another man stabbed at Ned from the left, forcing him to parry again. A roar behind him. The half-eared boatman had seized the spear wielder by the throat, dragging him halfway into the boat. They fought in a swirl of limbs. Ned grit his teeth, kicked out at a second attacker trying to climb over the boat's side. The attacker toppled back with a curse. Everything was confusion and darkness, lit only by a half-moon and distant firelight from the city. The reeds hissed and rustled. Ned realized the boat was drifting away from the shallow bank, carried by the current. The half-eared boatman shouted in anger, "Get off me!" and delivered a savage blow with his sword. Blood spattered. Then an arrow whistled from somewhere unseen, and the boatman let out a strangled cry, slumping over. The rowboat spun slowly, adrift. Ned glanced around for the youth, but saw only the churn of water and the faint shape of thrashing arms. Another arrow skimmed the water near the prow. He had to act fast. Dropping to a crouch, he found the oars free. With one quick heave, he rowed them backward, away from the bank. An arrow thunked into the boat's side. Water seeped in, but not fast enough to sink them immediately. Ned rowed again, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. The swirl of the current caught the boat, carrying it downstream. Shouts and curses receded. When the boat finally drifted clear, Ned looked back to see the poxguard man and the half-eared man both gone, likely dead or overboard. The youth was nowhere to be seen. Ned felt a surge of horror. Had his rescuer drowned in the reeds? He could do nothing, for the men on the bank might fill him with arrows if he lingered. With a heavy, sick feeling, he allowed the river to pull him onward. The stench of smoke continued to waft from the city, swirling overhead. Ned rowed with ragged strokes, scanning the banks for any sign of pursuit. He saw none. Many minutes passed. Gradually, the sounds of battle and panic faded behind him. King's Landing shrank into a burning glow on the horizon, flickers of flame licking the night sky. He might have sobbed from sheer exhaustion and sorrow, but he pressed on instead, focusing on survival. The river was broad here, and the current strong. At times, he spotted shapes of bigger ships anchored midstream. He took a wide berth, not wanting to draw the attention of watchmen. If any were Lannister or royal ships, he might be seized. If they were Stannis's, he might be questioned and treated no better. Without a single friend left, Ned drifted like flotsam. At last, as dawn's gray light crept across the east, Ned spotted a patch of rocky shoreline on the southern side. He guided the battered rowboat in, exhausted. The boat was half full of water and would not have lasted much longer. He waded ashore, boots squelching. No sign of habitation, just a few stunted trees near the river's edge, with rolling hills beyond. He limped onto drier ground, every muscle aching, the spear cut on his calf throbbing, collapsing against a trunk. He gave in to exhaustion for a time. He drifted between fitful sleep and uneasy waking, haunted by nightmares of the city aflame, of Sansa's face streaked with tears, of Arya's uncertain fate. In that delirium, he recalled the sight of the Tower of the Hand, how it might be burned to cinders now, along with half the Red Keep. Memories churned, Joffrey's mocking grin, the blood-soaked courtyard where he had been forced to slay 2 men, Sansa's trembling farewell, the conflagration of wildfire dancing in the sky. Hours might have passed. Eventually he stirred, ravenous with hunger. He had no provisions, no coin, little more than the drenched clothes on his back and his sword. A day earlier he had been a lord, albeit a captive lord, but now he was more akin to a beggar or a hedge knight. He forced himself up, wincing at the pain in his calf. The wound needed tending or it might fester. Searching the shoreline, he found some tattered reeds he could bind around his leg as a makeshift bandage. The cut was not mortal, but it was swollen and angry. He limped deeper inland, following a faint trail. The land on this side of the Blackwater was less populated, though a few scattered farmsteads might exist. He considered which direction to head. If he went west, he might eventually cross paths with Tywin Lannister's forces, which would be doom. South might bring him into the Stormlands, where Stannis held sway. That might be slightly better. Or he could try to circle around, eventually recross the river north of the city and seek Robb's encampment. That felt the most logical, if also the most dangerous. In truth, he had no certain knowledge of which roads were controlled by which faction. The realm was in chaos, with armies ravaging from every side. He walked a mile or two, chest tight with thirst and pain, though the day was mild. Crows cawed overhead, circling farmland that appeared abandoned. Finally, he spotted a small cottage beneath an oak. It had a thatched roof and a wisp of smoke from the chimney. Warily, Ned approached, hand on his sword. Could be bandits, or could be decent folk. At this point, he would risk it for a mouthful of water and maybe some cloth for his wound. He knocked on the door. Silence for a moment. Then it creaked open, revealing an old woman with wispy white hair. She glanced at him, suspicious, eyes traveling over his muddy boots and sword. "Who are you?" she demanded, voice cracking. Ned forced a weary smile. "A traveler. I've come from the city, escaped it. I beg a bit of water, perhaps a bandage for my leg, if you have such kindness." She eyed him. "You a soldier?" "No," Ned said. "Only a weary man who wants no trouble. I can offer you my labor for a day if you'll let me rest a while." She hesitated, then beckoned him inside. The cottage was cramped, with a table of rough wood and a single shelf of clay pots. The smell of onion soup simmered over a small hearth. Ned's stomach clenched with hunger. He let her help him to a stool. She gave him water from a chipped cup and he drank gratefully. "Your name?" she asked at last, still eyeing the sword at his hip. "Call me Eddard," he said, dropping the Stark for now. It felt strange to hide his name, but these were desperate times. "Might I know yours?" She sniffed. "I'm Helia. My man died 2 years back, so I live alone. You say the city's on fire?" He nodded grimly. "Yes. War has come to it. Men are fighting for the throne. I doubt it's safe in any direction." She scowled. "It was never safe to begin with. My father said as much, God's rest him." Then she motioned to his leg. "Show me." He gingerly pulled up his torn trouser leg. She clicked her tongue at the sight of the encrusted blood and swelling. She fetched a rag and some herbs from a tin. "We used to treat boar hunting injuries for lords in the Stormlands," she said. "I was a servant once, though that was many years ago. I can do a bit of healing if you don't flinch like a child." Ned smiled wanly. "I can bear it." While she cleaned and bound the wound, Ned couldn't help but think how surreal it was to be sitting in this poor cottage after the nightmares of King's Landing. He owed this old woman a debt. "You were generous," he said. "I'll repay you, I promise." She gave him a wry look. "Coin's worthless if an army marches through and burns this place. If you're strong enough to chop wood, that's something. Or help me fix the fence. My goats wander." He nodded, a faint pang of gratitude lifting his spirits. He might gather his wits here, rest a day. Then he would decide whether to head north to find Robb or south to treat with Stannis or something else. That night, he slept on a straw pallet near the hearth. The old woman offered him a bowl of onion soup. Despite the watery flavor, it was the best meal he'd tasted in weeks. Under the roof of this humble cottage, the war felt distant for a moment. But when Ned closed his eyes, he saw the Red Keep in flames, Joffrey's cruelty, He heads on the walls. He dreamed of Sansa out in the wild somewhere, of Arya lost in the city, and it took all his strength not to weep. At dawn, he rose stiffly and fetched water from the well. His legs still ached, but the bandage had helped. He spent the morning cutting wood, hauling it to the side of the cottage. His muscles burned with the exertion, though in truth he welcomed the honest labor. It reminded him of Winterfell's yard, the simpler duties of a castle that were free of intrigue. Helia watched him from the doorway, arms folded. Around midday, while stacking logs, Ned heard hooves on the dirt path. 2 riders approached the cottage. He ducked behind a corner, hand on his sword. Helia stepped out, squinting in the sunlight. The riders wore mismatched armor. One had a battered breastplate with a chipped lion insignia, the other a patched cloak. Mercenaries or deserters? "Hail, old woman," the lead rider called. "We've come from the city. Might you have a scrap of food for hungry travelers?" Helia's posture stiffened. "I've little enough for myself." The second rider laughed harshly. "Don't be shy. We can pay or we can take." Ned cursed silently. If they pressed for trouble, he'd be forced to fight them. 2 men, both armed with swords and daggers. He might best them if he had surprise. He carefully peered around the corner. Helia huffed. "Wait there," she said, retreating inside. But the first rider dismounted, stepping forward. "Hold up, we're hungry now," he said, voice menacing. That was Ned's cue. He emerged from behind the cottage, sword in hand. "The lady said she has little to spare. Best you move on." They spun, startled. The first rider, tall, stubbly, with a sneer, laughed. "Well, look at this. A tough man with a sword. That your farm, friend?" Ned didn't answer. The second rider dismounted as well, frowning. "2 of us, 1 of you. We'll take what we like. Step aside or lose your head." Ned had no desire to shed blood in Helia's yard, but these men looked hungry for theft or worse. He advanced a step, raising his blade. "Leave." They hesitated. The first sneered, "We can carve you up." "Don't think we won't." But Ned saw the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Perhaps they sensed he was no common farmer. Something in his stance or the set of his jaw. The second man, nervous, shorter, a missing tooth, chuckled to cover his fear. "What if we kill you and the old woman both? Then we feast." "Eh?" Ned stepped forward faster than they expected, pressing his sword to the shorter man's throat. "Draw and I kill you now." The tall one swore, hand hovering near his hilt. Ned's voice was cold, honed from years of training. "I have no coin. She has none. There's nothing here for you except death. Go." A moment of taut silence. Then the tall rider lifted his hands, feigning calm. "All right, friend, all right. We were just asking." He tugged on his partner's sleeve. The shorter man glowered but backed off, stepping away from Ned's blade. They mounted up, muttering curses, and rode away, leaving a swirl of dust. Ned exhaled, lowering his sword. Helia reappeared, scowling. "Trouble all around these days. It'll be worse if armies come." She was right. Ned realized this land might soon be ravaged by one faction or another. Perhaps he had no moral right to remain. Still, his leg was not fully healed and he needed a plan. He set the sword aside and resumed chopping wood, letting the physical labor calm him. By late afternoon, Helia called him inside for more soup. She asked about the war, and he explained in vague terms that the Lannisters and the Starks were at odds, that Stannis Baratheon also claimed the throne, that the city was a battlefield of ambition. She listened in grim silence. "I had a sister who once served at Storm's End, years ago," Helia said quietly. "She always said that Stannis was the most unyielding of the Baratheons. If he sets his mind on the throne, he'll fight to the last man." Ned nodded. "Aye. He's a hard man, but not cruel without purpose. I only fear the innocent will suffer." She shrugged. "They always do. If you have any wits, you'll keep moving, find your kin. Strength in numbers. An old woman like me, well, if the war passes through, I'll do what I must. Hide, maybe?" Her words resonated. Strength in numbers. He needed to find Robb and see whether Sansa had reached him safely or if the war's tide had turned. But that meant traveling north, around the city, or through the riverlands. Lannister forces roamed the roads. Tywin was rumored to be near King's Landing. Or he could try heading southeast, circling around the Crownlands to find Stannis, though trusting Stannis was a perilous gamble. That evening, Helia found an old cloak of rough wool for Ned to replace his mud-spattered garments. He thanked her softly. She only nodded as if uncomfortable with kindness. Once the sun sank behind distant hills, Ned gazed out the small window, heart heavy. If the war raged on, how many more cottages like this would be burned? Had King's Landing by now been sacked or half destroyed by the triple threat of Tywin, Robb, and Stannis? Sleep was fleeting and haunted. At dawn, he resolved that he must depart. Helia tried to insist he stay longer, but Ned only shook his head. I must see if my son has come south, and I must find news of my daughters." She did not pry further. She offered him a satchel with a half-loaf of coarse bread and a small skin of water. "A traveler's fare," she said. "You've done enough chores here to earn this. Take care not to let the wrong men see it. They'll kill you for less." Ned clasped her hand. "Thank you. You saved my life. If the gods are just, they'll keep you safe." She managed a brittle smile. "The gods stopped being just a long time ago, I think." He bowed his head, then set off along the rutted path that wound away from the river. The rising sun cast pale light on rolling farmland, patched with woods. Despite the chaos beyond, this place felt peaceful. Yet he could not stay. Each step reminded him of the vow he owed his family. He prayed that Sansa was far from harm, and that Arya might be hidden until she could slip free. He prayed for Robb, who might be locked in battle near the city's walls. And he thought of Jon, far to the north on the wall, perhaps unaware of the city's fiery ruin. It felt like a lifetime ago that Ned had unmasked Joffrey's parentage and named Jon a Targaryen. That single act had toppled the realm's fragile balance. He trudged north for half a day, crossing farmland that looked to have been harvested weeks prior. Now the fields lay empty and still, except for crows pecking at stray grains. At midday, he spotted a distant column of smoke to the west. Could be another farm aflame, or a band of soldiers encamped. He kept his distance, not wanting to test fate. By late afternoon, the path led him into a patch of dense forest, the branches whispering overhead. The hush of the woods felt oddly soothing after the clamor of the city. As dusk neared, he heard horses again. Heart pounding, he slipped behind a fallen log. Through a gap in the trees, he glimpsed a party of riders. Nearly a score with battered armor, dusty cloaks, and no single sigil. Mercenaries or brigands, they led 2 pack horses, stuffed with loot or supplies. Ned clenched his jaw, quietly moving deeper into the underbrush. If they spotted him, it would be a fight he might not survive. The horsemen passed, oblivious. Ned waited until their hoofbeats faded, then resumed his path. He pressed on for 2 more days, sleeping rough in copses of trees, rationing his bread and water. Twice he spotted distant shapes on the horizon, campfires of some armed company, but he avoided them. His leg improved slightly, though it still pained him. He found a small stream and refilled his water skin, washed his ragged face. The reflection in the water startled him. Hair matted with grime, a bruise purpling his cheek from some scuffle, eyes shadowed by exhaustion. The proud Lord Eddard Stark was nowhere to be seen in that battered visage. On the 3rd day, near midday, he reached a crest from which he could see far across the rolling plains. He froze at the sight of a large encampment. Tents, banners, men on patrol. An army, or the remnants of one. He crouched behind a low bush, straining to see. He spotted more than a few banners flapping in the breeze. Even at this distance, his heart stuttered when he recognized the gray direwolf of House Stark. Robb. A cluster of other sigils ringed the area. The Tully Trout, the Sunburst of Karstark, the Giant of Umber, the Flayed Man of Bolton. All were assembled. Relief warred with caution. An entire northern army was below. They might welcome Ned, or they might be so on edge that he risked an arrow if he approached recklessly. He decided to circle around, find a vantage near the main road leading into the camp. He had come so far, he did not want to get skewered by a jumpy sentry. Clouds gathered overhead, threatening rain. He picked his way down carefully, guided by the knowledge that the North's outriders often patrolled. Sure enough, he encountered a pair of mounted scouts an hour later, wearing Stark colors. He stepped into the open with hands raised, calling, "I am Eddard Stark, take me to my son." Their reaction was immediate. One drew his sword, the other his bow, and they demanded he identify himself properly. Ned repeated his name, tried to show them his face. The men looked stunned, then suspicious. "Lord Eddard is presumed dead or captured," said the bowman. "Some say he was executed." Ned gave a weary sigh. "I assure you, I am he. Look at me closely. You were at Winterfell, were you not?" The swordsman peered at him. "By the gods, it might be you indeed. The shape of your face," he lowered his sword. "We must take you to the camp at once." Ned nodded. Relief threatened to unman him. Finally, after all this horror, he might stand among his own. He allowed the men to escort him. They gave him a horse, though they watched him warily as if still half expecting a trick. The ride to the camp took the better part of an hour along muddy paths lined by northern outriders with drawn bows. When they neared the perimeter, men in stark cloaks rushed forward, astonished. Word traveled like wildfire. By the time they reached the heart of the camp, a crowd of northern soldiers had gathered, gawking at Ned with open amazement. One voice shouted, "The Lord of Winterfell lives." Another cried, "It's a ghost or a trick." A swirl of confusion and excitement erupted. Ned, overwhelmed, dismounted stiffly. His calf ached, but he forced himself upright. He recognized the great John Umber striding forward, mouth agape. Roose Bolton, pale-eyed and inscrutable, stood nearby. Midge Mormont was there, as well, arms folded in shock. And then "Father," a voice rang out, and Robb Stark burst through the throng, hair disheveled, eyes wide with disbelief. A powerful wave of emotion gripped Ned. Robb was taller than he remembered, the lines of his face sharpened by war. Ned opened his arms and Robb flung himself forward, embracing his father. For a moment, Ned closed his eyes, clinging to the son he feared he might never see again. He felt Robb trembling. "Gods be good," Robb breathed. "We heard so many rumors. That you'd been killed. That you were rotting in the Red Keep. How are you here?" Ned struggled for words. "I escaped the keep during the fires and fighting. I can scarcely believe it myself. I had to hide in the countryside to avoid the Lannisters. It's a long story." He pulled back, eyes scanning the camp. "You're all right? Where is Sansa? Did she reach you?" Robb's features clouded. "She's safe. She came to us 10 days ago, escorted by a band of knights sworn to the crown. I nearly refused them entry, thinking it a trick. But they handed her over and rode away. She was shaken, father, but unharmed." Relief surged through Ned so intensely that he almost sank to his knees. Sansa was alive indeed. The confession and humiliations had not been in vain. "Thank the gods," he whispered, voice tight. "And Arya?" Robb winced. "We've no sign of her. Some said she was seen fleeing the Red Keep weeks back, but we haven't found her among the refugees." Ned's heart constricted. At least Sansa was safe. Arya must still be out there, or perhaps hidden. He forced himself to remain composed. There would be time to search further. Right now, he had to understand the state of this army. He looked around at the ring of northern banners. "Robb, what is our situation? Is the city fallen?" Robb ushered him into a large command tent. Inside, a brazier glowed with coals, taking the chill off the late afternoon air. Several northern lords followed, curiosity blazing. The great John bellowed a cheer. Roose Bolton inclined his head with a half-smile. They all waited for Robb or Ned to speak. Robb poured Ned a cup of watered wine, hands trembling slightly as he did so. "Father, so much has happened. We advanced on the city weeks ago, but Joffrey wouldn't yield. Then Lord Tywin marched in from the west, and Stannis' fleet pinned the port. The city was on the brink of a triple siege. We skirmished with Lannister forces outside the walls, but the city's gates remained shut. The great John rumbled, we were ready to storm them if need be. Then rumors spread of wildfire inside the city, of sabotage or an uprising. Next thing we knew, the gates burst open to let Tywin's vanguard inside. That triggered chaos. Stannis started bombarding from the riverside. We tried to maintain our lines, but we nearly clashed with Tywin's men on the field. Then came news that the Red Keep was burning." Roose Bolton's voice was soft but precise. In the confusion, Joffrey nearly lost control of his own gold cloaks. Men deserted, fights broke out. Tywin's arrival seems to have only worsened the chaos within the walls. Some claim half the city rose against Joffrey, outraged at his cruelty. Others say an assassin tried to kill him. By nightfall, wildfire was raging in several districts. Robb took up the narrative again. "We held our position for a time, thinking to intercept any Lannister host that tried to sally out. But then came new tidings. King Joffrey was alive but wounded. Parts of the Red Keep had collapsed in flames. Refugees poured from the city. Tywin's men were forced to quell riots. Meanwhile, Stannis landed more troops on the far side, near the Blackwater. The city was about to tear itself apart." Ned felt chills. "Gods. So, who holds the city now?" The lords exchanged glances. Midge Mormont snorted. "No one. Or everyone. Tywin has a presence, but not total control. Stannis' men have a foothold in the harbor. Joffrey's banner still flies atop some towers, but it seems half the gold cloaks deserted or turned brigand. Word is Cersei might have fled, or she might be holed up with a fraction of Lannister loyalists. It's a bloody mess." The great John slammed a fist into his palm. "We wanted to strike in the middle of all that chaos, kill the boy king in the confusion. But Lord Robb waited. He said we must be cautious for Sansa's sake, and for the small folk who'd be slaughtered if we forced a huge assault. Then the city basically burned on its own. Ned closed his eyes, imagining the horrors. Sansa arrived safely, you said. Then, you pulled back from the walls. Robb nodded. Yes, I moved our main forces back a few miles to better ground. The farmland here provides us with more supply, and we can watch the main roads. The city's not going anywhere. If they want to sally, let them come. But they're too divided now to do so effectively. Stannis remains on the southern side, apparently. Tywin's pinned in the city or just outside, uncertain if he should retreat or push forth. Everyone's suspicious of everyone else. Ned sipped the wine, grateful for the warmth. It sounds like the realm teeters on the edge of anarchy. If the city is in that state, do we know if Joffrey still calls himself king? Or has Stannis proclaimed his victory? Bolton answered, We hear that Stannis proclaims himself king daily, but the lords are not flocking to him. Many still fear Tywin Lannister's wrath. Some houses wait to see who emerges from the city's ashes with the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Targaryen question remains. There are rumors swirling about a Targaryen heir named Jon Snow, or Jon Targaryen, in the north. The lords who hate the Lannisters and Baratheons might rally behind a Targaryen, or so they say. Others scoff, not believing the boy exists. Ned rubbed his temples. The magnitude of the crisis was staggering. The boy exists, he murmured. He's at the wall. I told the world. They might believe or not, but the truth stands. I only hope he's safe. Robb stared at him, a swirl of emotions in his eyes. Father, I've heard that story from Sansa, that you revealed Jon's parentage, that he is Rhaegar Targaryen's son. Is it true? Ned nodded slowly, meeting his son's gaze. It is. I kept it secret for your Aunt Lyanna's sake. She made me swear to protect him from Robert's hatred of Targaryens. I never meant for it to come out like this, but once I learned Joffrey's truth, I couldn't remain silent. Honor demanded it. The city is paying a price, the realm as well. But Joffrey is no rightful king. Robb inhaled, releasing the breath in a slow exhalation. Jon's at the wall, a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. So, if the realm decided he was the rightful Targaryen heir, would that override his vows? Ned's mouth felt dry. I don't know. It's unprecedented. Jon would not want to break his oath. Yet the realm might need him. Even then, half of Westeros still curses the Targaryen name. Stannis would never relinquish his own claim willingly. Midge Mormont nodded. It's a vexing thing. But for now, our concern is the war at our doorstep. That city is a pit of vipers. The question is, do we stay here, do we retreat, or do we try to finish off the Lannisters? Ned gazed at Robb. What do you command, my son? It seems you command these lords now. A flush touched Robb's cheeks. I've done what I could in your absence, father. I tried to rescue you, but we were locked out. At first, I considered a direct assault, but that would have cost thousands of lives. Then you told me in a letter to keep caution. I'm grateful we did. The city has undone itself from within. The great Jon boomed, you have to see the bigger picture, Lord Stark. Tywin's forces remain dangerous. They're near the city, battered but still large. We outnumber them now, though, since many of his men have deserted or died in the city. We might defeat Tywin in open battle if we pick the ground. After that, Joffrey is finished. Stannis remains, Roose Bolton said softly. He might march around the city and engage us, or he might wait for us to clash with Tywin. We don't know if he seeks alliance or sees us as an enemy as well. He is not prone to compromise. But perhaps a shared hatred of the Lannisters will suffice for a time. Ned listened, mind racing. Stannis is rigid, but he values law. He knows Joffrey is no true heir. Maybe we can propose a pact. Defeat the Lannisters, dethrone Joffrey. Then let the realm decide if they prefer Stannis or someone else. He hesitated to mention Jon, but that possibility loomed. The city might accept Stannis more easily than a Lannister or a Targaryen if the Targaryens are remembered only for the Mad King. But we must avoid further bloodshed among small folk. Too many have died already. Midge made a derisive noise. Too late for that, I fear. But we can try. Robb squared his shoulders. We have a chance to break the Lannisters. Once and for all. Then we can force a council or something of the sort. If Stannis tries to overshadow us, we'll fight him if we must. But maybe we won't have to. His gaze flicked to Ned. Father, you should rest. Recover your strength. But your counsel is needed. The men will want to hear it. Ned exhaled. I will do all I can. I only ask to see Sansa first. Robb smiled, relief shining in his tired face. Of course. She'll be overjoyed to know you're alive. They led him to a tent near the center, guarded by a pair of tall Northmen. Inside, Sansa stood with her back turned, wearing a plain gray cloak. She turned at the commotion. The moment her eyes landed on Ned, she let out a choked cry and rushed into his arms. He held her tight, feeling how fragile she was. She sobbed against his chest, repeating, "You're alive? Oh gods, you're alive." He stroked her hair, tears in his own eyes. "Yes, my sweet girl. I escaped that cursed city. You made it here safely? Are you well?" She nodded, face pressed to his shirt. "They didn't hurt me, father. They only threatened me so often. The knights who escorted me were cold, but they delivered me as promised. I was so scared. I thought they might kill me on the road." He leaned down to kiss her brow. "I'm sorry you endured that, but you're safe with Robb now and with me. We'll keep you safe." She drew a shaky breath, stepping back. Tears glistened on her cheeks, but her voice was steadier. "I was so afraid for you, father. They said Joffrey might have you executed, or that you might die in the fires. I prayed to the Seven every night." He brushed her hair aside gently. "Your prayers must have reached them or the old gods or both. I'm here now." She looked older to him somehow, as if the horrors had stripped away the last illusions of childhood. Her eyes shone with relief and a lingering sadness. "Arya?" she asked, voice trembling. He shook his head. "Not found yet, but we won't give up searching." Robb, standing by the tent flap, murmured, "Arya's name is on everyone's tongue. We have scouts watching the roads for a girl of her description. She might be hidden among refugees. If she hears you're free, or if your presence becomes known, maybe she'll find her way here." Ned nodded, heart heavy with longing. But at least he had Sansa in his arms, and the northern host at his side. Small mercies. That evening, a great feast was not possible. They were in the field, supplies were rationed, and morale was guarded. Still, the lords insisted on some modest ceremony to welcome Ned's return. Around a central fire, the chiefs of houses gathered. Great John Umber clasped Ned's arm with enough force to bruise, laughing and calling for wine. Roose Bolton offered a cool, polite greeting, as though measuring Ned's presence. Rickard Karstark and Galbart Glover arrived too, each expressing relief that Ned lived. They spoke in hushed tones about strategy. The consensus was that Tywin's army was pinned in or around the ruined city, lacking supplies, forced to subdue a rebellious populace. Stannis, with his stern discipline, had a partial advantage on the southern bank. No one knew for certain whether Stannis would attempt a direct assault on Tywin or Parley with him. The North's vantage outside the city to the north and west let them watch the major roads, intercepting any Lannister foraging parties. Indeed, the realm was in a three-way standoff, each side wary of the others. Before they could determine a final course of action, a messenger arrived near midnight, escorted by northern guards. Robb and Ned emerged from the tent to meet him. The messenger was a lean man in drab clothes, carrying a small satchel. He bowed, introduced himself as Harbert of the Stormlands, sent by Lord Stannis Baratheon. Ned immediately stiffened, exchanging a glance with Robb. Harbert cleared his throat nervously. "My Lord Stannis has heard rumors that Lord Eddard Stark has returned from the city. He sends me to confirm this and, if true, to convey that he desires an audience." The Great John let out a low growl. "Stannis wants an audience, does he? On whose ground?" Harbert swallowed. "He proposes a meeting between Lord Stark and himself with equal escorts on neutral terrain somewhere south of the city. He says it is urgent for the realm's future. He knows that the Boy King's hold is shattered. Lord Tywin clings to scraps. Lord Stannis believes an alliance with House Stark could finish the Lannisters once and for all." Ned felt a surge of conflicting feelings. He remembered the conversation with Robb about forging an alliance to dethrone Joffrey and Tywin. If Stannis was indeed open to parley, it might be the quickest way to end the war with fewer dead. But he also knew Stannis's inflexibility, his unwavering sense of his own right. Would he accept any alternative claim? Would he punish the Targaryen boy if Jon came forward? Robb studied Ned, voice hushed. What do you think, father? Ned hesitated. We can meet, but we must be cautious. Stannis is no friend of the Targaryen line. He might want my head if he believes I'm upholding Jon's claim. Or he might threaten the North if we don't bend the knee to him. Still, better a parley than further slaughter. We can propose a great council or some means to unify the realm. The great Jon snorted. You trust him not to set a trap? Ned's mouth tightened. Trust is the wrong word. But what choice do we have? War is a worse gamble. If we can glean his intentions, so be it. Roose Bolton tapped a finger on his pommel. Send word that we agree to a meeting in 3 days' time upon an open field. 100 men each, no more. If Stannis breaks his word, the North will come for him. Robb nodded. Aye, that's fair. Father, will you go yourself? Ned felt the old pang of worry. Every time he had gone to negotiate in good faith, King's Landing or otherwise, it had led to peril. But he could not shrink from it. I will. We'll make sure we have loyal men at our side. So they gave the messenger that reply. He departed into the darkness. Ned retreated to the tent, his mind churning. Sansa had retired, exhausted. Robb lingered to speak with the lords. Ned lay down, though sleep did not come easily. He stared at the flickering shadows on the canvas, recalling the day he first told King Robert that the realm must not rest on a lie. Now, Robert was gone, and the realm was closer to ruin than ever. If Stannis could be reasoned with, maybe there was hope for a stable peace, though how stable, Ned could not say. The Targaryen question lingered. So did the question of how to rescue Arya if indeed she still lived. Morning arrived with a pinkish sky, and Ned rose to speak with Robb. They planned carefully for the parley, selecting 100 men they trusted implicitly, among them veterans from Winterfell's guard. Ned insisted that no matter what, they maintain discipline, no jests or brash words that might provoke Stannis. The great Jon scowled but relented. Those days passed in tense expectation. Scouts reported that Tywin was fortifying positions near the city gates, possibly planning to hold them until reinforcements could arrive from the Westerlands. Stannis' lines remained to the south, controlling the harbor and some roads. Smaller forces loyal to the crown or Lannisters roamed the countryside in disorganized bands, some turning to brigandage. Meanwhile, more refugees trickled out from the city, hungry and half-mad with fear, which the northern host tried to feed when possible, though supplies were limited. Sansa helped distribute bread and water, tears in her eyes at the suffering she witnessed. The men admired her compassion, calling her a true lady of Winterfell. Ned felt both pride and sorrow. She had grown so much through hardship. At last, the appointed day arrived. Ned, Robb, and their 100 rode south at dawn, banners furled. They found an open field a league from the burned outskirts, a place where no trees or hills offered advantage for ambush. Northern spearmen spread out in a broad perimeter, watchful. Soon, Stannis' party approached from the east, a formidable column of mounted knights and footmen in Baratheon livery, many bearing the fiery heart and stag device that rumor said was Stannis' new personal sigil. Ned frowned at that. Had Stannis embraced some strange red faith from across the sea? Whispers had reached them of a red priestess at Stannis' side, but no one was sure. When they drew close, the two forces halted, forming parallel lines. Each side parted to allow the leaders forward. Ned rode out, accompanied by Robb, the great Jon, Roose Bolton, and a few others. Stannis likewise rode at the head of his men. He looked much as Ned remembered. Lean, balding, jaw clenched, eyes dark with unwavering purpose. A red-garbed woman rode a few paces behind him, with hair the color of copper. That must be the red priestess the rumors spoke of. They halted in the center, a stone's throw apart. For a moment, they regarded each other in silence. The wind stirred the tall grass. Stannis' face might have been carved from iron for all the emotion it showed. Lord Stark, he said at last, voice taut. I had thought you parted your head from your shoulders after the city's fiasco. I escaped, Ned answered bluntly. Now I stand with my son and the northern lords. You sought this meeting. Speak. A faint flicker in Stannis' eyes. Perhaps mild surprise at Ned's bluntness. We waste time playing a courtesy. Very well. You know that Joffrey is not Robert's true son, that the city is in flames, that Tywin Lannister tries to preserve a lie. I mean to claim the Iron Throne that is mine by rights of law. The only question is whether the North shall stand with me or against me. If with me, we can break the Lannisters. If against me, he paused. I will do what must be done. Robb bristled, but Ned lifted a hand to silence him. We do not deny Joffrey's illegitimacy, Ned said. We have fought the Lannisters, and we have reason to see them defeated. But the realm is in chaos, and many question your claim. Some speak of a Targaryen heir in the north, Rhaegar's son. Others call for a great council to decide. What say you, Lord Stannis? Stannis' mouth tightened. A Targaryen? I've heard that rumor. I care not. My claim supersedes any Targaryen nonsense. Robert seized the throne through right of conquest, and I am his elder brother. The line passes to me. If some bastard in the Night's Watch thinks he can challenge me, let him come out from behind the wall. Robb bristled further. That bastard is my father's blood. Ned pressed Robb's arm gently, cautioning him. Jon Snow is no threat to you at present. He is sworn to the Watch, but the realm might demand to hear his case if we hold a council. Are you prepared to respect the will of the lords if that is what they decide? Or must we all yield to your sword? Stannis' lips thinned. I do not yield claims that are mine by law. The lords' will does not overturn lineage. But I am no fool. If the entire realm spurns me for a Targaryen boy, what would be the difference from the fiasco we have now? Chaos unending. Still, let us first crush the Lannisters, seat me on the throne, restore order. Then we can debate further fantasies of Targaryen heirs. The great Jon growled. You assume we want you on the throne. Why should we not proclaim the north free of southern rule? A murmur of agreement rippled among some of the northern lords. Ned felt tension mount. Stannis' face darkened, though he did not shout. Because the realm must stand united against the external threats we face. Winter is coming, and the Night's Watch is near ruin. Wildlings stir beyond the wall, and rumors speak of darker powers. The realm cannot fragment now without dooming us all. His words struck a chord in Ned. Stannis spoke of the Watch of Winter. Perhaps he realized that fracturing the realm would be deadly if the old legends proved true. Ned remembered the dire warnings from Benjen, from old histories. He also recalled that Stannis commanded a certain respect among many lords for his unyielding sense of duty. Robb stared at Stannis, unsmiling. I marched to free my father and protect my sisters. I have done so. The Lannisters remain a threat. If you propose an alliance to defeat them, speak plainly. But do not assume you will command the north afterward. Stannis lifted his chin. Very well. I propose that you and your northern lords join me in an assault on Tywin Lannister's forces, or starve them until they yield. Once the Lannisters are broken, Joffrey's false crown is finished. I will assume the Iron Throne. In gratitude, the North shall receive certain concessions, autonomy in local matters, reduction of certain taxes or tributes. I am not unmindful of the help you offer, but I will not abide a separate kingdom. We must remain one realm. Ned weighed the words. It was more than many kings might offer. Still, it was no guarantee that Stannis would keep his word once enthroned. Yet, if they demanded full independence, Stannis might turn on them, leading to more war. For a moment, Ned almost longed for the simpler times when he had only to guard the north. But that was gone. He cleared his throat. Stannis, do you guarantee, under your new monarchy, the safety of my family and the right of the North to preserve its traditions? Will you respect the possibility that the lords might call a great council to examine all claims after the Lannisters are defeated? Stannis' brow furrowed. Examine all claims, including that Targaryen boy's? I said I do not yield. But if the lords wish to gather and speak, I can listen, secure in the knowledge that law favors me. If the majority choose otherwise, well, they would be defying the line of Baratheon. But let them speak. I am not the Mad King, to scorch them for words alone. However, if they try to seat a Targaryen, they will find me unrelenting in arms. A flicker of relief touched Ned's heart. That was more restraint than he had expected. Then perhaps we have a basis. For now, we share a common enemy. The Lannisters. If we unite our forces, Tywin cannot stand against us, especially with the city in chaos. I propose we coordinate our next move, surround the city fully, and demand Tywin's surrender. If he refuses, we reduce him by siege or by battle. But we must protect the small folk as best we can. Too many have died. Stannis nodded curtly, agreed to an extent. Let us see how swiftly we can force Tywin's hand. If he attempts to slip away west, we can intercept him. If the city starves, that is Tywin's doing, not ours. But I will not risk open gates or mercy if it allows the lion to regroup. He must be crushed. Robb exchanged a long glance with Ned, then sighed. I suppose that is our best path to rid the realm of Lannister rule. We will want terms in writing, though. I'll not risk my men's lives for a promise unkept." Stannis gave a short, stiff bow of the head. "So be it. We shall draw up a formal agreement. I will ride to my camp, consult my lords, and meet again in 3 days' time at the same place. If you have stipulations, put them in writing. Once we sign, we join forces to break Tywin." Ned inclined his head. "Aye, let it be so. For the realm's peace." Neither side smiled. The talk was cold, cautious, but a deal seemed to form. They parted in uneasy truce. As Ned rode back with Robb and the Northern Lords, the great Jon let out a hearty bark, slapping Ned on the shoulder. "You always did have a knack for forging alliances, my lord. Let's hope it doesn't bite us in the arse." Ned could only murmur his agreement. Stannis was no friend, but he was an honorable man in his own stern way. If they could bring down Tywin and Joffrey, perhaps that was the lesser evil. In the quiet of his mind, though, Ned reflected on the question of Jon and whether the realm might one day decide a Targaryen was preferable to the Baratheons. If that day came, Stannis would not yield lightly. But for now, one war at a time. They returned to camp where Sansa and the others awaited news. When told of the prospective alliance, the lords muttered among themselves. Some disliked yielding the North's autonomy. Others feared Stannis' rumored new faith. But most recognized that with the city in ashes and Tywin still dangerous, unity was the only hope of ending the war quickly. That night, Ned sat with Sansa beside a small campfire while most men feasted on roasted turnips and salted pork. The air was crisp, stars overhead. Sansa wore a heavy cloak, her hair braided back. He studied her face in the firelight, seeing the quiet determination there. She asked about the Parley, and he explained gently what it might mean. She bit her lip. "If we align with Stannis, does that mean he becomes king, father? I remember when you said Joffrey was false, that maybe Jon had a better claim. But Jon is at the wall. He never wanted a crown, did he?" Ned's heart felt heavy. "I don't know what Jon wants now. His vow binds him to the watch. The realm might call him, or might ignore him. Stannis will not simply surrender if the lords choose differently. But let us focus on the immediate threat. If we do nothing, the city starves, more innocents die, and the Lannisters might rally." She nodded, tears glinting. "I only wish none of this had happened. I wish we could go home to Winterfell." He stroked her hair softly. "I wish the same. With luck, we will. We must endure a while longer. There's still Arya to find." Sansa exhaled shakily, gazing into the fire. "Yes. If she's alive, she'll never stop trying to get back to us." Ned squeezed her hand. "Then we'll keep searching." The next few days brought frantic missives between the northern camp and Stannis' lines. Scribes wrote out proposals for the alliance. Lords from both sides grumbled about details, who would command which flank, how to handle the city, how spoils, if any, would be divided. Ned insisted on minimal looting or civilian harm, but Stannis' men were non-committal beyond "we punish traitors." Tension simmered, though no open conflict erupted. Finally, the day of signing arrived. Ned and Robb led another armed column to the field. Stannis did likewise. In the center, scribes unrolled parchment and the leaders affixed their seals. The watchers clapped politely, though the mood remained grim. Stannis set a date to converge with northern forces around the southwestern approach to King's Landing, forming a combined ring that Tywin could not easily breach. From there, they would demand surrender or fight. Ned could sense the war's pivot. If Tywin tried to break out, they might corner him. If he stayed, the city might starve or burn further. Either way, Joffrey's false reign was near its end. After the signing, Ned mustered courage to approach Stannis privately. The Red Priestess stood at his shoulder, silent, her eyes unsettling. Ned hesitated, then said to Stannis, "A question, if you would. Arya Stark, my younger daughter, if your men find her, will you see her return safely to me?" Stannis gave a curt nod. "I hold no quarrel with your daughter. If she is discovered among the refugees, she shall be returned. You have my word." Ned inclined his head. "My thanks." He glanced at the priestess, meeting her bright gaze. Something about her made him uneasy, as if she looked right through him. A faint smile curved her lips, but she said nothing. That night, the northern host prepared to march around to the southwestern roads, in step with Stannis' men. Scouts reported that Tywin had tried to send out foraging parties, but the small folk rose against them. The entire region around King's Landing had become a patchwork of violence. Many peasants cursed the Lannisters for their cruelty, as well as any soldiers who threatened them. War had turned all order to chaos. Ned's chest felt tight as they decamped. He longed to see the conflict ended soon. He prayed they could oust the Lannisters without further slaughter. But war seldom yielded to prayer. They set out at dawn, the column stretching for miles, Stark spearmen, cavalry from the Manderley banners, Karstark outriders, archers from houses Serwyn and Tallheart. Wagons rumbled under the weight of supplies. Sansa traveled with the baggage train, flanked by loyal guards. The Great John took the left flank, Bolton the right. Ned rode near Robb at the head, every league draining the last illusions that this might be short or simple. For a week, they marched carefully, skirmishing a few times with Lannister scouts or small loyalist bands. Word came that Stannis also advanced from the southern roads. The city was thus ringed nearly on all sides, its fate sealed unless Tywin had some cunning trick. On the 8th day, scouts galloped back with startling news. Tywin had sallied out with the bulk of his forces, heading westward in an attempt to break free. He was ignoring King's Landing altogether, perhaps intending to regroup in the Westerlands. The gold cloaks left behind in the city might cling to Joffrey's cause, but Tywin's main power was moving. If Tywin escaped, the war would prolong indefinitely. Robb summoned a council of war on a grassy hill. Ned, the Great John, Bolton, and others gathered, along with a handful of Stannis' envoys. A mustached knight named Ser Axel Florent represented Stannis. They pored over maps, scrawling new lines. The city lay to the east. Tywin's column had swung north and west. If the north moved swiftly, they could intercept him near a crossing of the Blackwater a day's ride west of the city. Stannis' men, slower on foot, might not arrive in time. It falls to us to block Tywin, Robb said, glancing at Ned. Stannis' forces can reinforce if they hurry, but we are closer. Ned nodded. Then let us press on. If we catch Tywin before he crosses the river, we force a battle on ground of our choosing. Roose Bolton's eyes gleamed. Let us do so. The famed Tywin Lannister is not invincible. We can end him here, crush the lion for good. Then the city has no champion, and the Boy King is alone. The Great John roared approval, as did many others. Ned felt a shiver. War. Another pitched battle with all the horrors that entailed. But if they let Tywin escape, the war might rage for years. He squeezed the hilt of his sword. It must be done. They marched west at a grueling pace. Word spread through the ranks that they aimed to trap Tywin by the Blackwater. Soldiers hardened themselves for what they sensed would be a decisive conflict. On the 3rd day, outriders signaled that Tywin's host was close, encamped on the far side of a wide meadow near the river. The north halted to form lines, prepare the field. Dawn was misty the next morning, the grass damp beneath hundreds of iron-shod hooves. Ned rode among the archers, giving quiet words of encouragement. Robb led the main force at the center. The Great John commanded the left flank, Bolton the right. The plan was to pin Tywin's men against the river. Tywin might try to force a crossing, but the north had destroyed or seized the nearest bridging points. If Tywin tried to fight free, he'd face a wall of spears. The sun broke the horizon, painting the dew in gold. Then came the thunder of drums from Tywin's lines. He was not one to surrender meekly. Horns answered from the northern side. Tension coursed through Ned's veins. He remembered the rush of Robert's rebellion, the battlefield at the Trident, the fear and the sense of grim resolve. Now, ironically, the North was poised to destroy the same house that had once aided Robert in toppling the Targaryens. The wheel of war turned in relentless circles. The ground shook as cavalry advanced from both armies, the first clash of steel ringing out across the meadow. Shouts and the neighing of horses filled the air. Ned remained on foot at the archers' line, ordering volley after volley. He saw Lannister banners, crimson and gold, whipping in the wind. The fighting turned savage fast. Knights fell, war horses screamed. The North's discipline held, pressing Tywin's men back slowly. Ned spied Tywin himself at the center, clad in ornate plate, a gilded lion helm. Surrounded by a knot of heavily armed guards, he barked commands that carried over the din. He had more men than Ned had guessed. Either reinforcements had joined him, or some of Stannis' intelligence was wrong. A savage swirl of combat formed around Tywin's standard. Bolton's flank advanced from the right, hooking around to encircle. The Great John hammered the left. It looked for a moment like they might crush Tywin's lines between them. But the Lannisters fought fiercely. Arrows soared overhead, cutting down men on both sides. The shrieks of the wounded rose like a terrible chorus. Ned forced himself to remain focused, commanding the archers to target the Lannister center. In the thick of the fray, Ned glimpsed Robb's banner moving forward, flanked by Karstark horse. They charged into the lion's standard from the front. Lannister spears braced, but the northern cavalry hit them with a thunderous impact. Men and horses tumbled. Ned's heart lurched, watching. If Robb was unseated or wounded, the entire plan might fail. But the dire wolf banner pressed on. Tywin's lines buckled, yet refused to break. Each yard was paid for in blood. Ned advanced with a group of archers, stepping over bodies. His sword was out. A wounded Lannister footman lurched forward, swinging a mace. Ned parried the blow and struck him down. The swirl of the battlefield threatened to disorient him, but he forced order upon his mind, scanning for signs of victory or defeat. Then, above the din, horns blared from the east. New banners appeared. The stag and flaming heart of Stannis. A tide of infantry surged onto the field, smashing into Tywin's flank from behind. Stannis had arrived earlier than expected. The effect was immediate. Tywin's men, already battered, began to panic at the fresh assault. Some tried to form a new line, others broke for the river. Many cast down their arms, hoping for mercy. Ned watched as Tywin himself was surrounded. The Lannister lord fought with stoic skill, cutting down a northern knight who ventured too close. But he was doomed. His guards died one by one. At last, a ring of northern spears and Baratheon men hemmed Tywin in. With no avenue of escape, he was forced to drop his sword. Shouts of triumph rose. A hush rippled outward as men realized the mighty Tywin Lannister had surrendered. Scattered fighting continued in pockets, but the backbone of the Lannister host was broken. Some tried to flee across the river only to drown or be cut down. Others knelt, begging quarter. Ned found himself in a swirl of victory. Men cheering, though they were spattered with blood and reeked of sweat. The battlefield was a ghastly sight, corpses and wounded everywhere. He thought he spotted Robb near a battered warhorse. He hurried over, heart racing. Robb was alive, though bruised, a shallow cut on his shoulder. He sat tall in the saddle, eyes ablaze. When he saw Ned, a grin of fierce relief lit his face. "Father, it's done. Tywin is taken." Ned exhaled shakily. "Thank the gods. Let's end the killing as quickly as we can." They moved among the men, calling for those who surrendered to be spared and disarmed. Across the field, Stannis' banner advanced. Ned braced, uncertain if Stannis' men would show mercy or if they'd butcher the prisoners. But Stannis himself arrived on horseback, face grim and splattered with mud. He dismounted near Tywin, who knelt on the ground, hands bound behind him. The once fearsome lion had a gash on his cheek and fury in his eyes. "Lord Tywin," Stannis said coldly, "do you acknowledge me as your rightful king, or shall we end it here?" Tywin's jaw tightened. "You may kill me if you wish, but House Lannister does not kneel so easily. Kill me, and my son Jaime in the west will avenge me." Ned stepped forward, voice low. "Lord Tywin, do not bring more ruin on your house. If you renounce Joffrey's claim, you might spare your remaining kin. Enough blood has been spilled." Tywin stared at Ned with burning green eyes. "You and your damned revelations. You have destroyed the realm with your stubborn honor. Cersei's children, they never asked for this." Ned felt a pang, remembering Myrcella and Tommen, innocents indeed. But Joffrey was no innocent. "The truth was demanded, Tywin. The realm will not abide a false king of incest. Surrender, and perhaps your grandchildren can still live. Continue defiance, and more Lannister blood will flow." Stannis' posture was rigid. "I need an answer, Lannister." Tywin closed his eyes briefly, then spoke in a measured tone. "I renounce any claim that Joffrey or his siblings might have. I yield to you, Stannis Baratheon, under duress. Spare my son Jaime, and I will sign any document you wish. The Lannister lands will pay tribute or ransom as demanded." A ragged sigh escaped the watchers. The war for the throne was not wholly over, but its greatest champion, Tywin, was now undone. Stannis nodded curtly. "So be it. We will treat you as a prisoner of war. Your men are disarmed. Some measure of justice is done. As for your children, we shall see." Guards hauled Tywin to his feet, leading him away. Robb and Ned stood side by side in the churned grass, bodies all around them. The stench of blood clung to the wind. A sense of finality mingled with sorrow for all the death. Stannis turned to Ned, face set in grim satisfaction. "The Lannisters are finished. Now King's Landing is ours for the taking. Will you join me, Lord Stark, to claim the throne and restore order?" Ned met his gaze, feeling the weight of that question. "I will join you in restoring order, yes," he said quietly. "But the question of the throne remains. We must see what the realm decides. Let us first see King's Landing fed, the fires doused, and the small folk rescued from famine." Stannis's expression soured slightly. "Yes, the realm. Very well. We shall proceed. But let all see that I hold the city, and the Iron Throne is mine by right." Men hurried around them, collecting the wounded, extinguishing any flames from scattered brush. Ned allowed himself a single breath of relief. Tywin's defeat meant that Joffrey no longer had any hope of rescue. The Boy King's regime might collapse in short order. But that still left the city in tatters, Arya lost, the question of Jon's claim, and the possibility of more strife if the lords refused to accept Stannis. The fight was not ended, only changed. Yet for the first time in weeks, Ned sensed a faint glimmer of hope that the realm might find a path toward peace, though it might be tenuous and fleeting. He looked to Robb, to the battered northern banners, to the wide red-stained meadow. War was a bitter business, but the North had prevailed this day, and with Tywin subdued, perhaps the wild, vicious chapter of Lannister rule was drawing to a close. At sunset, while the camp turned to the grim business of burying the dead and tending the dying, Ned found a moment alone. He walked beyond the tents to a small rise in the land, where the wind rustled the grass. He thought of Catelyn, who was off forging alliances with the Tullus in the Riverlands, of Arya's bright smile, of Jon at the wall. So many threads, so many hearts. Quietly, he knelt, placing his hands on the ground, praying to the old gods for guidance in the days to come. Honor had brought him this far, through betrayal and blood, through deception and confession, through flames and flight. He prayed it would guide him still until the realm was truly at peace and all his children were safe in the halls of Winterfell once more. Ned Stark stood on a slight rise overlooking the battlefield where Tywin Lannister's host had collapsed, his breath steaming in the chill evening air. Smoke wafted from dying fires across the trampled meadow, and the cries of the wounded mingled with the groans of men searching for friends among the fallen. The North had won a grim victory here, with Stannis Baratheon's timely arrival sealing Tywin's fate. The Lord of Casterly Rock had surrendered, shoulders stiff with pride and defeat, his eyes full of unbending rage. In the days since, the armies of the North and the armies of Storm's End had worked side by side to gather the dead, separate prisoners, and patch the wounded. It was a rough alliance, but an alliance all the same. Ned rubbed his tired eyes, thinking how this triumph, wrought in blood and sweat, was only the first step toward restoring any kind of peace. The city of King's Landing lay to the east in disarray. Joffrey, if he still clung to the Iron Throne, was rumored to be clinging to it with only a handful of gold cloaks and terrified courtiers. Large sections of the city had burned, set alight by wildfire or riots or both. Thousands of small folk had fled, scattering into the countryside where some would be preyed upon by deserters and brigands. Stannis Baratheon stood poised to march on the capital and claim his kingship in truth. If that happened, the realm might settle under Stannis' iron rule, or it might flare into fresh conflict should other claimants arise. Jon was in Ned's mind as he stared at the darkening sky where faint streaks of red still lingered. Jon Targaryen, no, Jon Snow, most of Westeros, sworn brother of the Night's Watch. The entire realm might soon learn the truth of his parentage. Would they accept it? Or would it lead to more chaos? Ned felt a familiar pang of guilt. He had not wanted to reveal the secret at all, but Joffrey's false claim had forced his hand. Better the realm face the truth than kneel to a lie. Yet how much blood had been spilled for that choice? He turned to walk back down toward the flicker of campfires. The North's tents spread in orderly rows, ringed by pickets on horseback. A short distance away, he could see the sigil of House Baratheon, a crowned stag set above a red heart, rising from Stannis' lines. Rumor said Stannis had embraced a new faith from across the narrow sea, but Ned had not seen him pray to any new gods. He only knew there was a red-robed priestess who rarely left Stannis' side. It was all too much for a tired mind to fathom. Right now, Ned simply wanted to speak with his son, see his daughter, and pray that the rest of his children might one day be safe. He limped a little from the spear wound in his calf he'd received escaping the city, though it was healing cleanly thanks to the old woman's poultice. Many men in the camp had far worse wounds. Roose Bolton's maesters had done their best, but no few had died in the aftermath of the battle, too torn apart to be saved. Ned had spent hours among them, offering what comfort he could, just as he had once done in Robert's rebellion. And again he was struck by how the wheel of war turned in endless cycles, with different men wearing different crowns, but the same carnage on the ground. A pair of guards at the edge of the encampment saluted him with murmured respect. In the flickering torchlight, Ned saw that both wore the Stark dire wolf on their surcoats. They seemed a bit wide-eyed to be saluting the Lord of Winterfell in person. No doubt they were young men from lesser northern houses who'd never traveled far from their own keeps until this war. He nodded and walked on. The camp smelled of wood smoke, horse dung, boiled turnips, and the copper tang of blood. A group of archers sat around a blaze, passing a jug between them. Even in their worn state, they rose when they saw Ned's face, mumbling, "Lord Stark," with that reverence the North reserved for their liege. "Rest," Ned said quietly. "You fought well, all of you. We'll need your arrows again soon enough, I fear." They bowed their heads and sat. Ned continued onward, breathing the cold night air. By the time he reached Robb's command pavilion, the sky had settled into full darkness. Guards stood outside, swords belted, wearing the somber look of men who'd seen the day's butchery. The tent flaps were closed, but Ned could hear voices within. One was Robb's, that mixture of youth and command that still took Ned aback. His boy had become a man in mere months, tested by war. Another voice answered, older, deeper. The Great John, perhaps, or Roose Bolton. Ned motioned to the guards to let him enter. Inside the pavilion, a large brazier glowed, illuminating a table laden with maps and half-eaten trenchers of bread. Robb stood at the table's edge, bracing both hands on the wood. Alongside him were the Great John Umber, massive arms folded, Rickard Karstark, looking grim, Galbart Glover, and Roose Bolton, quiet as a wraith. They had been discussing something with low intensity, but they all stopped the moment Ned appeared. "Father," Robb said, relief crossing his face. "You've been gone from camp for hours." Ned nodded. "I needed to see the field. We've done what we can for the wounded, but it's never enough." The Great John, still riding the high of victory, rumbled, "It's a bloody good day for the North, my lord. We smashed Tywin's might here, took him prisoner. The Lannister name is done, at least for now. We should be toasting around the fires all night." Roose Bolton's cool voice interjected, "And yet we have a city in ruin, a boy king unaccounted for, and a new self-proclaimed king we've sworn a hasty alliance with. I'd not say the war is done." Ned accepted a cup of watered wine from a page, his eyes shifting to Robb's. "What news of Tywin?" Robb grimaced. "Stannis' men took him and marched him away in chains. They mean to keep him under close guard until Stannis can finalize whatever he calls justice. Tywin's knights mostly surrendered, but some still skirmish out in the fields and woods. We'll hunt them down or accept their yield. For now, Tywin's not in our hands." That tidbit of news gave Ned pause. He had hoped Tywin might remain with the North to be used as leverage in any negotiations. "So Lord Tywin is wholly in Stannis' custody?" The Great John shrugged. "We might have made a fuss about it, but we were all in the thick of the fight. Stannis' men got to him first. Bolton here said let them have the lion so we can focus on clearing the field." Roose Bolton inclined his head without apology. "We saw no reason to quarrel with our ally on the battlefield. Perhaps it'll make Stannis more amenable to our demands if we let him enjoy the prize." A flicker of distaste crossed Ned's face, but he nodded. "So long as the lines of our alliance hold. If Stannis deals with Tywin fairly and does not trample the realm further, perhaps it is for the best." He set down his cup. "What of King's Landing now? Last we heard, the city was in chaos." Rickard Karstark spoke up, tugging at a corner of the map. "Word from scouts says the Gold Cloaks are fractious, fighting each other or deserting in droves. The small folk starve. Some pockets of Lannister loyalists remain, but with Tywin's defeat, that loyalty may evaporate. Joffrey is said to be inside the Red Keep or what's left of it with Cersei Lannister, or perhaps neither is there. No one is certain. The remains of the King's Guard hold parts of the keep, but it's fractured. They don't even have a single commander. Ser Marentrand is rumored dead, the Hound vanished, Jaime is captive in the Riverlands, or so the rumor goes." Ned took a breath. "Then Stannis can walk in unopposed soon enough. The question is, how many fires burn, how many pockets of bloodshed remain? If we arrive at King's Landing together with Stannis, we might at least attempt to restore order in the city. We can bring food if the Crown's granaries aren't destroyed." He looked at Robb. "We swore to help end the Lannisters' false rule, but we also insisted on limiting suffering. Is that still our aim?" Robb's eyes flicked over the gathered lords. "It is. Many of our men want vengeance on the city that harbored Joffrey. But I've given strict orders, no pillaging, no slaughtering small folk. The Great John might relish a good fight, but even he has no quarrel with unarmed peasants." He shot the older man a meaningful look. The great John grumbled, I'm not one for murdering peasants. Though the red cloaks, I'll kill every last one if they raise steel against us. Ned pressed his lips together. That's enough talk of more killing. The city has seen too much already. Let's see if we can do better. Stannis wants that throne. We agreed to allow him the attempt at least until the realm can gather in a great council or some kind of formal assembly. If the realm does indeed prefer Stannis, so be it. If it prefers a Targaryen, he paused, feeling the tension spike in the pavilion. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Roose Bolton lifted a brow. And do you truly think the realm will prefer a Targaryen again? Most recall the Mad King's cruelties. We have not forgotten the ashes of Summerhall, the rapes and the burnings. And is your boy Rhaegar's boy, still bound by the Night's Watch vow? The realm cannot seat a black brother on the Iron Throne. Ned's hand clenched on the table edge. Jon never asked for any throne. He's no threat unless men make him one. For now, we have a more urgent matter, establishing some semblance of peace, ensuring the small folk aren't devoured by war. Then if the lords clamor for a Targaryen, we will see. That's all. Karstark frowned. If that day comes, I wonder which side we stand on. But that is indeed for another time. Robb cleared his throat, trying to steer them back. Then we march in tandem with Stannis, or near enough, and approach King's Landing from the west. Let him come from the south. We converge on the city in a week, perhaps less, depending on how quickly we can reorganize. Father, can you oversee the supply wagons? The men will want bread and ale. We have rations from the riverlands, but not enough to feed the city if it's half-starving. Ned nodded. I'll make certain each column has enough for itself, at least. As for feeding the city, we'll need to coordinate with Stannis. He has the Stormlands, which might spare some grain if he can gather it quickly. The Tyrells once pledged to feed King's Landing, but their support was for Joffrey. Now that Joffrey is exposed as a bastard, the Tyrells may stand aside or pivot to Stannis. We must see. The great Jon slammed a fist on the table with a grin. So be it. We'll break camp in the morning, lead our men on the short march, and see if the city's gates even bother to close against us. With Tywin gone, who stands in our way? No one had a ready answer. Joffrey had no real force left. If the boy still lived, he might try to barricade himself behind the Red Keep's battered walls. But that would be a short, ugly siege at most. After all that had happened, Ned found little satisfaction in the notion. Even a cornered lion cub was dangerous. They dispersed soon after, and Ned took leave to visit Sansa. She had been lodged in a smaller tent near the baggage lines, guarded by men who had fought at Winterfell's side for years. Outside, two bearded spearmen stood at attention, permitting Ned inside with bows of respect. They clearly doted on Sansa, seeing her as the gentle daughter of their beloved lord. Inside, Ned found her perched on a camp stool, braiding her hair by the light of a single lantern. She looked up quickly when she heard him. "Father," she said softly. "Is there more fighting?" He shook his head. "Not here. Tywin's done. We'll soon move on the city, likely with little resistance." He sat on a small crate near her. The tent was spare, just a bedroll, a trunk for clothing, a small table for washing. "How are you faring, my sweet girl?" She fiddled with the end of her braid. "I'm better now that you're here, and Robb too. But it's so dreadful, all of it. I keep thinking of the city in flames, the people there. I never imagined King's Landing could turn into such a horror." Ned's voice was heavy. "War reveals the worst in places, especially that nest of intrigues. I do not know how many died the night the keep erupted in wildfire and riots. Perhaps thousands. And yet more are starving." Sansa frowned, eyes glistening. "Is that why we're going back?" "Yes, in part. We must end Joffrey's rule completely. We must restore some order, or else the city tears itself apart. Stannis claims the throne, but we Starks will at least keep watch to ensure no fresh cruelty arises. I promised that we wouldn't let the small folk suffer." She nodded, then let out a shaky breath. "I hope that once it's all settled, we can go home. I miss Winterfell more than anything." Ned smoothed her hair. "We will, in time. First we must find Arya. She's somewhere, hopefully alive and hiding. Then there's your mother in the Riverlands. And Rickon remains at Winterfell with Bran." His heart clenched at the mention of his younger sons. They deserved better than to watch their family scattered. "Once the realm is stable, we'll gather again in the north if the gods are kind." She set her jaw with a new firmness. "I'll help, however I can. I'm not a warrior, I know, but I can comfort the wounded, keep morale. And I can face Joffrey if I must. He used to be my betrothed. The memories still make me shudder, but I won't be afraid anymore." Ned squeezed her hand gently. "You are braver than you know." She gave him a small, grateful smile. Then the exhaustion returned to her eyes. Get some rest, father. You look ready to collapse. He laughed softly, though it held no joy. When this war is done, I may sleep a year. Until then, I'll steal what hours I can. He left her and found his own pallet not far away, inside a larger tent designated for the command staff. A few men lingered, but they let Ned lie down. Sleep did not come easily, haunted as he was by the memory of the Red Keep's corridors, the swirl of wildfire, the men he had killed. But eventually he slipped into a restless slumber. They marched at first light, forging toward King's Landing with methodical precision. Stannis' troops approached from the south and east. Robb's men came from the west and north. Most lords expected the remains of Joffrey's loyalists to fold before them. Scouts returned each day, reporting that pockets of City Watch or Lannister men tried to hold a few outposts on the roads. But once confronted with a force of any size, they gave up or vanished. News of Tywin's capture traveled fast, sapping the last of their will. On the fourth day of marching, Ned rode near the head of the column with Robb, the Greatjon, and Bolton. The road sloped gently down to the Blackwater, and beyond the river's bend rose the distant walls of King's Landing. Even at a distance, Ned could see black scars of burned districts, collapsed towers, roofs that had caved in. A haze of gray hung above the city. The Sept's domes still stood, though char-streaked. The Red Keep perched on Aegon's high hill, scorched in sections, with rubble that made parts of the structure look misshapen. Banners hung limp from broken ramparts. Ned felt a sick lurch in his gut. This was the heart of the realm undone. Robb reined in his horse. "Seven save us. It's half a ruin." Bolton's pale eyes flickered. "They'll blame each other for the destruction. Joffrey, Tywin, perhaps even you, my lord, for besieging them. But the city's resentments run deep." The Greatjon spat. "We gave them half a chance, but they turned on themselves. We can't fix all this. Let Stannis handle his own city." Ned said nothing, but he suspected that if they simply left the city to Stannis, more horrors would follow. War's aftermath was rarely gentle. He pressed his horse onward. Later that day, they set camp outside arrow range of the battered walls, building no ditches or fortifications. Men had begun drifting out of the city gates, some in rags, some in tarnished mail, all looking dazed. The North corralled them without violence, searching for any who might be threats. Most were refugees. The stories they told made Ned's heart sink further. Roving bands of gold cloaks turned bandits. Old feuds settled with swords, unburied corpses in alleyways. Stannis' forces arrived from the south that evening, forming ranks near the road. Stannis himself rode up at twilight to meet with Robb and Ned at an improvised table set beneath a tree. Torchlight danced on the faces of the watchers from both sides. The red-haired priestess hovered at Stannis' shoulder, her dark eyes flicking from man to man. "We proceed at dawn," Stannis said curtly. "If the city's gates remain closed, we tear them down. If Joffrey or any Lannister loyalists try to hold the Red Keep, we storm it. Are we agreed?" Robb bristled a moment, but Ned gestured for calm. "We do not oppose taking the city," Ned said. "But we want no sacking, no mass slaughter of common folk. If there is to be a fight, let it be contained to those who resist with arms." Stannis scowled. "I am not Aegon the Conqueror to burn the city, nor am I Tywin to let men rape in my name. Discipline is the rule in my camp." His gaze flicked to the Greatjon. "I trust your men likewise can contain themselves?" The Greatjon let out a gruff chuckle, but he glanced at Robb. "I will keep them in line." Stannis jerked a nod. "Then dawn. We approach as one. If Joffrey surrenders without bloodshed, so much the better. But I doubt a whelp like him will yield." He frowned at the city's silhouette. "The realm is like a sick animal. We must cut away the infection before it festers further." Ned contained a sigh. He thought of all the turmoil yet to come once Stannis stood in the Red Keep, declaring himself the one true king. But for now, this was the path they had chosen. "Dawn, then," he said. "We'll meet at the gate." Stannis reined his horse away, the Red Priestess at his side, and rode back to his lines. Robb let out a breath. "I've had enough of that man's company. He's as warm as an icicle." "He's not here to make friends," Ned said softly. "He's here to claim what he sees is his due. Let's be sure he doesn't ride roughshod over us or over the small folk." A few hours before sunrise, Ned walked among the northern men, ensuring they had eaten, checking that each company understood the plan. A hush blanketed the camp. The men were bone-tired from months of war. They sharpened swords quietly, murmuring to each other. Sansa was safe, asleep in her tent, guarded by loyal spears. Ned paused to look at her tent in the lantern light, remembering her face, how she had once dreamed of being a queen at Joffrey's side. That naive dream had shattered. At least she was alive to forge new ones. Before he returned to the command tent, he found himself drawn to an open patch of grass near the riverside. The water glimmered in starlight, carrying faint noises from the city across the dark. There, near the bank, he knelt, pressing his hand to the damp soil, thinking of the godswood at Winterfell, of the old heart tree whose face had watched over his entire life. He prayed, though he did not know if the old gods listened so far south. If you hear me, watch over Arya, he thought. Watch over Jon, too, wherever his path leads. And let me bring my children home. When dawn broke, the combined army approached the city's western gate in formation. Stannis led his men from the south, Robb from the north. It was not a siege line, rather a show of overwhelming force. A few city watchmen appeared on the walls, goggling at the array of banners. Cries of alarm echoed. Some watchers recognized the direwolf of House Stark, others the stag and flaming heart of Stannis Baratheon. If Joffrey was anywhere inside, he must have felt the chill of doom that morning. A single figure emerged on the walls, waving a scrap of white cloth. Ned squinted. The man, trembling, shouted that the city was leaderless, that Joffrey had not been seen in days, that the Gold Cloaks had no single commander. He begged for mercy, saying they would open the gates if none of the new arrivals intended to burn them alive. Stannis, stiff-backed in the saddle, beckoned him to come forward. The gates ground open, no challenge, no arrow volley. A handful of ragged city watchmen stood behind them, weapons lowered. The watchers parted, letting Stannis and his retinue ride inside. Robb, Ned, and a detachment of northern cavalry followed. The Great Jon muttered that he'd expected more of a fight, but it seemed the city had no strength left to resist. Beyond the gates, the streets were in wretched shape. Smoke rose from collapsed buildings, the stench of rot lay thick. Gaunt-faced residents peered from broken doorways or scurried aside in terror. A line of corpses lay in one alley, some showing signs of stab wounds, others of starvation. Ned felt bile at the back of his throat. He had known the city was in crisis, but seeing it was worse. Even the Lannisters' worst foes would recoil from such suffering. They pressed on toward the Red Keep, the clatter of hooves echoing between blackened walls. The old marketplace was half-burned, stalls reduced to cinders. The few remaining gold cloaks fled or else knelt as the new arrivals passed, throwing down their battered helms. Ned glimpsed Meryn Trant's corpse near a ruin, recognizable only by scraps of white cloak. Farther along, a cluster of civilians huddled around a well, fighting over a pail of water. Northern soldiers tried to calm them, but fear kept them on edge. Eventually, the monstrous bulk of the Red Keep loomed above. Its massive outer gates stood ajar, battered from within by some cataclysm. Ned saw scorch marks and rubble indicating parts of the fortress had collapsed in the riots and wildfires. Stannis' men moved in first, fanning out in disciplined lines. Robb's outriders followed. The courtyard beyond was eerily silent. Bodies lay here, too, though fewer than in the streets. Some wore gold cloaks, others what looked like Lannister crimson. A handful of crows fluttered away at the new arrivals. It was then that a single man emerged from an archway. By the battered armor and ragged cloak, Ned recognized Sandor Clegane, the Hound. His face was caked in blood, the burn scars contorted in a sneer. He dragged a limping leg behind him. When he saw Stannis' banners, he gave a hoarse bark of laughter, then pointed his sword at them. "So you've come to claim your king's prize, have you?" His voice was raw. "Well, go inside, see if you can pry the boy out of his mother's arms." They locked themselves in Maegor's holdfast days ago. The gold cloaks fled or died. "I just want to get out of this damned city." Stannis rode forward, expression unmoved. "You call Joffrey your king no more, I take it?" Clegane spat. "That whelp was never my king. He gave orders, I obeyed for the coin. That's done." He shot a sideways look at Ned Stark as if recalling their fleeting encounters. "You want him? Go find him. Last I saw, he and the queen had sealed the doors and threatened to kill anyone who tried to come in." Robb spoke, voice taut. "Did they have any guards left?" Clegane gave a mirthless grin. "A handful. Ser Boros, half the court ladies, who knows? Joffrey's probably trembling in the corner or butchering them. I don't care. I'm done with them all." Stannis gestured to his knights. "Secure him. We'll question him further about Joffrey's defenses." Clegane let out a snarl. "Bugger off. I told you everything I know. I'm leaving." He started to limp away, but the knights surrounded him, leveling spears. The hound grimaced, half raising his sword, but he could hardly stand. He let the blade drop, chest heaving. Stannis' men seized him and disarmed him. As they carried him away, the hound spat curses, though Ned sensed a strange relief in the man's eyes, as if he'd half expected to die. Perhaps he wanted to be done with it all. Ned almost pitied him. War twisted all souls, not just the good and innocent. With the courtyard in hand, Stannis and Robb conferred. Their men pressed deeper, discovering that indeed, Maegor's Holdfast, a fortress within the fortress, was barred from the inside. No voices answered the calls demanding surrender. Finally, they battered down the door with axes and a heavy ram. The corridor beyond was lit by smoking torches. Corpses lined the floor, courtiers who had tried to flee or had been cut down. The stench was overpowering. Among them, Ned glimpsed the body of Pycelle, the elderly Grand Maester, his white beard matted with dried blood. His eyes were wide in death, as if he had never truly believed this would be his end. Deeper they went, Stannis' knights leading. Robb's men fanned out to guard each hallway. In a dim antechamber, they found Ser Boros Blunt of the King Guard, already dead, slumped against a wall. Through a side door, they entered what had once been a comfortable lounge, now strewn with charred furniture. And there, near an overturned table, Ned saw a sight that made him pause. Cersei Lannister, lying motionless on the floor in a stained gown, her golden hair tangled. A deep slash marred her throat, congealed blood pooling on the stones. Beside her body, half buried by a fallen tapestry, was a single goblet. Poison or wine? Ned could not tell, but the stench of blood was thick. Robb and Ned exchanged a grim look. Stannis stepped over the tapestry, lips pressed in a thin line. Seems the queen had no mind to yield. "Where's the boy?" One of Stannis' knights kicked aside the tapestry further and revealed a second body, small, blonde-haired, wearing a soiled tunic of red and gold. Joffrey lay on his back, eyes open and vacant, a dagger wound in his belly. Dried blood matted his mouth as if he'd coughed it out. Something about the scene made Ned's stomach roil. The boy king had died here, with no one to witness but his mother. Perhaps she had tried to flee with him, or perhaps they turned on each other in madness. No one would know for certain. But the monstrous cruelty Joffrey had inflicted now ended in this lonely place. Stannis stood over the bodies, face impassive. So ends the reign of Joffrey Baratheon. May the Seven or the old gods judge him. He glanced back at Ned. It appears we came too late to accept any surrender. Ned nodded, feeling no triumph. Joffrey had been a monstrous boy, but at the end he had been just that. A boy, whelped by incest, shaped by cruelty. The tragedy of it all pressed on Ned's heart. "What of Tommen and Myrcella?" he asked softly. "The younger children?" A soldier answered from the corridor. "We found no sign of them, M-Lord. Some say they were whisked away by Lannister retainers days ago, or by Lord Varys if he still lived. Perhaps they fled by ship. The city is rife with rumor." Stannis accepted that with a curt nod. "Then they remain at large, though their claim is void. Let them hide if they must. This city is mine now." He turned as if the bodies of the late queen and her son were of no further interest. "We must secure the keep, gather the few living servants. I'll have order by sundown." Ned forced himself to stare a final moment at the broken forms. Cersei, cunning and dangerous, had played a game of power that ended in blood. Joffrey had reigned in terror for a handful of months. Now both were undone. It felt both horrifying and strangely hollow. All that bloodshed to unmask a bastard king, and the final blow had come from within their own locked room. Or perhaps from each other's hands. Robb stepped near him, breathing unsteadily. "It's done, father. Joffrey's gone." Ned nodded. "It seems so. But keep your guard. The city may still harbor men who will not accept Stannis' claim." They regrouped in the keep's yard, which swiftly filled with Northern and Baratheon troops. Confusion and relief danced among them. Joffrey was dead, the city was effectively captured, the war with the Lannisters seemed over. Stannis barked orders to his senior knights, sending them to secure the walls, quell any pockets of violence, and search for surviving council members. Ned and Robb took charge of part of that effort, ensuring that none of their own men looted or harmed civilians. The day stretched on as soldiers scoured each tower, each corridor, collecting small knots of survivors, servants, scribes, half-mad courtiers who had hidden in cellars. In the mid-afternoon, Ned happened upon Tyrion Lannister in a disused side hall, guarded by two of Stannis' men. The imp sat on a bench, wrists bound, looking weary and streaked with soot. When Ned entered, Tyrion lifted his head with a bitter smile. "Lord Stark, so the new order dawns, does it?" Ned studied him. "I heard you were across the river or on the run." "I tried to keep the city from burning to the ground," Tyrion said, voice hoarse. But once Tywin fell, the gold cloaks deserted and half of Joffrey's retinue tried to kill anyone named Lannister. The rest is, well, you can see. He coughed. I told Joffrey to yield days ago to call for a truce, but he was beyond reasoning. Ned gestured for the guards to step aside. Stannis means to treat your father as a prisoner. I imagine you'll share that fate. But you did not partake in Joffrey's cruelties from what I've seen. Tyrion gave a snort. I appreciate the faint praise. Stannis might string me up anyway as a Lannister. Unless you speak for me. He lifted his mismatched eyes to Ned. You once accused me of unspeakable plots. But we've come a long way, haven't we? Ned felt no particular malice for the dwarf. He recalled their earlier clashes, how Tyrion had been cunning yet not as cruel as Cersei or Joffrey. I can speak truth, Ned allowed. You did not orchestrate the war. That was Tywin and Joffrey and your sister. But your father's crimes, that is for Stannis to judge. Tyrion managed a crooked grin. I'll take what I can get. Just don't let them fling me in a dungeon and lose the key. We'll see, Ned said, then motioned to the guards to keep Tyrion safe for the moment, not abused. The imp inclined his head in thanks, or something approaching it. By sundown, Stannis stood in the throne room, what remained of it. Portions of the roof had fallen in, letting in angled rays of light that made the dust motes glow. The Iron Throne itself stood intact, though blackened in places. Stannis' knights arranged themselves around the dais, scorched tapestries drooping from the walls. A handful of battered courtiers and lords, those who had hidden or survived, gathered to witness this bleak coronation. Ned and Robb entered together, Sansa behind them, curiosity and wariness in her eyes. Stannis climbed the steps of the Iron Throne. No one sounded a trumpet or played a fanfare. The realm was too broken for pageantry. Still, in a loud, clear voice, Stannis proclaimed that by right of blood and law, he was the king of the Undulls and the first men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and that the false line of Joffrey Baratheon was ended. A hush followed. Then some of Stannis' men knelt, hailing him. A few courtiers bowed or stammered pledges. The rest looked on in fear or confusion. Ned shared a glance with Robb, uncertain if they should kneel. The alliance they had forged was a provisional one, hinged on the notion that eventually a great council might confirm or reject Stannis. Still, to stand defiant would provoke tension. Robb hesitated, face set. Ned made the decision for him. He took a single knee, bowing his head. Robb and the northern lords followed. A flicker of relief crossed Stannis' stern features. He nodded, then looked across the wreckage of the hall. We restore order, Stannis said, voice echoing. The city is in dire need. I command that the granaries be seized for fair distribution, that we bury the dead, that we punish looters. The crown's debts, incurred by Joffrey, must be tallied, and the Lannister gold will pay them if at all possible. The realm has bled too long. He sank onto the Iron Throne, wincing slightly as if the jagged metal pressed him uncomfortably. Ned remembered the old rumor that if a king was cut by the throne, it meant the throne rejected him. Rulers like Aerys and Joffrey had known the throne's cuts. Stannis looked at the sword points around him without fear. The Red Priestess stood at the foot of the dais, eyes glowing with some strange light. Ned almost expected her to name Stannis the champion of her foreign god. But she said nothing. When Stannis finished the pronouncement, he beckoned Ned forward. Lord Eddard Stark, he said. Long have you served the realm with honor, though at times your honesty has led to strife. I have need of a new hand. Will you take up that duty again, under my reign? Ned's stomach twisted. The last time he had served his hand in the city, it ended in tragedy. Your Grace, he said slowly, I came to fight the Lannisters and to save my daughters. I am no politician, and my place is in the north once the realm is settled. Stannis' face tightened. I would have you near me. The north is part of the realm. A lord is respected as you can help quell dissent. Without men like you, I fear we would see half the kingdom turn to madness again. Will you refuse your king's request? Ned hesitated, remembering how Robert had once demanded the same. And yet, Stannis was not Robert. He was sterner, less forgiving. If Ned said no outright, how would that strain their uneasy alliance? Robb's presence gave him courage. I ask time to consider, Ned said gently. My family needs me, and I must see that the North recovers. We've lost many men in this war. The onlookers stirred as if wondering if Stannis would lash out. But the new king only nodded curtly, though displeasure glimmered in his eyes. I will grant you a short time then. In the meantime, serve as my advisor, if not officially his hand. We have many tasks to address. Ned bowed. As you command. We are all weary from war. Let us address the city's plight first. Stannis gave a brisk agreement. Then the ceremonies ended, if one could call them ceremonies. The watchers drifted off into the corridors, mostly to secure quarters or scrounge up some meal. Ned and Robb exited the throne room with Sansa at their side. Outside, the keep's courtyard was crowded with soldiers, now forming patrols or dragging away rubble. The air smelled of char and faintly of rot, the legacy of the city's collapse. Sansa looked up at Ned. He wants you his hand again? Will you do it? Ned sighed. I served Robert once. That was enough. But Stannis is less flexible. If I refuse him outright, he might see it as disloyalty. We'll see. Perhaps we can rebuild the city quickly and then depart for Winterfell or gather a great council that chooses a different course. But for now, it seems I have duties here. Robb put a hand on his father's shoulder. You do not stand alone. The Northmen respect you. If Stannis tries to bully you, we can speak with one voice. And if the realm truly must hold a council, we'll push for it. Ned offered a small, weary smile. Thank you, son. That's a comfort. They spent the next days trying to bring minimal order to the city. Under Ned's insistence, the Northern Army distributed what rations they could spare to hungry smallfolk. Stannis commanded that the King's Gate and the Lion Gate be opened, letting in supply wagons from the countryside. Some Starks muttered that they were feeding a city that had once scorned them, but Ned held firm, reminding them of the innocents who had suffered under Joffrey. Sansa helped at a makeshift relief station near the Mud Gate, offering bread and clean water. The small folk eyed her with a mix of fear and gratitude, marveling that a highborn lady would stoop to care for them. As the city's slow recovery began, more lords arrived. Davos Seaworth, a trusted knight of Stannis, brought ships up the Blackwater full of grain from the Stormlands. A few Tyrell envoys drifted in, cautious and uncertain now that the Lannisters had fallen. The Vale stayed aloof, refusing to descend from its mountains, though messages were exchanged with Lysa Arryn. In the Riverlands, Edmure Tully was subduing stray Lannister holdouts. Catelyn Stark remained there, forging alliances. Communication was hampered, but gradually the realm realized that Joffrey was dead and Stannis sat the Iron Throne. While some bristled at Stannis, none could deny the Lannisters were broken. During this time, Ned repeatedly asked for news of Arya. Scattered rumors placed her in the city's warrens, disguised as a boy or traveling north with a band of outlaws. No one had concrete proof. Sansa's eyes shone with tears whenever Arya's name arose. Ned spread word that he would offer a reward for any sign of her or for her safe return. But day after day, no one came forward. Ned worried that she was either hidden too well or, worse, lying dead in some corner of the ruined wards. He did not give up, but each day his heart ached a bit more. In the third week after Stannis' ascension, a raven arrived from Castle Black. Ned stood in a musty corridor near the keep's library tower, scanning the parchment as his breath caught. The letter was from Maester Aemon, stating that Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, he wrote, remained a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, but that rumors had spread among the Black brothers that the realm was stirring to seat him on the throne. The letter asked for clarity. Would the Watch be drawn into southern politics? Jon himself refused to break his vow, but men on both sides argued the vow might be invalid if the boy truly was the rightful king. Aemon pleaded for the lords of the realm to let the Watch stay neutral, lest the entire order crumble. Ned leaned his head against the cold stone. So the tidings had reached the wall. Jon was no doubt torn in guilt. He had always dreaded being branded a bastard, but to learn he was a Targaryen prince was no easy gift. Ned felt the sting of it. If Stannis or other lords demanded that Jon come south, the Night's Watch might be thrown into crisis. And if the realm insisted on crowning Jon, would he accept? Likely not. That vow was etched in Jon's heart. Sansa found Ned in the corridor, worry on her face. Father? Is something wrong? He passed her the parchment. She read it, eyes widening. Jon, she whispered. They want him to break his vows? Some might. Others will scoff. But the question is real. If the realm discards Stannis or he proves tyrannical, men may look for another claim. She bit her lip. We can't force Jon. He's so stubborn. He'd never leave the Watch unless he thought he was truly needed. Ned gave a weary nod. I know. But if the Great Council is called as we once planned, this question will arise. We must be prepared. She slid her hand into his. I hope the realm sees sense. Stannis might be stern, but maybe he'll keep order, and we can let Jon remain at the wall. She hesitated, tears brimming. I just wish the war would end for good. Haven't we bled enough? Ned embraced her. We have, child. Yet peace is never simple. The best we can do is keep pushing toward it. In the weeks that followed, Stannis indeed proved himself stern. He punished looters with hangings, forced certain rebellious gold cloaks to bend the knee or face beheading. Many called him fair but cold. The city slowly stabilized under the harsh discipline. One day, Stannis summoned Ned and Robb to the small council chamber, an upper room that had escaped the worst of the fires. There, they found a half-dozen figures: Davos Seaworth, the Red Priestess Melisandre, a lean knight named Ser Axel Florent, 2 scribes, and Tyrion Lannister, unchained but clearly under watch. Tyrion greeted them with a sardonic bow. "Lord Stark, young wolf, have you come to see the king's newest plan to unify the realm?" Stannis glowered from the head of the council table. "Sit," he commanded. Ned and Robb took seats. Sansa waited outside by Ned's request, as these were sensitive matters. Tyrion looked as though he might relish about a verbal fencing, but one icy glare from Stannis silenced him. Stannis tapped a parchment. "I propose a great council in King's Landing to be held 1 moon's turn from now. All major lords shall be invited: the Arryns, the Tullys, the Tyrells, the Martells, and any others of note. Even the Greyjoys, though they cause trouble on the western coast. We will finalize the realm's structure under my rule, confirm oaths, and address any spurious Targaryen claims. For the sake of peace, let the lords gather." He glanced at Ned. "Does that satisfy your desire for the realm to speak?" Ned's heart leapt with cautious hope. "Yes, your grace. A great council is the best chance to avoid further bloodshed. The realm might accept your rule if you show willingness to hear them." Stannis's mouth tightened. "I will hear them, though I won't bend to nonsense. I am the rightful king. But I'll let them voice concerns so the realm is not drowned in rebellion for years. As for this rumored Targaryen boy," he flicked a gaze at Ned. "If he truly exists, let him come forth. We will see if he defies a sworn vow of the Night's Watch. I do not fear him." Robb looked thoughtful, exchanging a glance with Ned. "If the lords gather, there must be safe conduct for all, or none will come." Stannis nodded curtly. "They shall have it, under penalty of my wrath if they violate peace. The Tyrells have already sent word they will attend if the others do. The Martells we do not know. The Vale is a question as well. But we'll see who answers." His gaze shifted to Tyrion. "This Lannister will remain here, lest his father or sister cause mischief. But Tywin is in my custody, Cersei and Joffrey are dead. So perhaps that ends the lion's danger." Tyrion toyed with his manacles, though they were unlatched that day. "I trust you'll allow me a comfortable chamber, not a flea-ridden cell. I'll even help gather the fragments of this city. Someone must count the coin and arrange the repairs. Gods know I have nothing better to do." Stannis almost smiled, though it was more a grim twist. "Yes. You will serve as master of coin until further notice. If you mismanage or steal a copper, I'll see your head on a spike." Tyrion gave a mocking half-bow. "Understood, your grace. I shall do my humble best." Ned said nothing, but inwardly approved. Tyrion was clever with finance. If he truly committed to stabilizing King's Landing, it could only help. And having Tyrion in plain sight was safer than letting him vanish to the Westerlands to plot. Stannis turned back to the table where a small map of Westeros lay. "We have a moon's turn to prepare the city for the Great Council. The victuals must be found, lodging arranged, the roads made safe. I want no chaos scaring off the lords. Lord Stark, Lord Robb, I'll rely on your men to keep order. My own men are spread thin." Also, he paused, eyes resting on Ned. "Will you contact the Night's Watch? Summon this Targaryen boy to attend if you so wish? Let us put the rumor to rest." Ned felt a surge of conflict. The vow of the Watch forbade them from taking part in the realm's politics. Jon would not want to come. But if they refused outright, lords might say Ned was hiding him. They might imagine a secret Targaryen revolt. "I will write to the Lord Commander," he said after a moment. "I cannot force Jon to break his oath. But if the Watch sees fit to send him, it should be under their own rules. This is not a matter I can decide." Stannis' jaw tightened. "He can come or stay. Either way, the council will confirm me. Let the realm see I fear no challenge. That is all." He rose. The meeting ended. Ned and Robb stepped outside into the corridor, minds spinning. Sansa waited near a window, arms folded. She came forward quickly, searching their faces. "So it's to be a great council? That means peace, doesn't it?" Robb gave a dry chuckle. "I hope so. One can never be sure with half the lords in Westeros gathered in one place. But it's a step in the right direction." Ned exhaled. "A step, yes. We have a great deal to do. The city must be fit to host them, or we risk more unrest. And we must see that armies stand down, that no one tries an ambush." That evening, Ned penned a letter to Maester Luwin at Winterfell recounting the events: Tywin's capture, Joffrey's death, Stannis' claim, and the upcoming Great Council. He asked Luwin to share as much as was safe with the bannermen to reassure them that the North was not in immediate peril. He also wrote to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch explaining Stannis' invitation regarding Jon. The words felt heavy on the parchment. Ned explained that if Jon came, it would only be to stand witness to the truth or untruth of his parentage, and that he would not be forced to claim a crown. Ned ended by begging the Lord Commander to consider what might preserve the realm's unity. He sealed the letter with the direwolf stamp, feeling uncertain if it was the right course. Over the next week, King's Landing stirred with new life. The stench of death still lingered in some quarters, but repairs advanced at a brisk pace, financed by what gold remained in the royal vaults and, rumor said, from some of Tyrion's cunning manipulations. Barrels of fish and grain arrived from the Stormlands. Northern men patrolled the streets, clashing occasionally with local ruffians. The Great Jon bellowed that he should be on a battlefield, not playing city watch, but Ned kept him in line with calm words. Stannis' presence overshadowed it all. Any who defied him faced swift justice. Some citizens murmured that the new king was no friend to laughter, but at least he was no monster like Joffrey. In the Red Keep's halls, the memory of that boy's reign of terror was still raw. For Ned and Robb, each day brought new tasks, restoring the city guard, organizing where lords might stay for the council, confirming which roads were safe, sending ravens. Sansa proved a tireless helper in the relief efforts, winning the hearts of many smallfolk. Roose Bolton, ironically, proved adept at policing the city with minimal bloodshed, though Ned remained wary of the man's calm gaze and uncanny politeness. They also discovered that Tywin Lannister had been taken to Dragonstone, Stannis' stronghold, for extra security. That left Tyrion as the only Lannister of note in the capital. He spent his days behind a desk, scribbling on parchments, calculating the crown's debts, rarely emerging except to hurl insults at incompetent clerks. Ned found himself in a constant swirl of tension and tasks, yearning for the quiet of Winterfell. But the bright spot in his day was seeing Sansa safe, or conferring with Robb, who had truly grown into a leader. Each day, they tried to glean new tidings of Arya. It was said that a scruffy girl with a sword had been seen near the harbor, but that might be anyone. Ned refused to let hope die, continuing to search. At last, lords began to arrive for the council. The first was Mace Tyrell, with a grand retinue from Highgarden. The Tyrells had lost little in the war, having mostly stayed out once they realized Joffrey's lineage was false. Now they paraded into the city with wagons of fresh fruit and flowers, a display meant to awe. Stannis greeted them with cold courtesy, naming Mace Lord Paramount of the Reach in a brief ceremony. Marjorie Tyrell was with them, golden brown hair pinned elaborately, a shrewd smile on her lips as she observed the state of the city. She had once been rumored to marry Joffrey. Now she found herself in King's Landing with no official betrothal, a subject of speculation among the courtiers. Ned found her polite but guarded when they spoke briefly. She expressed sympathy for the city's hardships, but her eyes glittered with ambition. Next came Edmure Tully and some riverlords, including the Blackfish and a newly freed Jaime Lannister, an arrangement hammered out in the Riverlands. Jaime had been captured after a skirmish with Robb's men many months prior, but with Tywin's defeat, Edmure had chosen to bring Jaime to King's Landing for the council, presumably to face justice. Jaime arrived under heavy guard, wearing manacles. A bruise marred his cheek, and he walked with a noticeable limp. When he saw Ned at the gates, Jaime managed a mocking half-bow, though his usual arrogance seemed dimmed. Ned considered him a dangerous man, but with Cersei gone, Joffrey dead, and Tywin in chains, Jaime looked less like the Golden Knight and more like a man who had lost everything. The Vale remained absent, Lisa Arryn sending only a letter full of excuses about her son's health. Doran Martell sent an envoy, not traveling himself. The Greyjoys were unrepresented. Many lesser houses arrived, from the Crownlands and the Stormlands, each pledging or at least acknowledging Stannis' rule for now. The Red Keep's lesser halls rang with so many new voices that the city felt like it was bracing for a festival, albeit a somber one. All were curious to see how Stannis would handle the subject of the Targaryen boy, if that ever arose. For the moment, many took the name Jon Targaryen as rumor. Catelyn Stark arrived from Riverrun in time for the council's opening. Ned embraced her in the courtyard, relief pouring through him. She wept at seeing him alive after all she had heard, and seeing Sansa, who clutched her mother fiercely. Catelyn's hair was streaked with new silver from the stress of war, but her eyes shone with warmth when she saw her family. Robb joined them, completing the partial reunion, though Arya was still missing, and the younger boys remained in the north. The family spent a precious hour closeted in a small solar, exchanging news. Catelyn recounted how the Tully banners had hammered stray Lannister outposts, how she had spread word that Ned was safe, how the Riverlands still reeled from the devastation of war. Ned told her everything from the city's downfall to Stannis' arrival on the throne. They sat close together, forging a moment of peace in a city shaped by chaos. Then came the Great Council itself, which convened in the throne room under Stannis' watchful eye. The space had been cleaned of rubble, though the roof was still partially open to the sky. Sunlight poured through the gap, illuminating the Iron Throne. Rows of chairs had been set out for the attending lords, and the lesser folk thronged the edges or stood on balconies. Ned and Robb took seats near the front, Sansa and Catelyn a few rows behind, with other Stark banner men. Mace Tyrell sat with a large retinue to the right, Edmure Tully and the Riverlords to the left, Dor and Martell's envoy not far away. Stannis presided from the throne, flanked by Davos Seaworth and the Red Priestess. Tyrion Lannister lurked near the dais, scribbling notes for the crown's finances. Jaime Lannister sat in chains, watched by northern guards. Roose Bolton stood behind Ned, silent as a shadow. Even the great Jon had tried to tidy himself, though he still wore a gruff scowl. Hundreds of spectators crammed the hall, expecting spectacle or drama. Stannis began with a formal statement of his claim, citing Robert's usurpation of the Mad King, Joffrey's illegitimacy, and his own right as the elder surviving Baratheon. He enumerated the realm's crises, the treasury in debt, the farmland ravaged, the city half-burnt. He proposed a broad set of reforms, heavier taxes on wealthy lords to rebuild, punishment for houses that had openly supported the Lannisters. Then he opened the floor, letting lords speak. Mace Tyrell praised Stannis' might but asked for certain trade rights in the Reach. Edmure Tully appealed for help in rebuilding the Trident region. One by one, lords rose to ask or bargain for privileges, indemnities, or positions. Tyrion jotted each request with wry efficiency. Ned listened quietly, waiting for the matter of the Targaryen boy to arise. At last, a minor lord from the Stormlands stood to voice the question many had dreaded. What of the rumored Targaryen prince at the wall? The city is rife with talk that Eddard Stark revealed him to be Rhaegar's trueborn son. Should the realm not confirm or deny that claim? Attention rippled across the hall. Stannis' face turned stony. Mace Tyrell shifted in his seat, uncertain. Edmure Tully threw Ned a glance, as if to say, "Are we talking about that now?" Murmurs broke out among the assembled. Ned stood, ignoring the clench in his chest. "This Targaryen is my nephew, born of my sister Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar. I kept him hidden to protect him from Robert's wrath. His name is Jon, and he is sworn to the Night's Watch. I have corresponded with the Lord Commander. As of now, Jon refuses to break his vow. He has not come to claim any throne." Heads turned, shock mixing with confusion. Some whispered about the Mad King's cruelty, others recalled Rhaegar as a gallant figure. Stannis let out a sharp exhalation, then pointed a finger at Ned. "We do not refute your tale, but neither do we enthrone a black brother. The vow is binding. Unless he abandons it, the realm cannot seat him, even if it wished to. Is there any here who claims otherwise?" Silence reigned a moment. Then Mace Tyrell coughed. "We of the Reach endured the Targaryens for centuries. We see no reason to revert to that line." A scatter of applause from some corners. The Martell envoy said nothing, though Dorne had once favored Rhaegar. Edmure Tully looked uncertain, but he did not speak. Most lords seemed content to leave the matter untouched. Only a few, perhaps those who loathed the Baratheons for the rebellion, murmured about Rhaegar's honor. Then a new voice rose from the side. "What if the boy is forced by the realm to assume the crown? Does duty to the realm outweigh a vow to the Watch?" The speaker was a lesser noble from the Crownlands, a shaky man who disliked Stannis. But the question stirred muttering. Stannis' expression darkened. "He will not be forced by me. If men try, they shall face my sword. This realm cannot abide endless upheaval. I am your rightful king by law and by conquest. That is final." His tone dared anyone to argue. Ned let out a slow breath. Part of him felt relief that Stannis was so firm in denying the possibility because it spared Jon the torment of a forced crown. Another part feared that if Stannis ruled with an iron fist, discontent might simmer. But the hall, weary of war, seemed to accept Stannis' stance for now. The matter was laid to rest. No vote was taken, no huge debate. The Targaryen question was brushed aside. Ned sank back into his seat, feeling the weight of it. That was how quickly the realm might bury Rhaegar's line again. Unless, someday, discontent rose anew. The council continued with lesser squabbles. As the afternoon wore on, Stannis declared that the next day's session would address more details. The crowd dispersed, some lords frowning, others seeming relieved. Ned walked out with Robb and Catelyn on either side. Sansa joined them in the corridor, tucking her arm in Ned's. She had sat quietly, taking in every twist of the discussion. She asked if Jon was truly safe. Ned assured her the watch was neutral and no one would forcibly remove him unless they wished to provoke a storm from many houses. That night, the city seemed calmer than it had in months. Lanterns glowed in the squares, the Red Keep's ramparts lined with disciplined watchmen. The Tyrells hosted a modest feast in one of the lesser halls to celebrate the council. Ned, Catelyn, Robb, and Sansa attended, as did many lords. Stannis himself did not appear, citing duties. Lord Mace Tyrell gave a flowery speech about forging a bright future, though Ned sensed the man's subtext. The Tyrells wanted to remain as powerful as possible in the new regime. Roose Bolton drifted among the guests like a pale ghost. Tyrion lingered, sampling the wine but speaking little. Jaime Lannister, manacled, was permitted to stand in a corner under guard. He looked bored, occasionally trading barbs with Tyrion. The Great Jon roared stories of the battle, draining cups in mighty gulps. Sansa danced with a Riverlands knight, if only to show the realm that House Stark was not all gloom. Ned, sipping watered ale, listened to the music with a heavy heart. Even in so-called victory, the scars ran deep. Late in the evening, Catelyn slipped a hand in Ned's and led him outside to a quiet balcony. The music faded behind them, replaced by the wind off Blackwater Bay. The city lay below, still battered, though lanterns glowed along some thoroughfares. Catelyn gazed out at the rooftops. We stand here as if in peacetime, yet so many remain homeless, fatherless. Arya is still gone. She closed her eyes. I can't bear not knowing if she's alive. Ned put an arm around her shoulders, drawing her close. We'll keep searching. Now that the city is more stable, we can redouble the watch. She's a resourceful child. If there's breath in her, she'll find her way to us. Catelyn nodded, tears glinting in the moonlight. What will happen to Jaime Lannister? Edmure brought him as a prisoner. Stannis might want him executed to settle old scores. Ned's face tightened. We do not thirst for more blood. The Lannisters are finished as a ruling power. But Stannis may see it differently. Council. The first was Mace Tyrell, with a grand retinue from Highgarden. The Tyrells had lost little in the war, having mostly stayed out once they realized Joffrey's lineage was false. Now they paraded into the city with wagons of fresh fruit and flowers, a display meant to awe. Stannis greeted them with cold courtesy, naming Mace Lord Paramount of the Reach in a brief ceremony. Margaery Tyrell was with them, golden brown hair pinned elaborately, a shrewd smile on her lips as she observed the state of the city. She had once been rumored to marry Joffrey. Now she found herself in King's Landing with no official betrothal, a subject of speculation among the courtiers. Ned found her polite but guarded when they spoke briefly. She expressed sympathy for the city's hardships, but her eyes glittered with ambition. Next came Edmure Tully and some riverlords, including the Blackfish and a newly freed Jaime Lannister, an arrangement hammered out in the Riverlands. Jaime had been captured after a skirmish with Robb's men many months prior, but with Tywin's defeat, Edmure had chosen to bring Jaime to King's Landing for the council, presumably to face justice. Jaime arrived under heavy guard, wearing manacles. A bruise marred his cheek, and he walked with a noticeable limp. When he saw Ned at the gates, Jaime managed a mocking half-bow, though his usual arrogance seemed dimmed. Ned considered him a dangerous man, but with Cersei gone, Joffrey dead, and Tywin in chains, Jaime looked less like the Golden Knight and more like a man who had lost everything. The Vale remained absent, Lisa Arryn sending only a letter full of excuses about her son's health. Doran Martell sent an envoy, not traveling himself. The Greyjoys were unrepresented. Many lesser houses arrived, from the Crownlands and the Stormlands, each pledging or at least acknowledging Stannis' rule for now. The Red Keep's lesser halls rang with so many new voices that the city felt like it was bracing for a festival, albeit a somber one. All were curious to see how Stannis would handle the subject of the Targaryen boy, if that ever arose. For the moment, many took the name Jon Targaryen as rumor. Catelyn Stark arrived from Riverrun in time for the council's opening. Ned embraced her in the courtyard, relief pouring through him. She wept at seeing him alive after all she had heard, and seeing Sansa, who clutched her mother fiercely. Catelyn's hair was streaked with new silver from the stress of war, but her eyes shone with warmth when she saw her family. Robb joined them, completing the partial reunion, though Arya was still missing, and the younger boys remained in the north. The family spent a precious hour closeted in a small solar, exchanging news. Catelyn recounted how the Tully banners had hammered stray Lannister outposts, how she had spread word that Ned was safe, how the Riverlands still reeled from the devastation of war. Ned told her everything from the city's downfall to Stannis' arrival on the throne. They sat close together, forging a moment of peace in a city shaped by chaos. Then came the Great Council itself, which convened in the throne room under Stannis' watchful eye. The space had been cleaned of rubble, though the roof was still partially open to the sky. Sunlight poured through the gap, illuminating the Iron Throne. Rows of chairs had been set out for the attending lords, and the lesser folk thronged the edges or stood on balconies. Ned and Robb took seats near the front, Sansa and Catelyn a few rows behind, with other Stark bannermen. Mace Tyrell sat with a large retinue to the right, Edmure Tully and the Riverlords to the left, Dor and Martell's envoy not far away. Stannis presided from the throne, flanked by Davos Seaworth and the Red Priestess. Tyrion Lannister lurked near the dais, scribbling notes for the crown's finances. Jaime Lannister sat in chains, watched by northern guards. Roose Bolton stood behind Ned, silent as a shadow. Even the great Jon had tried to tidy himself, though he still wore a gruff scowl. Hundreds of spectators crammed the hall, expecting spectacle or drama. Stannis began with a formal statement of his claim, citing Robert's usurpation of the Mad King, Joffrey's illegitimacy, and his own right as the elder surviving Baratheon. He enumerated the realm's crises, the treasury in debt, the farmland ravaged, the city half-burnt. He proposed a broad set of reforms, heavier taxes on wealthy lords to rebuild, punishment for houses that had openly supported the Lannisters. Then he opened the floor, letting lords speak. Mace Tyrell praised Stannis' might but asked for certain trade rights in the Reach. Edmure Tully appealed for help in rebuilding the Trident region. One by one, lords rose to ask or bargain for privileges, indemnities, or positions. Tyrion jotted each request with wry efficiency. Ned listened quietly, waiting for the matter of the Targaryen boy to arise. At last, a minor lord from the Stormlands stood to voice the question many had dreaded. What of the rumored Targaryen prince at the wall? The city is rife with talk that Eddard Stark revealed him to be Rhaegar's trueborn son. Should the realm not confirm or deny that claim? Attention rippled across the hall. Stannis' face turned stony. Mace Tyrell shifted in his seat, uncertain. Edmure Tully threw Ned a glance, as if to say, "Are we talking about that now?" Murmurs broke out among the assembled. Ned stood, ignoring the clench in his chest. "This Targaryen is my nephew, born of my sister Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar. I kept him hidden to protect him from Robert's wrath. His name is Jon, and he is sworn to the Night's Watch. I have corresponded with the Lord Commander. As of now, Jon refuses to break his vow. He has not come to claim any throne." Heads turned, shock mixing with confusion. Some whispered about the Mad King's cruelty, others recalled Rhaegar as a gallant figure. Stannis let out a sharp exhalation, then pointed a finger at Ned. "We do not refute your tale, but neither do we enthrone a black brother. The vow is binding. Unless he abandons it, the realm cannot cede him, even if it wished to. Is there any here who claims otherwise?" Silence reigned a moment. Then Mace Tyrell coughed. "We of the Reach endured the Targaryens for centuries. We see no reason to revert to that line." A scatter of applause from some corners. The Martell envoy said nothing, though Dorne had once favored Rhaegar. Edmure Tully looked uncertain, but he did not speak. Most lords seemed content to leave the matter untouched. Only a few, perhaps those who loathed the Baratheons for the rebellion, murmured about Rhaegar's honor. Then a new voice rose from the side. "What if the boy is forced by the realm to assume the crown? Does duty to the realm outweigh a vow to the Watch?" The speaker was a lesser noble from the Crownlands, a shaky man who disliked Stannis. But the question stirred muttering. Stannis' expression darkened. "He will not be forced by me. If men try, they shall face my sword. This realm cannot abide endless upheaval. I am your rightful king by law and by conquest. That is final." His tone dared anyone to argue. Ned let out a slow breath. Part of him felt relief that Stannis was so firm in denying the possibility because it spared Jon the torment of a forced crown. Another part feared that if Stannis ruled with an iron fist, discontent might simmer. But the hall, weary of war, seemed to accept Stannis' stance for now. The matter was laid to rest. No vote was taken, no huge debate. The Targaryen question was brushed aside. Ned sank back into his seat, feeling the weight of it. That was how quickly the realm might bury Rhaegar's line again. Unless, someday, discontent rose anew. The council continued with lesser squabbles. As the afternoon wore on, Stannis declared that the next day's session would address more details. The crowd dispersed, some lords frowning, others seeming relieved. Ned walked out with Robb and Catelyn on either side. Sansa joined them in the corridor, tucking her arm in Ned's. She had sat quietly, taking in every twist of the discussion. She asked if Jon was truly safe. Ned assured her the watch was neutral and no one would forcibly remove him unless they wished to provoke a storm from many houses. That night, the city seemed calmer than it had in months. Lanterns glowed in the squares, the Red Keep's ramparts lined with disciplined watchmen. The Tyrells hosted a modest feast in one of the lesser halls to celebrate the council. Ned, Catelyn, Robb, and Sansa attended, as did many lords. Stannis himself did not appear, citing duties. Lord Mace Tyrell gave a flowery speech about forging a bright future, though Ned sensed the man's subtext. The Tyrells wanted to remain as powerful as possible in the new regime. Roose Bolton drifted among the guests like a pale ghost. Tyrion lingered, sampling the wine but speaking little. Jaime RN peace. Time would tell. Ned turned and descended to the courtyard where the Starks and their men were mounted. Arya squirmed with impatience on her gelding. Sansa sat primly on a chestnut mare, wearing a simpler gown than before. Robb rode at the head, face calm but with a hint of eagerness to be moving. Catelyn guided her own horse, lips curved in a faint smile. The banners of the direwolf stirred in a gentle breeze, a reminder that House Stark endured. Ned mounted and joined them. Gate chains rattled and the portcullis rose. The column clopped across the muddy yard and out into the early morning light. A handful of watchers lined the street, some small folk who had come to respect the Starks for the bread lines and the honest patrols. They raised timid hands in farewell. Others only stared with guarded eyes, uncertain about any lord or king. The city receded behind them as they passed through the gate, out onto the King's Road. Ahead lay leagues upon leagues, battered farmland, shattered villages to rebuild. But at the end of that road stood Winterfell, the seat of their ancestors, the home they had yearned for. Ned drew in a long breath, letting the crisp air cleanse the last stench of the capital from his lungs. Home, Arya murmured. Can we ride fast, father? He gave her a soft chuckle. Patience. You'll see it soon enough. Sansa smiled, brushing back a strand of hair. We'll be a family again under one roof. Robb turned in the saddle, looking back at Ned. And we'll show them that the North remembers. Ned nodded gravely. Yes. Let the North be strong and at peace for the storms that may come. He nudged his horse forward. The column spurred into motion, the road stretching before them like the promise of a new beginning. The morning sun climbed higher, touching each weary soldier with warmth, and the Stark banners rippled overhead, gray dire wolves, proud and unbowed, returning home at last. They set out from King's Landing at dawn, the rising sun gilding the spires they left behind. The city's battered silhouette receded in a haze of morning light, and for a time all that could be heard was the steady clop of hooves on the old road. Sansa and Arya rode on chestnut mares, each watched over by two Stark men, while Catelyn guided her palfrey with quiet grace. Robb led the column at the fore, his direwolf banner flapping overhead. And Ned Stark rode beside him, a mingled feeling of relief and lingering unease coiling in his chest. The last time he had left King's Landing, it had been under the shadow of betrayal and a blade at his neck. Now, though he rode away freely, his mind still weighed the cost. The city lay behind him, shaped by blood and wildfire and the iron will of the new King Stannis. The realm might have found its uneasy ruler, but the scars of war had not faded. He only prayed that somehow, in the days to come, fewer swords would be drawn. They moved with discipline, splitting the host into several segments to avoid clogging the road. House Stark's core banners led the way, accompanied by bannermen from House Umber, Karstark, Mormont, and Glover, plus a scattering of Riverland knights sworn to Catelyn's family. The baggage wagons followed, laden with tents and supplies. A rearguard of mounted archers brought up the back, ensuring no brigands crept upon them. Even so, the road west of King's Landing remained scarred by conflict, burned farmhouses, meager fields stripped bare by foragers. Ragged peasants appeared from time to time, hands outstretched in mute desperation. Catelyn insisted on distributing bread to them from one of the supply carts, and the men did not complain. After so much devastation, an extra handful of loaves seemed a small kindness. Arya was restless by the second day. Having grown used to scurrying through the city's alleys with blade in hand, she found the pace of an orderly march stifling. Sansa teased her about wanting to gallop ahead, and Arya only scowled in response. Still, she obeyed Ned's admonition to stay within sight. She was thin but strong, her eyes older than her years. Now that they were together again, Ned let her roam the column a bit, on the promise that she would not stray far. He could see that each day on the road her shoulders relaxed a fraction as if the open skies and the green horizon reminded her that life was more than survival. For Sansa, the journey was a reflection of how far she had come from the illusions of courtly romance. She rode quietly much of the time, taking in the harsh realities, the charred fields, the hollow-eyed villagers. Whenever they paused at midday, she would join her mother and a small group of camp followers to help bandage any rider who'd been injured in the earlier war or to dole out water. She did not complain. Ned saw that in the flickers of her eyes she still carried sadness for the city and for all she had endured. Yet she was forging a new resilience. She had discovered, at last, that courtesy was a form of strength rather than a helpless dream. On the 5th day they came upon a ruined hamlet once part of the Crownlands. Thin plumes of smoke still wafted from collapsed roofs. The villagers had apparently fled or been driven away. Robb ordered a scouting party to comb through, ensuring no survivors remained in need of help and to flush out any brigands. They found only a few starved dogs and a pair of frightened children who had hidden in a root cellar. One of Robb's men coaxed them out with gentle words, offering bread and a place in the baggage train until they reached a safer town. The children accepted mutely, their eyes dull with shock. This, Ned thought, was the real face of war. Not the bright banners or the glory-laden songs, but the orphans and the broken cinders of once quiet homes. Still, not all the road was misery. As they pushed farther into the riverlands, the land began to heal in patches. Some villages had rebuilt under Edmure Tully's guidance, and there were signs of fresh planting, though summer waned. A few riverlords offered the Starks a warm welcome and small feasts. Catelyn's brother Edmure was busy in Riverrun but had left instructions for any Stark riders to be given safe lodging at houses loyal to House Tully. Though the war had battered them, these local lords seemed relieved that the old tensions were dying now that Tywin Lannister was captured and Joffrey dead. They asked after news of the city, and Ned told them in careful detail. Stannis Baratheon upon the Iron Throne, a great council that had given him grudging acceptance, a plan to rebuild. Most seemed satisfied that the realm would not see more flames anytime soon. 2 weeks into the journey, they reached Riverrun itself, the ancestral seat of the Tullys. Towers of red sandstone glimmered under the midday sun, and the confluence of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone rivers embraced the castle's walls. Catelyn had that longing look in her eyes as they rode across the drawbridge, remembering her girlhood. Edmure met them in the courtyard, face bright. Beside him stood the Blackfish, Brynden Tully, arms folded but smiling faintly at the approach of the Stark column. They embraced, and that evening, a modest banquet was held in the great hall of Riverrun, a hall that had once known the terror of siege when the Lannisters pressed in from the west. Now it was warmed by a sense of reprieve. Musicians played soft tunes, while Edmure insisted on hearing every detail of King's Landing's turmoil. "So Joffrey is gone at last," Edmure murmured, taking a long draught of ale. "And Tywin is in chains. The realm can scarcely believe it. Did you truly see the boy's corpse with your own eyes?" Ned nodded, subdued. Yes, he and Cersei both. It seemed as though they turned on one another in their final hours, or perhaps they were caught in the madness of the city's collapse. We'll never know for certain, but their reign ended in blood, as it began. Edmure shook his head. A sad end, though the boy was monstrous from all accounts. Let us hope Stannis rules with more sense. His gaze fell on Catelyn, who sat near him with Sansa on her other side. "And you, sister, did you find your daughters safe?" Catelyn smiled, resting a hand gently over Sansa's. "Yes, both of them. Arya joined us on the road. She had survived on her own. The gods were merciful. Arya herself was at another table, devouring roasted fowl with gusto. She had little interest in formal conversation." Sansa watched her sister with a small, fond smile, then turned back to Edmure. "I'm thankful to be leaving King's Landing, Uncle. The city still smells of smoke and fear." I remember that stench," Edmure said with a grimace. "You'll be happier in the north. You all will. The Riverlands will always be your mother's home, but winter is coming, and I suspect you want to gather with your folk." "We do," Ned said quietly. "We'll see to repairs at Winterfell and prepare for the coming cold. The war took its toll everywhere, but the north has its own burdens." Edmure raised his cup in salute, letting the conversation shift to lighter topics. Laughter rose in corners of the hall, for the Tully bannermen were relieved that the Lannister threat no longer loomed. The meal ended on a note of cautious optimism. When bedtime neared, Ned and Catelyn walked the corridors of Riverrun, reacquainting themselves with old tapestries and memories. At a small balcony over the water, they paused, listening to the steady rush of the tumblestone. The moon cast silver on Catelyn's hair. "Sometimes I think how easily we might have lost everything," she whispered, leaning into Ned's side. "Our children, our lands, our honor. But the gods were kind enough to spare us some measure of peace." Ned placed an arm around her. "We must honor that mercy. At King's Landing, I tried to do what was right, even if it meant exposing Joffrey. So many died, and yet it had to be done. I only wish Robert had lived to see the truth with his own eyes." They shared a long, quiet moment. Then they returned to their chambers, for they planned an early start, wanting to press north quickly. They departed Riverrun the next morning, accompanied by a contingent of Tully knights for extra security. Edmure parted from them at the castle gates, promising to visit Winterfell once he stabilized the Riverlands further. Arya said goodbye to the Blackfish with a grin. She had formed a liking for the grizzled old knight who had teased her about her sword. The road called, though, and the north beckoned. Traveling deeper into the Riverlands, they passed by the twins' stronghold of House Frey, though they took a route that kept them out of immediate entanglements. Word had come that Walder Frey was ill, or so the rumors said, but the phrase raised no challenge as the Stark host skirted their lands. Some in the column muttered curses at the notion of dealing with Walder Frey at all, but the old man made no attempt to hinder them. They pressed on, forging across rolling hills and winding streams. The days shortened, the nights grew colder, and the talk of winter began to seem less remote. Soon, the marshy expanse of the neck rose before them. Arya rode near Ned on the final approach, her nose wrinkling at the boggy smell and the biting insects. "It's always so damp," she complained, swatting at a mosquito. "That's the neck," Ned said, half smiling. "We're not far from Moat Cailin now. Once we pass that, we're in the north." Catelyn, on Ned's other side, sighed. "I only hope the fortress hasn't been neglected. Moat Cailin is essential to defending the north from any threat to the south." Robb, riding ahead, reined in his horse to let them catch up. "Our outriders say the castle is intact, though lightly garrisoned. We never had to fear a southern invasion once Tywin was taken prisoner. But we'll see for ourselves soon." The column wound along the causeways, weaving past stagnant pools. Towering reeds rustled in a damp wind. Occasional flocks of waterfowl burst into flight, startled by so many hoofs. The air felt thick, a reminder that the neck was both shield and labyrinth. On the third day in those marshes, they came at last to the ruined towers of Moat Cailin. Once, centuries ago, it had been a proud fortress guarding the only accessible route from south to north. Now it loomed in partial ruin, though a few towers remained. The old walls jutted from the peat like gray teeth. A small garrison of Stark men hailed them from the ramparts, about 50 strong, led by a stout sergeant who had served the castle for a decade. They welcomed Ned's arrival with heartfelt cheers, for they had heard rumors of his captivity, then his survival. On a muddy patch outside the main tower, the Stark column encamped for a day, letting the horses rest and sorting out supply wagons. Ned walked the perimeter with Robb, noting the cracked stones and the creeping moss. Yet the position was still formidable, especially in the boggy terrain. Catelyn and Sansa found lodging inside a tower chamber, while Arya ran around exploring what had once been gatehouses, peering through arrow slits. She claimed to see a fat toad the size of her fist, but no one else could find it. At dusk, Ned gathered the family and a few bannermen in the tower's great hall for a modest meal. The sergeant recounted how the neck had remained quiet throughout the war, aside from a few refugees or deserters passing through. "Half the travelers were folks from the Riverlands trying to escape Lannister raids," he said, sipping ale from a dented cup. "We let 'em go on. Saw no southern armies. Good riddance to them." Arya perked up. "You never saw a small girl with short hair carrying a sword?" The sergeant blinked. "Begging your pardon, my lady, we see no girls with swords. Might have if we'd known, but no. Sorry." Arya shrugged, exchanging a grin with Sansa. She'd found her family anyway, and that was enough. Ned turned the conversation toward the garrison, checking their supplies of salted meat, arrow stores, and the condition of the old portcullis. The sergeant was proud to report they had enough for a lean garrison, at least until winter came. Then, if trouble arose, they could request reinforcements from Winterfell. Ned felt a measure of gratitude that these men had kept vigil all that time. They departed Moat Cailin at dawn. The difference in the air was immediate once they were north of the neck. The wind carried a chill that spoke of coming frosts, and the land changed from boggy wetlands to rolling plains and pine groves. Even the sky seemed larger. Sansa looked around with wide eyes as if trying to recall all the details of the homeland she had left behind so long ago. Arya gave a small whoop of excitement when the terrain rose into stony hills. The men behind them wore satisfied grins. They were in the north again, and that knowledge lent a fresh vigor to their ride. They pressed on through days of crisp sunshine and nights that turned nipping cold. More farmsteads began to appear, each flying the direwolf banner on small poles or hammered signs. The small folk recognized their returning lord, bowing or waving from doorways. Some had known fear that the Lannisters or Iron Islanders might invade, but the war had ended before such an assault came. Still, these folk had felt the tension. Now, seeing Ned and Robb leading a proud column home, they cheered, calling out blessings for House Stark. Arya grinned at each greeting, and Sansa waved politely. As the roads bent around wooded valleys, Ned's heart beat faster. Winterfell was not far. He had lived so many months in dread of never seeing it again, imprisoned in King's Landing, forced to kneel to a false king. Now, to be riding freely toward his ancestral seat with his children around him felt like a gift. Catelyn, though not born of the north, looked almost as eager. She had come to love Winterfell as her own home. Robb, for his part, had a proud tilt to his chin, remembering how he left as a boy uncertain if he would return. He had left to rescue his father and sisters. In that he had succeeded, though the cost was high. All that was left now was to see how the north had fared. The morning they glimpsed Winterfell's outer towers was a moment of hushed awe. A line of gray stone ramparts rose against the horizon, wreathed in stands of oak and ash. From the distance, a few columns of smoke trailed skyward, a sign of the many hearths within. The castle's ancient walls, thick and enduring, gave a sense of timeless strength. Sansa gasped softly at the sight, eyes shining with memory. Arya straightened in her saddle as if she might gallop ahead. Ned felt a pang of longing that twisted into relief. Home. A horn sounded from the walls, echoing over the fields. Riders rushed from the gatehouse to greet them. Ned recognized some of the men at once: Harwin, a stable-hand's son turned guard, and Old Cain, who had served the Starks for years. The men halted before them, wide-eyed with joy. Harwin leapt from his horse to clasp Ned's hand, tears glistening. "My lord, you've returned. The gods are good. We'd heard so many tales, we feared the worst." Ned smiled, voice thick. "I feared as well. But we are here. How fares Winterfell?" "Safe," Harwin replied. "Bran and Rickon are well, though they worried for you all each day. Maester Luwin has held the castle together, with Lord Roderick Castle leading the guard. They'll be overjoyed to see you." He glanced at Arya and Sansa with boyish wonder. "My ladies, you're grown. We prayed for your return." Robb clasped Harwin's shoulder. "We have much to discuss, friend. But let's get inside first. See my brothers." The portcullis lifted, and the party rode through Winterfell's gate into the familiar courtyard. Stable hands rushed forward to take the horses. Ned dismounted slowly, letting the swirl of memories wash over him. Stone walls thick with vines, the old well in the corner, the steps leading to the great keep. He heard the excited bark of hounds from the kennels, a swirl of voices. Then, as if conjured by thought, he saw two figures running from the great hall's doors. Bran, taller than Ned remembered, and Rickon, arms flailing in excitement. They hurtled across the yard, ignoring dignity, tears bright on their cheeks. "Father! Mother!" Bran called, and he might have stumbled but for the brace on his leg. He had grown, though he still used a crutch that helped him move more swiftly. Rickon, only a child of 6 when Ned last saw him, now was a bit taller, curly-haired and wide-eyed with wonder. They barreled into Catelyn's arms first, then Ned's. Sansa and Arya joined, forming a knot of hugging, crying Starks right in the courtyard, surrounded by gawking servants who smiled through their own tears. Ned pressed his cheek to Bran's hair, feeling how the boy had changed. "Oh, Bran, you've grown so tall. Are you well? Your legs?" Bran nodded, tears streaming. "I'm fine, father. The maester taught me exercises, and Hodder helps me walk sometimes. I missed you all so much." His voice caught. "We worried you might never come back." Rickon clung to Catelyn's waist, biting his lip as if refusing to cry in front of so many. "Mother, Sansa, Arya." He stared at his sisters with a half-scowl, half-laugh. "You left me here alone with no one to play with." Arya ruffled his hair. "Sorry, Rickon, but we're back now. I'll spar with you if you want, but you might regret it." Sansa's embrace for Rickon was gentler, tears shining. "Oh, you sweet boy. You're so big. Look at your hair. By the gods. We have so many stories to tell you. As the family reunion filled the courtyard with emotion, Maester Luwin emerged from the steps, looking thinner but relieved beyond measure. He bowed stiffly, pressing a hand to his heart. My Lord Eddard, my Lady Catelyn, you cannot know the joy I feel at this moment. And you, Lord Robb, our young wolf returns victorious. Robb inclined his head, blinking away moisture in his eyes. Not so victorious without cost, Maester. But we are here, and that is victory enough. He quickly greeted Luwin, clasping arms, then introduced some of the new men who had joined their ranks. All around them, the courtyard buzzed with greetings, tears, laughter. Even the horses seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. An hour later found them in the Great Hall, a space that Ned had missed with his entire soul. Tapestries depicting wolves and northern hunts adorned the walls. A long trestle table was set with mead and bread quickly assembled by the castle staff. They had not expected the Starks quite so soon, but the entire household scrambled to show their devotion. Hodder, the large, gentle stable boy, lingered near Bran, beaming. Old Nan, who had told so many stories, bustled from the kitchens, tears in her eyes, scolding Arya for being so skinny. The hearth blazed bright, chasing away the north's chill. Ned sat at the head of the table with Catelyn, Robb at his right, Bran and Rickon on his left, then Sansa and Arya beyond them. It felt surreal to see all his children, save Jon, Ned thought with a pang, together in one place again, but he savored it. The hall filled with the aromas of roasted onions, fresh bread, spiced mutton, though everything was a bit hurried. They would celebrate more lavishly in days to come once the stores could be arranged. For now, this feast was a warm gesture of homecoming. Between bites of food, Ned and Robb recounted an outline of the war for Maester Luwin and Ser Roderick Castle, who had overseen Winterfell's defenses. They spoke of Tywin's capture, Joffrey's violent end, and Stannis' ascension to the throne. They told of the great council that had recognized Stannis, at least in name, with many houses war-weary and wanting peace. Catelyn added how King's Landing now worked to rebuild under Stannis' stern rule, how Tyrion Lannister served as master of coin. The onlookers around the table shook their heads at how quickly fortunes had turned. And Jon? Bran asked hesitantly. Did you see him? Is he still at the wall? He looked from Ned to Robb with a mixture of hope and worry. Ned's voice was gentle. He remains at Castle Black, sworn to the Night's Watch. The war never reached the wall, so he's safe as far as we know. But we learned that the lords know of his parentage, that he is Rhaegar Targaryen's son, not truly my bastard. It has caused questions. Bran blinked. He never seemed like a Targaryen to me. He lowered his eyes. So is he still our brother? Ned reached over to squeeze Bran's hand. In all the ways that matter, yes. Blood is complicated, but love need not be. Rickon frowned. Will he come back here now that the war's over? A hush fell. Ned glanced at Catelyn, who nodded for him to speak. He made vows to the Night's Watch. That vow is for life. Unless the Watch itself releases him or some extraordinary cause arises, he must remain. He offered Rickon a soft, sad smile. But we can write to him, invite him if the Lord Commander allows a visit. Perhaps we can persuade them to let Jon come for a short time, though that is uncertain. The younger boy's brow furrowed, but he nodded, chewing his lip. Arya, listening, took a moment to recall how close she'd been to Jon in Winterfell. He always gave me pointers on swordplay, she said quietly. I miss him. They all did, in their own ways. Yet the conversation passed on to other topics. The sense of relief at being home overshadowed the sadness. Once the meal ended, Ned and Catelyn accompanied the children to see their old rooms, to check on the stables, to ensure that the storerooms were well stocked for winter. Throughout the castle, servants bowed or embraced them. The heart tree in the godwood beckoned, and Ned took time that evening to stand among its ancient branches, pressing a palm to the carved face in silent thanks. He could almost feel the old gods stirring, acknowledging that House Stark had endured another trial. The ravens perched overhead, cawing at him. He prayed for the North, for peace, for Jon, and for the memory of all who had fallen in the war. In the days that followed, they settled into a new routine. Robb resumed his role as Ned's heir and chief aide, discussing how to manage the northern lords who had been scattered by the war. Letters went out to House Manderley in White Harbor, the Glovers of Deepwood Motte, the Boltons of the Drevfort, all announcing that Ned was safely home, that King's Landing was stable under Stannis, and that the North would focus on rebuilding. The ravages of the war had been lesser in the North, but anxiety and partial famine still threatened in some corners. Ned and Robb laid plans to send grain to the more stricken areas, to muster hunts for game, and to ensure enough wood was cut for winter fires. Catelyn supervised the household. She recognized that the staff had been stretched thin. Some had left when it seemed the war might come north, others had fled family tragedies. Now they trickled back, reassured by Ned's return. Sansa assisted her mother in those tasks, especially with the sewing women and the storehouse inventories. She seemed determined to prove her usefulness, no longer content to drift in fancy. Arya, on the other hand, pestered the master-at-arms for sword lessons or explored the grounds with Rickon in tow. Occasionally, Ned had to remind her not to vanish in the woods for hours without a guard, but for the most part, he let her roam. It was a safer place than King's Landing. Bran spent much of his time in the library with Maester Luwin or practicing archery with Hodder's help. He had grown more thoughtful since his accident, as if drawn to the mysteries of the old tales. He asked Ned one day if he believed the White Walkers were real. Ned hesitated, recalling the old nightmares and the warnings from beyond the wall. "I pray they remain only stories," was all he could say. "But the Night's Watch stands for a reason. If ever that reason returns, we must be vigilant." Bran nodded solemnly as though he understood more than he said. Autumn deepened, the winds turning sharper, the days shorter. Word came from the south by Raven. Stannis continued to rule King's Landing with an iron grip, punishing corruption but also clashing with some lords who disliked his severity. The Tyrells were weaving deals to maintain their influence. Tyrion Lannister had reorganized the crown's finances, apparently saving them from bankruptcy. Jaime Lannister, still a captive, awaited a formal trial. Tywin languished on Dragonstone, rumored to be in failing health. Nothing indicated a fresh war, which was all Ned truly cared about. The realm might roil with politics, but the North wanted no part in further bloodshed. One evening, after a modest supper in the Great Hall, Ned found himself alone in the solar with Robb, going over a ledger of supply records. A brazier crackled nearby, casting wavering shadows on the stone walls. Robb set down his quill, rubbed his temples, and sighed. "Sometimes I miss the battlefield, Father. Life seemed simpler then. We had an enemy to face. Now, it's figures and accounts and planning for a winter that might last years." Ned managed a small smile. "It's a different kind of battle, son. Ruling well is no small feat. We fight to keep our people fed and warm. If we fail, that can be as deadly as any sword." Robb nodded. "I know. I'll do my best." He hesitated. "I wanted to ask you about something. When I left Winterfell, I was just a boy leading a host. Now, returning, I feel both older and yet uncertain. I wondered if you think I did right by leading the men to King's Landing, by forging alliances with Stannis." Ned leaned back. "You saved me and your sisters. That alone is reason enough to say yes, you did right. And you helped rid the realm of a false king. Perhaps we both made mistakes along the way. War is full of them. But the North stands intact, our family is together, the realm has at least some measure of stability. I can't fault your leadership. You've grown, Robb, into a man any father would be proud of." A flicker of gratitude lit Robb's face. "Thank you. I suppose the next challenge is ensuring that we don't let the North fade while Stannis rules the South. Some lords might clamor for independence again after all that blood. We can't quite manage that if winter hits us hard. We need southern trade for grain at least a little." "Yes," Ned agreed. "We remain part of one realm, though the distance is great. We'll keep the direwolf banner high, and if Stannis respects our ways, we'll keep the peace." They talked a while longer, drawing up a plan to gather the northern lords for a winter assembly at Winterfell. The idea was that each major house would send representatives to coordinate resource sharing if the snows lasted long. Robb wrote letters to Lord Manderley, to Lady Mormont, to various local lords. Ned supervised the tone. By the time they finished, the hour was late and both men yawned, though a sense of purpose carried them to bed. Meanwhile, life in Winterfell found a new rhythm. Sansa and Arya reconnected with old friends in the courtyard. One day, Sansa and Jane Poole were seen walking by the glass gardens, giggling at something that once would have seemed trivial but now felt precious, a remnant of childhood. Arya, however, spent more time with the younger stable boys or occasionally perched on the walls, scanning the horizon as if seeking an adventure. She would join Rickon for mock duels, using wooden swords. Ned sometimes watched from a tower window, heart-aching at the thought that war had shaped them all, but also proud they had not let it break them. Bran's curiosity about the old stories continued to grow. He asked Maester Luwin about the children of the forest, about the first Starks, about the crypts beneath Winterfell. One evening, he persuaded Arya and Rickon to follow him down the twisting stairs to see the tombs of the long-dead kings in the north. They carried torches that flickered on the carved faces. Ned discovered them there, peering at the statue of Brandon Stark, Ned's father's namesake from ages past, and told them stories of the kings of winter who once ruled the north. Arya shivered at the echoing darkness, but Rickon seemed enthralled by the hush. Bran asked if the dire wolves in the crypt statues were real ones. Ned smiled. In a sense, yes. Every Stark was said to be bound to the spirit of the wolf, and the North remembers. The children left that night subdued but awed. One frosty morning, a raven arrived from the wall, addressed to Ned. He opened it in the privacy of the solar, heart-pounding. The letter was from Lord Commander George Mormont, stating that Jon remained steadfast in his vow, that rumors of his Targaryen parentage had stirred uneasy talk among the Black brothers. Some felt a Targaryen presence threatened their neutrality, others believed it might bring them favor from King Stannis or the lords of the realm. Jon himself had refused all pleas to return south or stake a claim. He had insisted that his duty lay in the north. Mormont concluded by warning that strange reports from beyond the wall persisted, wildlings massing, tales of dead men walking, though that was likely just fear-mongering. He asked if House Stark could supply any extra materials for the watch before winter set in, since the crown's support under Stannis was not yet certain. Ned pressed a hand to his brow, relief and worry mingling. At least Jon was safe, unwavering in his identity as a man of the watch. But the mention of dead men walking made Ned's blood run cold. The old stories about White Walkers seemed too familiar. He resolved to speak with Robb about sending some supplies north, though he knew their own stores were finite. If the wildlings truly massed, that might be an issue for the entire realm, yet few southern lords would heed it unless forced. He shared the contents of the letter with Catelyn, then with Robb. Arya overheard enough to realize Jon was still at the wall and that rumors of some new threat loomed. She asked if they could go see him, and Ned had to gently say no. Winter roads to the wall would be dangerous, and the watch rarely let visitors stay. Arya did not argue much, though disappointment showed in her eyes. She turned that energy into practicing her forms in the yard. Ned watched her once, noticing how agile she'd become, how her stance had improved. She might have made a fine knight if the realm allowed such a thing for a girl. He did not quell that spark in her, she had earned it through blood and tears. Winterfell's courtyard thrived. When the local lords began arriving for the winter assembly, the castle bustled. Lord Serwyn, Lady Donella Hornwood, Lady Mormont from Bear Island, and more came with small retinues, braving the chilly roads. They entered the gates with relief that House Stark's leadership was intact, that the war had ended. Ned and Robb greeted each personally, offering guest quarters if available, or space in the larger barracks. At the assembly itself, they sat in the great hall for hours, discussing everything from harvest yields to tax concerns to banditry that might flare if the winter was harsh. Robb presided with a calm competence that impressed them. Ned offered guidance quietly but firmly. The lords expressed gratitude that the Starks, though battered, had returned stronger than ever. Over the subsequent days, treaties were refined. They pledged mutual aid if the snows turned dire. The Manderleys in White Harbor would keep shipping lanes open, exchanging fish for northern grain. The Umbers would supply timber. The Boltons, in a subdued corner, agreed to send men to patrol near the Dreadfort. Ned did not entirely trust Roose Bolton, but for now the man kept his word. The meeting ended on a note of unity. One evening, the lords feasted in Winterfell's great hall, raising cups to Eddard Stark's safe return. Drums and fiddles played an old northern reel. The children sat at a side table, giggling at the older lord's attempt to dance. Arya tried to coax Sansa into a jig. Sansa refused at first, then laughed and danced with her sister amid the crowd. Bran watched with a smile, leaning on Hodder's arm while Rickon clapped in time to the music. Ned and Catelyn shared a glance of profound relief. For once, no swords hung over their heads. As the nights grew longer, the first snow flurries began drifting down from an iron sky. Winterfell's walls turned frosty white at the corners. The hot springs around the castle still kept the courtyard from deep snow, but beyond the gates, drifts began to build. Ned ordered the staff to check the outer holdfasts, ensure each had enough wood and salt. He also expanded the watchers on the roads, ready to guide travelers who might get lost in a blizzard. The old routine of a northern winter returned, with that mixture of stoic acceptance and readiness. One crisp morning, Ned visited the crypts beneath Winterfell alone. He carried a torch, descending the winding stairs. The cold stones pressed in around him, the hush profound. Here lay his father, Lord Rickard Stark, and his sister Lyanna, and his brother Brandon, all lost to Robert's rebellion. He walked among the statues, each with a stone dire wolf at its feet, a sword across its lap. Dust motes drifted in the torchlight. At Lyanna's tomb, he paused, studying the soft, sorrowful features carved into the stone. For so many years, he had kept her last request secret, to protect her child, Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen. Now the realm knew. He wondered if Lyanna's spirit found any peace that her son had survived, grown into a man of honor. But he also wondered if she mourned that the knowledge had unleashed so much chaos. Perhaps, though, she would have wanted the truth exposed so that no false king could keep the realm enthralled. He touched the stone with gentle fingers, remembering the whisper of her voice in that chamber so long ago. "We are home, Lya," he murmured. "All but Jon, who stands guard at the edge of the world. I wish you could see how strong he's become. And how much Arya is like you, wild and unafraid." His words died among the crypt's shadows. Only silence answered and the faint drip of moisture from the old stones. Ned closed his eyes, letting grief and gratitude meld within him. Then he turned and ascended. The North waited, living and breathing above, counting on him to guide them through winter. In the courtyard that afternoon, Sansa and Arya were building a small figure out of the first proper snowfall, a lumpy snow lady, as Sansa laughingly called it, while Arya insisted on shaping it as a dire wolf. They argued in jest, each scattering snow at the other. Rickon joined in, squealing. Bran watched from a bench, occasionally lobbing handfuls of snow. Their laughter echoed off the walls. Ned and Catelyn stood to one side, arms entwined, hearts warm despite the chill in the air. That, Ned thought, was worth all the trials. His children's laughter in Winterfell's courtyard, free at last from the shadow of war. Shortly after the final leaves fell, a raven from King's Landing arrived. Davos Seaworth, now hand of the king for Stannis, sent word that the city had settled somewhat. The Greyjoys in the west had rattled their swords but not launched a full rebellion, apparently deterred by the presence of Tyrell fleets and a few Baratheon ships. Jaime Lannister had been stripped of titles and was slated for a public trial come spring. Tyrion continued as Master of Coin. No immediate hostilities threatened the north. All of which was cause for cautious relief. Ned penned a polite reply, offering well wishes for the capital's reconstruction, reaffirming that the north desired no conflict. He sealed it with the direwolf stamp, dispatching the raven with a sense of closure. Let the South churn in its politics if it must. House Stark's concern was the snows at their doorstep. As the winter deepened, the entire castle turned to the tasks of survival. Long lines of salted fish and smoked meats filled the storerooms. The blacksmith hammered out new shovel blades. Maids aired out furs. The wells were tested to ensure no freezing. Sansa devised a system for distributing the preserved fruits so none spoiled. Arya occasionally joined hunts in the nearby woods, guided by Ser Roderick or other experienced trackers. She grew adept at loosing an arrow, though her aim still needed refining. Bran studied the maps of the north, learning the old paths across the mountains, while Rickon hung on his every word, sometimes tugging at Shaggy Dog, the black dire wolf that still roamed the grounds. Robb oversaw it all, ensuring each small folk village near Winterfell also had enough supplies. He wanted no child going hungry on House Stark's watch. Ned felt the quiet pride of a father who had doubted he would ever see such peace again. Yes, there were worries, the old rumors beyond the wall, the uneasy alliances of the South, the uncertain future. But for the first time in months, perhaps years, Ned sensed that the North could endure. The realm had survived the storm. A new season of cold and darkness would come, but they would face it side by side. Each day, as he walked the ramparts of Winterfell, he breathed in the cold northern wind, remembering how many had died to preserve this moment. Robert, in his way, King Joffrey in his vile path, thousands of soldiers, innocents in King's Landing, even Cersei. Nothing could erase that bloodshed. But perhaps they could honor it by living well, fostering a gentler future. One late afternoon, Ned climbed the highest tower to gaze over the white-blanketed forests. The sun sank in a blaze of red and gold, painting the snowdrifts in tinted light. Down in the yard, he spotted Arya spinning with her practiced sword, face alight, and Sansa playing a harp's soft melody while Robb conversed with a group of visiting lords and Bran guided Rickon in some reading lesson. The bustle of Winterfell's life brought warmth to Ned's chest. Once in King's Landing, he had believed he might never see such scenes again. A quiet footstep behind him made him turn. Catelyn stood there, cloak drawn tight. She stepped up to his side, following his gaze. "You look far away," she said softly. He slipped an arm around her waist. "Thinking of how blessed we are after everything. The wheel keeps turning. But we stand here, and our children laugh below." She laid her head on his shoulder. "And we have you, my love. There was a time I thought I'd lose you to a headsman's block." A tremor went through her, recalling that dread. "But the gods were kind." Ned nodded, pressing a kiss to her hair. "We'll hold this place safe, Cat, no matter what. Even if storms rise again." They stood a while in companionable silence, watching the final glow of sunset fade into dusky purple. Far off, a lone wolf's howl echoed from the woods, answered by the faint growl of a dire wolf in the kennel. The wind carried the hush of oncoming snow. Winter had truly arrived with all its demands, yet in Ned's heart there was no dread, only a quiet readiness. They were home. And so House Stark settled into the long winter ahead. The realm might still have challenges, old grudges, leftover pockets of unrest, uncertain alliances, but for now the North found peace under the gray banners of the dire wolf. Stannis reigned in the south, Tywin's shadow had faded, and Joffrey's cruelty was extinguished. Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, remained a silent watchman on the wall, upholding a vow that transcended birthright. If the realm ever called him forth again, that would be a future story. For now, Ned Stark had his family under his roof, the walls of Winterfell around him, and the knowledge that truth and honor, though dearly bought, had saved more than they lost. Days turned into weeks, and the snow piled high against Winterfell's outer ramparts. Yet within those walls, hearthfires glowed, laughter rose, and the warmth of belonging defied the bitter cold. In the evenings, Ned would gather with his children around the main hearth, telling them stories of old heroes or hearing Arya's banter about sword technique. Sansa might play a gentle tune on the harp while Catelyn sat sewing, content to watch them. Robb might bring news of a distant holdfast that needed a new roof or recite the tasks for the next day. Bran asked about the White Walkers, Rickon about the dire wolves of old. Each question found some small answer, though the future held many mysteries. And in those moments, Ned felt the pulse of House Stark beating strong, anchored by love and loyalty. They had braved the storms of King's Landing, the threat of false kings and cunning queens, and returned not unscathed, but unbroken. The North remembered, as it always did, and so did its people. Winterfell's heart kept them warm against the snow, reminding them who they were and where they belonged. The realm's tangled politics might shift again come spring, but for the long winter, House Stark would endure as it always had, woven into the very bones of the land. And in that enduring promise lay all the hope Ned Stark needed for whatever tomorrow might bring. The next morning began like so many others that winter, a crisp wind blowing across the yard, white drifts piled near the outer walls, and a steel-gray sky that promised more snow by dusk. Ned Stark woke early from a dream of dire wolves howling in the distance. The echo of their calls clung to him, lingering in the half-shadows of his mind. He rose and dressed quietly, leaving Catelyn still dozing beneath the heavy furs, and made his way to the window. Winterfell's courtyard lay beneath a thin sheet of ice, the stables half obscured by the snowy haze. Only a few guards moved along the battlements, stamping their boots against the cold. It was a scene that would have seemed utterly peaceful if not for the soft pang of remembered dreams. He drew in a slow breath. In another life, perhaps he might have known a morning of utter contentment here in the heart of his family seat. Yet these days, as gentle as they were compared to the turmoil of King's Landing, never felt entirely free of shadows. The realm had found a measure of calm under Stannis Baratheon, but tension smoldered beyond the horizon, like damp wood awaiting a spark. Iron Islanders threatened the western coasts, restless as gulls on a storm tide. The Vale kept itself locked behind mountain passes. The Martells in Dorne nursed their old grudges, eyes watchful. And across the sea, rumor insisted that the exiled Targaryen princess, Daenerys, might still live, though no one had seen her in months. And here in the north, well, the name Targaryen had come to roost in Ned's own blood. Jon, Rhaegar's son, remained at the wall. Ned often found himself turning that over in his mind like a puzzle piece that would not fit. If the realm discovered that the last scion of the dragon line was not the silver-haired girl across the sea, but a dark-haired youth in black, what might happen? For now, it seemed no further trouble would arise. Jon had refused to break his vows, determined to be only a brother of the Night's Watch. But men were fickle and lords had long memories. If Stannis faltered, or if the South fell once more into chaos, someone might call on that hidden Targaryen name. Ned prayed it would not come to that. He wanted only a quiet life for Jon, for all his children, safe from the illusions and terrors of kingship. He shut the window. Best not to brood on it now. The day's tasks beckoned. He found his heavy cloak, slid his arms through, and made his way out of the solar. The corridor was chilly underfoot, but the old stones of Winterfell still radiated some of the warmth from the hot springs that ran beneath its foundations. He passed a pair of guards who saluted smartly. Sentries still rotated even at winter's quiet dawns, for the north was not above the threat of bandits or wild beasts. A hush lay over much of the castle, yet from below, Ned caught the faint clatter of pots in the kitchens. The place stirred to life each morning with quiet diligence, just as it had for centuries. Descending the steps, Ned made for the great hall, intending to take a simple breakfast. He found Catelyn there already, wrapped in a shawl, speaking softly with Maester Luwin by the fire. They looked up at his approach, expressions shifting to gentle smiles. You rise before the cocks crow, Ned said to Kat, brushing a kiss across her cheek. I thought I was the early one. I wanted to discuss letters with Maester Luwin, she explained, stepping aside so Ned could warm his hands at the hearth. He has news from White Harbor and from the Rills. We were just concluding. Maester Luwin nodded, adjusting his chain of office. Lord Wyman Manderley sends word that his ships remain watchful of any Ireborn incursions. He claims they might test the coasts once the warmer currents return in spring. And House Riswell reports the gift of 30 horses for your stables to show gratitude for your efforts in reuniting the North. He flipped through the parchments. On less cheerful notes, some travelers from the south bring tales of trouble near the crossing, bandits on the King's Road. But that is the Riverlord's domain to secure. Ned massaged the back of his neck. We'll remain vigilant on our side of the neck. Send a reply of thanks to Lord Wyman for his watchfulness. As for the Riswells, let them know we appreciate their gift, but I want to ensure they have enough feed for their own livestock this winter. If they can spare 30 horses, they must be flush with grain, or else risking their own reserves. Luwin inclined his head. I'll see to it, my lord. He paused, shifting the parchments. We also have a request from Lord Commander Mormont at the Wall. He wonders if we can arrange another shipment of grain sacks by caravan once the pass is stable. The Night's Watch sees more new recruits than usual. Stannis evidently gave criminals a choice of the black or the noose, and many took the black. Feeding them has become a challenge. Caitlin gave Ned a concerned glance. We must help. The Night's Watch is the first line of defense for the North, especially if these rumors of wildlings massing hold any truth. Ned nodded. We'll send what we can spare. Robb and I will weigh it against our stores. We can find enough to supply them for a few months, I'm sure, especially if spring is mild. Let Mormont know we stand with him. Luwin bowed. I shall pen the ravens at once. With your leave, my lady, my lord. He departed quietly, footsteps echoing on the stone. Ned exhaled, turning to Caitlin. So begins the day. Are you well? She offered a small smile. As well as one can be when winter tightens its hold. But yes, Ned, I feel content, if that's not too bold a word. Our family is together. The realm, for all its tensions, does not press at our gates. We can breathe again. He moved closer, brushing a strand of her auburn hair aside. I'm thankful for each day of peace, no matter how uncertain its future. Come, let's break our fast. They shared a simple meal of porridge and fresh bread at the nearest table, a few servants quietly tending the fire. Caitlin told Ned that Sansa had been up late the night before, practicing her needlework for some new tapestry. Sansa wanted to depict the direwolf of House Stark beside the Tully Trout, a reminder of the bond between families. Arya had dozed off in the library with Bran, reading an old scroll about the children of the forest. Ned found that image endearing, though he suspected Arya's real interest was in the legends of ancient battles. When the meal was done, they parted ways. Caitlin headed to the courtyard, planning to check on the new storeroom inventory. Ned decided to climb the tower to see if Robb was awake. He found his eldest son in the solar they shared for official matters, poring over a map of the northern roads. Robb looked up, rubbing his eyes. Good morning, father, he said with a yawn. I was just considering the best route for a supply caravan to Castle Black. If we wait too long, the passes might be snowbound. Yet the roads are already icy in places. It might require a large enough escort to keep bandits away, plus extra horses to ferry supplies if the wheels freeze. Ned took a seat across from him. Perhaps we wait until the next mild spell. The winter might have weeks of deeper cold, but there are often brief thaws. We can use that window. How many wagons do we plan to send? Robb tapped the map. I'd guess around a dozen. Enough to carry grain, salted fish, and the like. We can lighten their loads so the horses don't get stuck in the drifts. The watch commander at Long Lake might assist us, or any free riders along the route. If we request volunteers, no doubt some of our men would go for the adventure. Precisely, Ned said. Those who remain behind can manage Winterfell. I trust your leadership in this. Let's do it with caution. I don't want a single wagon lost to bogs or hidden thieves. He reached over to the map, tracing a route with his finger. We'll want them to avoid the deep ravines near the hills around the Broken Branch. Good place for ambush. Robb nodded. Yes, I'll send outriders ahead. I'll likely lead them myself if you approve. Ned's hand paused on the parchment. You needn't risk yourself, son, not for a supply run. We can assign capable men to do that. Robb hesitated, brow creasing. I know. But the men respond well to my presence, and I want to see the state of the lands firsthand. Also, well, it's been months since we arrived and I've grown restless. The war changed me, I suppose. Sitting in a keep all day, it's not what I thought leadership would be. Ned understood the feeling. As you will. But take a proper guard, a few knights, some archers. A light cavalry approach might be wise. Robb smiled, relief shining in his eyes. Thank you, father. I'll start the preparations. We'll watch for the right weather. They discussed more details, then parted. Ned went on to inspect the castle's new forging yard. With winter months upon them, the blacksmith had fewer plows to repair, turning instead to forging nails, hinges, and arrowheads. The clank of iron on iron filled the air, mingling with the hush of falling snow. Ned greeted Mikken's successor, a grizzled man named Olin, who worked with 2 apprentices. They spoke briefly of ensuring a ready supply of weapons in case raiders tested the North's defenses. Olin assured Ned they would not run short. Around midday, the sun broke through a low bank of clouds, turning the courtyard slush into a glistening sheet. Children, some of the servants' kin, chased each other near the well, slipping and laughing. A sense of normalcy reigned as though the war was a distant dream. Yet Ned could not forget how swiftly peace could unravel. He forced himself to accept the quiet, trying to let it soothe him. Sometimes acceptance was the only path. One could not remain braced for war forever, or one would break from within. He found Sansa in the Godwood that afternoon, seated on a stone bench by the hot pool. She wore a heavy cloak lined with fur, hands in her lap, gazing at the reflective water. She heard his approach and turned slightly. The hush of the Godwood was broken only by the faint dripping of condensation from overhead branches. Sansa, Ned greeted gently, sitting beside her. You don't often come here on your own. Are you well? She looked down at her folded hands. Yes, father. I'm well enough. She paused, voice soft. I was just remembering the last time we were all in the Godwood at once, before everything changed. I was younger and I had such foolish notions. It all seems so far away now. Ned put an arm around her shoulders. She had grown taller since that day they first traveled south. Her face carried the grace of a young woman, no longer the starry-eyed girl dreaming of courtly love. You've come a long way, he said. We all have. Sansa nodded. I used to think I wanted to be a queen in a tale, wearing silks and jewels, adored by the court. But after seeing King's Landing, seeing how easily illusions turn cruel, I want nothing of that. I'd rather stay here, be safe, help Mother manage Winterfell. Is that small of me? He pressed her hand. No. Wanting a quiet life is no shame. You have a good heart and you've seen enough strife to last a lifetime. If you find contentment in the North, cherish it. She offered a small smile, eyes glistening. Thank you, father. I do want to do more, maybe help teach the younger girls reading or help arrange trade for winter supplies. So many in the city starved. I can't bear to see it happen here if the snows grow worse. Ned felt pride swell in him. You'll make a fine lady of Winterfell or wherever you choose to dwell. The small folk see your kindness. That can mean as much as any sword. They lapsed into gentle silence, listening to the quiet gurgle of the hot springs that fed the pool. The red leaves of the heart tree rustled overhead, stark against the whiteness of the snow-laden limbs. Ned recalled how, so many months ago, he had prayed here for guidance before leaving for King's Landing, never imagining how it would all unfold. A swirl of gratitude and sorrow mingled in his chest. He allowed himself a moment to breathe it in. Eventually, they rose and returned to the keep. The rest of that day passed in small tasks. Ned joined a meeting with Roderick Castle about rotating guard shifts, then oversaw a dispute between 2 farmers over a boundary line. Winterfell's lord had to be a judge as well as a warden, offering fairness. The farmers left mollified, each paying a small fine to emphasize the importance of neighborly conduct in winter's harsh times. Afterwards, Ned caught glimpses of Arya sparring with a wooden sword against an older stable hand who indulged her. She moved with fluid grace, though still a bit wild. He smiled, recalling how Syrio Farrell's lessons had shaped her back in King's Landing. Arya had not spoken of Sirio's fate since they'd returned. Ned suspected it was too painful, a reminder of how she'd lost so much innocence. Perhaps she honored Syrio every time she took up a blade. The snows grew heavier by evening. A swirl of white filled the night sky, flakes drifting against the torchlit ramparts. From atop the walls, Ned could see only a hazy glow over the courtyard. He stood there a while, cloak wrapped tight, remembering how each winter of his youth had felt endless but vital, forging strength in the North's bones. He prayed that the realm might not test that strength further. With a final look at the swirling snow, he descended to join his family for supper. In the great hall, the children gathered around the hearth, faces rosy from the chill. Hot stew bubbled on the trestle tables and spiced wine scented the air. Catelyn and Sansa supervised the serving, making sure everyone ate well. Arya teased Rickon about some mischief. Bran leaned on his staff, speaking softly to Robb about roots to the wall. Ned joined them, inhaling the aroma of thyme and onions. Outside might be cold and uncertain, but inside, Winterfell glowed with the warmth of shared burdens and comfort. The hall brimmed with conversation, knights exchanging jokes with stewards, guards telling tales of near hunts. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows on the old stone. Afterwards, in the quiet of Ned's chamber, he and Catelyn spoke of mundane issues, the distribution of bread, the readiness of the hounds, the letters expected from the Tullus. No mention was made of the war's ghosts or the threatened peace. It felt good to live in the moment, to let tomorrow wait. They drifted to sleep in each other's arms, lulled by the hush of winter wind. Days turned into weeks, each carrying small tasks and small joys. The supply caravan for the night's watch took shape. Robb selected 24 volunteers, men who had served in the war, plus younger riders eager for a winter adventure. They prepared wagons and sledges for whichever terrain they faced, stacking sacks of grain and salted cod, plus cloth and simple metals that might help the watch in repairs. The castle's blacksmith hammered out spare nails and hinges to send north. By the time they were ready, a brief thaw arrived as Ned had predicted, loosening the roads enough for travel. On the day they set out, the courtyard buzzed with farewells. Bran and Rickon waved from atop a wall walk. Sansa and Arya stood by the gate while Ned clasped Robb's arm, reminding him to take caution. "Send a raven once you reach Castle Black," Ned said. "Lord Commander Mormont will greet you warmly, but watch for trouble along the way." Robb gripped his father's forearm in return. "I will, father. And I'll be back before the snows deepen again. If the roads are impassable, we'll winter at the Shadow Tower or some outpost, but I doubt it." Ned nodded. "Gods keep you safe, my son." Robb mounted his horse. Grey Wind, his dire wolf, paced at his side, a great gray beast, eyes keen in the morning light. The column of wagons rumbled out of the gate, laden with supplies, the men wearing heavy cloaks against the chill. The watchers in the courtyard lifted voices, "Ca. Ling good wishes." As the last wagon vanished around the bend, Ned felt a small knot in his stomach. He hated being parted from Robb so soon after reuniting, but this was the work of a warden's family, serving the realm even in small ways. In the days that followed, Ned busied himself with winter chores. He had the storehouses inventoried again. He walked the ramparts at dawn and dusk, speaking with the guards, ensuring that morale stayed high. Sansa spent time with the Castellan, learning the intricacies of ration planning. Arya joined hunts in the surrounding woods, guided by older archers, returning rosy-cheeked and triumphant with small game. Bran dove deeper into old histories in the library, sometimes reading passages to Rickon, who sat enthralled by stories of Brandon the Builder. Catelyn divided her efforts between the kitchens, the steward's ledger, and comforting families whose loved ones had not returned from the war. She offered them kindness and small resources when she could, weaving the tapestry of loyalty that kept Winterfell strong. A fortnight after Robb's departure, a messenger arrived from the south, a courier on a weary horse, claiming to have letters for Ned Stark. The man had come from King's Landing, traveling around the mountains, narrowly avoiding some outlaws near the Trident. Ned received him in the great hall, offering a seat by the fire and a mug of hot ale. The courier, face windburned and tired, produced a sealed parchment bearing the Stagan Flaming Heart sigil of King Stannis. Ned broke the seal carefully, scanning the lines. King Stannis's letter was brusque. He had tried Jaime Lannister before a small court of lords and knights, charging him with treason and regicide for slaying King Aerys decades ago. That act, known as regicide, had been overlooked by Robert in gratitude, yet now Stannis declared it needed formal condemnation. The letter read that Jaime had offered no defense beyond saying he had saved King's Landing from wildfire. Yet Stannis deemed it a hollow excuse. The sentence was to be life imprisonment on Dragonstone. Tyrion Lannister had objected, but with Tywin in captivity, the Lannister power base had crumbled. So Jaime would spend the remainder of his days behind bars. Tyrion himself remained as master of coin, albeit under watch. Stannis ended by reaffirming that the North was safe from any Lannister claim, as no Lannister held authority now. Ned blew out a breath. He remembered how Robert had once roared that Jaime Lannister deserved no honors for slaying the Mad King, but also no condemnation given that Aerys was monstrous. Yet now, with Robert dead, Stannis' sense of justice demanded a formal punishment. It felt both overdue and strangely petty after so many years. But at least it signaled no fresh war. The Lannisters were effectively ended as a threat. Ned considered how it might weigh on the realm that the man once known as the Kingslayer was entombed on Dragonstone. A quiet cell for a quiet end. He read the second letter from Davos Seaworth, who served as hand. Davos reported that the city stabilized further, though discontent simmered among some who disliked Stannis' severity. The Tyrells kept a wary watch, but so far no rebellion had sparked. Davos thanked Ned for Winterfell's example of measured governance and praised the supply caravans that had made it safely to the Riverlands. The note ended with a personal greeting. I remember your kindness, Lord Stark, and hope that in calmer times we might share a meal and speak of simpler days. Ned felt a flicker of warmth for Davos, who seemed a good man thrust into high station. After the messenger left, Ned lingered by the hearth, reading Stannis's curt lines again. His lips pressed into a thoughtful line. Jaime Lannister imprisoned for life. That chapter of the war was closed. A sense of finality, though it did not bring back the dead or erase the horrors. He folded the letters. Perhaps it was best that the old ghosts found some form of resolution, however imperfect. He found Catelyn in the library, sitting near the leaded glass window, going through an old volume of house genealogies. She looked up, brow furrowing at his expression. What news, Ned? He told her, voice subdued. She listened, eyes flickering with recognition. So that is Jaime's fate. I recall how Robert had tolerated him. Stannis does not. I can't say I pity Jaime much, not after all the suffering he and his family caused. But it leaves me with a hollow feeling, does it not? Ned nodded, sitting beside her. So many final ends. Joffrey, Cersei, Tywin, now Jaime in a cell. The Lannisters paid for their crimes. Yet none of it undoes the war's misery. We just move on. She closed the book and took his hand. Let's hold close what we have. Let that be enough. Before Ned could respond, a commotion outside in the corridor broke the hush. A guard's voice rose. They stood as a steward burst into the library, face flushed, stammering that one of the outriders had returned from Robb's caravan with urgent news. Ned and Catelyn exchanged a worried glance. They followed the steward into the great hall, where a young man in stark livery, cloak dusted with ice, bowed stiffly, breath steaming in the colder air. My lord, my lady, the outrider said, voice strained. I came ahead to warn you. Lord Robb's caravan was attacked. Bandits or Sellswords, we're not sure. It happened near the marshy road beyond Rill's territory. We fought them off, but there were casualties. Ned's chest tightened. Is Robb all right? Speak quickly. Lord Robb was wounded, the outrider said, but not mortally, I think. He was struck by an arrow in the shoulder. They had archers in the tree lane. We routed them, but some of our men died. Lord Robb insisted we continue to the wall with the supplies, though. He's traveling slower now, bandaged. He sent me back to inform you of the attack in case these bandits roam further south. He said to tell you not to worry. Catelyn let out a gasp of relief, pressing a hand to her mouth. Wounded but alive. That's something at least. Ned felt a knot of fear coil in his gut, though he tried to keep his voice calm. Thank you for bringing word. Did you see the attackers? Were they wearing any sigils? The outrider shook his head. None that we saw. They seemed to be a ragged bunch, some wearing battered mail that might have come from fallen armies. They fought fiercely but scattered once we charged them. I suspect they're desperate men turned outlaw. Ned nodded grimly. Winter sometimes drives men to banditry. Return to the courtyard, get warm. The maester will see to your horse and your own injuries. When the outrider left, Catelyn let out a shaky breath. Thank the gods Robb survived. But an arrow in the shoulder, oh Ned. He gathered her into an embrace. He's strong, Cat. He's survived worse in the war. We must trust him now. If they continued on, it means he believes the cause is worth it. The Night's Watch needs those supplies. Once he reaches Castle Black, we can send a raven to check on him. He stroked her hair, heart-pounding. We'll also heighten our patrols. I won't let these outlaws slip closer to Winterfell. Catelyn clung to him, then nodded, face taut. They summoned Ser Roderick to arrange more patrols on the southern roads. Ned asked for volunteers from the guard to ride out in small bands, scouring the known paths. The men responded quickly, for they respected Robb and wanted no bandits prowling the north. Within a day, half a dozen squads fanned out, checking old trails for signs of the attackers. Ned prayed they found no further violence. He dreaded receiving more news of casualties. But such was the reality of a land emerging from war, pockets of lawlessness could linger, feeding on despair. The next day, a light snow fell again, coating the battlements. Sansa and Arya both noticed the tension around their parents and asked if something was wrong. Ned told them the brief truth that Robb had been attacked but was alive, continuing his mission. Arya scowled, muttering about how she wished she could ride out and hunt those bandits herself. Sansa looked pale but tried to be strong for her mother. Rickon demanded more answers, but he was only given a gentle reassurance from Catelyn. She didn't want to frighten him unnecessarily. Bran took the news quietly, though his eyes showed worry. Later, Ned found him in the Godwood, leaning on his staff, gazing into the pool. When Ned approached, Bran spoke without turning. Sometimes I dream about wolves in the snow. One of them is hurt, but it keeps limping on through the drifts. I keep thinking it's Grey Wind or maybe Robb." He shivered. "Is that silly?" Ned set a hand on Bran's shoulder. "It's not silly. We all have dreams like that in the north. But your brother is strong. He'll return, I promise you. The bandits won't stop him." He paused. "What you can do is keep your own strength in case he needs us later." Bran nodded, letting out a breath. "I will, father." The next week was restless. A few of the patrols returned with no sign of large outlaw bands, only scattered footprints and old camps. Possibly the bandits had dispersed or moved deeper into the wilderness. Ned kept watch regardless. Each morning he half expected a raven from Robb, but none came. Only on the 8th day after the Outrider's message did a black-feathered bird arrive, bearing a small parchment sealed with the Night's Watch crest. Ned read it in the Great Hall, surrounded by his family. Robb had reached Castle Black, the letter said, and though his shoulder pained him, he was healing well. The supplies were gratefully received by Lord Commander Mormont. Robb would remain for a few days, resting and ensuring the wagons were unloaded, then return home. Ned read the words aloud, prompting a wave of relief among them all. Arya whooped in triumph, Sansa let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, Rickon grinned, and Catelyn closed her eyes in silent thanks. Bran's shoulders sagged with relief, as if a weight had lifted. "He'll be back before the month's end, then," Ned said, folding the letter. "We'll welcome him home with open arms." The days passed in quiet anticipation. The snows deepened, blanketing the roads. Wolves were heard howling in the distant forests, their calls carrying through the still nights. Winterfell's inhabitants kept to warm halls and the daily tasks of survival, but a subtle tension remained. Ned could sense it in the hush of the nights, in the flicker of torchlight on the worn walls. He told himself that the realm might yet know peace for a time. After so many battles, who would stir fresh chaos? Finally, near dusk on a day of bitter cold, the gates swung open to admit Robb's returning party. Word reached Ned, who hurried to the courtyard with Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon all trailing behind. They found Robb on horseback, cloaked in furs, right arm resting in a sling. His men looked weary but victorious, wagons empty now. Grey Wind padded at his flank, muzzle flecked with frost. As soon as Robb dismounted, Arya flung herself at him, heedless of decorum, and Rickon clambered at his side, hugging him around the waist. Sansa clasped his uninjured hand, tears shining in her eyes. Catelyn gently touched his wounded shoulder, face taut with worry. Robb winced but managed a grin. "'Tis only a scratch, mother," he said, though Ned saw the strain in his eyes. "The arrow didn't strike bone. The Night's Watch had a maester who stitched me up." Ned stepped forward to embrace him carefully. "You are a sight for sore eyes, son." We were half dreading worse news. Robb exhaled, relief shining in his gray eyes. "I'm sorry to have made you worry. The bandits were cunning, but we gave them a thrashing. We lost 4 men, though. I'll have to write letters to their families." His voice wavered slightly. Anyway, the Watch was grateful for the supplies. They said it'll help them last the winter. I had a brief meeting with Lord Commander Mormont. He's concerned about wildling movements, but that's not new. Jon was away on a scouting mission, so I didn't see him. Ned nodded, placing a comforting hand on Robb's good arm. "We'll mourn our lost men. They died serving the North. We'll ensure their families are cared for." "Yes," Robb said softly. Then he managed a shaky smile for his siblings. "But enough gloom. I'm home, and that's what matters now." He locked eyes with Arya. "Did you keep practicing your sword forms?" She grinned. "Every day. I could beat you if not for your fancy war training." He chuckled, though it turned into a wince. "We'll see once my shoulder heals." He turned to Sansa, who was still clasping his hand. "Sister, you look well. I missed your harp playing and your scolding." She laughed through her tears. "I never scolded you." "Well, maybe a little. Welcome home, Robb." As they led him inside, the rest of the men dispersed to unload gear. Ned had the stewards prepare hot soup and a place by the fire. That evening, the Starks gathered in a cozy side room near the library, away from the bustle of the Great Hall, to let Robb rest while still sharing his tales. He reclined on a cushioned bench, shoulders wrapped in bandages, while the others formed a ring of chairs around him. A crackling fire lit their faces. Robb recounted the journey north, the condition of the roads, the moment of the ambush. He explained how the bandits had camouflaged themselves among the marshy reeds, letting loose a volley of arrows. Robb had taken one in the shoulder but rallied the men for a countercharge, riding them down. The outlaws fled, leaving behind a few bodies. Then the caravan pressed on, though slower. He spoke of reaching Castle Black, the looming wall of ice that soared into the sky, and how the Black brothers had greeted them with grim courtesy. He'd briefly met Samwell Tarly, a polite and nervous brother who was in charge of the library, as well as several recruits from the south who looked half-frozen already. "You should have seen their faces, Sansa," Robb said, half-smiling. "Boys from the Reach, I hear, who'd never known a winter day in their lives. They were shivering in bedrolls, complaining about how the wind cut them to the bone. But they're there by choice or by sentence. That's the Night's Watch for you. It's a hard life." Bran leaned forward. "Did you climb the wall?" Robb shook his head. "No. The steps were iced over, and with my shoulder, it wasn't wise. Maybe next time. The vantage up top must be incredible, though." They lingered on small talk. Ned could see the relief in Robb's eyes to be among family again. After the war, after so many battles, perhaps every safe hearth felt like a gift. Eventually, the conversation turned to the bandits. Robb described them as ragged but savage. There were signs they might be remnants of broken cells word companies from the south. Possibly they drifted north after the war, seeking easy pickings. Ned frowned. "We'll have to ensure they don't fester. I've already sent out patrols. I may send more." "I can lead them," Robb offered, but Ned shook his head. "Not until your shoulder heals. Rest. You've done enough. Let me or Ser Roderick handle it." Robb relented, stretching gingerly. "If you insist, father. But I'll be ready in a fortnight or so." The warmth of the fire and the soft murmur of voices lulled them into quiet companionship. Catelyn brought Robb a steaming mug of milk with honey as the maester recommended. Sansa and Arya squabbled over who would fetch more blankets. Bran listened with wide eyes, and Rickon leaned drowsily against Arya's side. Eventually, Robb's eyelids drooped from exhaustion, so they let him rest. Each departed to their chambers, content that the family was whole again. Weeks passed, quiet except for routine tasks and the hush of winter. The bandits were not seen again, though the patrols found signs of old camps. Likely they had melted away to the hills or died in the cold. Life returned to the rhythms of waiting out the season. Snow piled thick beyond the walls, drifts creeping up to the first rampart. Within Winterfell, the hot springs continued to keep the worst of the cold at bay, but every night fires roared in the hearths, and the conversation turned inevitably to how long the winter might last. Some said 2 years, others guessed 3. Maester Luwin shrugged, for the seasons were fickle. No one truly knew how the patterns would run. Bran often read about the tales of the long night, that ancient winter said to have lasted a generation. Ned caught him whispering about the others and the last hero to Rickon, who trembled with a mixture of fear and delight. Ned thought to caution them not to dwell on such nightmares, but then recalled that these stories gave the North its identity. The old sense of vigilance was never wholly misplaced. If there was one lesson he took from King's Landing, it was that ignoring old truths could have dire consequences. So he let them read, only telling them gently that fables and reality might differ. On a crisp, star-laden night, Ned stood atop the walls again, gazing at the dark silhouette of the haunted forest to the north. A waxing moon illuminated the snow below, making it gleam like polished glass. Torches flickered along Winterfell's ramparts. The hush of the hour lay deep, punctured only by the faint cry of a night bird. Beneath his gloved hands, the stone felt bitingly cold. He breathed in the sharp air, recalling his dream of dire wolves howling. Perhaps somewhere in those distant woods a real wolf roamed, but for now all seemed still. He heard soft footsteps behind him and turned. It was Catelyn, bundled in a heavy cloak. She came to stand beside him, breath steaming. For a moment, they watched the silent snows side by side, content in each other's company. She spoke quietly, voice carrying an undertone of wonder. "It feels as though we stand at the edge of the world, with only the darkness beyond. In the south, they can scarcely imagine this emptiness." Ned nodded. "They see the north as a cold fortress. But for me, it's home. I wouldn't trade it for all the gold in Casterly Rock." She slipped an arm around his waist. "Nor I. If you had asked me when I was a girl in Riverrun, I might have said something different. But I've grown to love the hush of these winters, the closeness of our people. We endure together. That's how it's always been." He pressed a kiss to her temple, gazing at the distant horizon. "We endure indeed." And perhaps that's all the realm needs from us. That we stand firm. A reminder that even in the darkest times, loyalty and family can carry us through. She rested her head on his shoulder, and they said nothing more, letting the night envelop them. It was enough simply to be here, two weary souls grateful for a respite from war, from the schemes of kings and queens. Beneath them, Winterfell's stones held the memory of countless winters, countless generations of Starks. The ramparts had seen the swirl of snow and blood, the echoes of old tragedies and triumphs. Now they bore witness to a gentler moment, though who knew how long it might last. In the weeks that followed, life within Winterfell settled into deep winter patterns. The courtyard often gleamed with ice. Sansa organized a small festival on one bright morning, persuading some of the staff and local families to join in a bit of dancing and merriment, complete with piping music and spiced cider. Arya teased that dancing was foolish, but ended up spinning Rickon around anyway, half laughing. Bran watched from a bench, a crutch propped beside him, smiling at the swirl of activity. Ned and Catelyn strolled among them, hearts warmed by the easy laughter. For a day, the memory of war and politics seemed distant as the farthest southern desert. At night, around the big hearth, the children sometimes told stories or reenacted old fables. Arya took great delight in portraying a fierce warrior maiden. Sansa tried her best to present a queenly figure, though she turned it into a parody that made everyone chuckle. Rickon chased a wooden dire wolf figurine around the rugs. Even Robb, his shoulder steadily improving, sat and offered comedic lines about the War of the Nine Penny Kings. The castle's gloom lifted under that familial spark. Ned watched them with a quiet smile, letting the hours slip by in contentment. Letters arrived occasionally from across the realm. Edmure Tully wrote that the Riverlands were calm, save for a few scattered outlaws. Lisa Arryn remained in the Vale, refusing visitors suspicious of Stannis's possible demands. The Martells, said to be nursing old wounds, kept to themselves in Dorne. Tyrion Lannister, from King's Landing, apparently continued to manage finances with cunning skill, curbing corruption. Stannis had exiled or executed those few who plotted uprisings, ruling in his stern manner. At Dragonstone, Tywin Lannister lay in failing health, a lion brought low. Some whispered he might not last the year. Jaime languished in a cell. No news came of Daenerys Targaryen across the sea if she yet lived. The realm was stable if not wholly serene. That was more than Ned had dared hope a year ago. One morning, another raven came from Castle Black. Robb had formed a brief friendship with a steward there who now wrote to say that talk of wildlings had grown. A large group was rumored to be gathering beyond the Frostfangs. The Night's Watch worried about a potential incursion. But so far, no crossing had been detected. Jon, it seemed, had gone with a rangings party to investigate. Ned read that last line with a pang, recalling the letter from months ago. If there truly was a vast wildling host stirring, the realm might be forced to pay attention. Stannis, for all his sternness, might or might not choose to send help. The Watchers on the northern border had always been few. Ned said a quiet prayer for Jon's safety, wishing he could do more. As winter deepened, talk of the others sometimes surfaced in idle chatter by the firesides. Most laughed it off as old crone's tales, but a hush would often follow as if some primal fear lingered in the northern blood. Ned, for his part, seldom weighed in. He recalled the words of old men and the warnings that the day might come again. A part of him refused to dismiss it entirely, but he refused to let it overshadow the present either. He had a realm to see through winter, children to protect, and a vow to keep to Lyanna's memory. That was enough. At last, after many weeks of falling snow and quiet days, the first hints of spring began to stir. Tiny rivulets of meltwater trickled off the ramparts. The sky showed a softer shade of gray, clouds thinning to reveal fragile sunlight that actually warmed the face. Maester Luwin, studying his instruments, suggested that the winter might end sooner than some expected, or it might simply lighten for a time. The realm's seasons were notoriously unpredictable. Still, a faint surge of optimism ran through the castle. Perhaps soon the roads would open more fully and the burdens of winter would lift. One fine morning, when the sun shone bright and the air turned fresh, Ned decided to ride out with a small party to inspect the outer farms near the Wolfswood. The Watchers needed an update on how the Crofters fared. He invited Arya and Bran to join him if they wished, though Bran found the idea too taxing for his leg. Arya leapt at the chance, eager for an outing. They set off with a few men-at-arms bundled in cloaks, cantering past snow-laden trees that dripped with melt. The wolfswood smelled of pine and damp soil, a sign that the land was stirring awake. They visited a handful of farms, reassuring the folk that the worst of winter seemed to be passing. Arya hopped off her horse to greet a scruffy dog at one house, laughing when it wagged its tail. Ned spoke with the farmers about replanting fields, distributing leftover seed in case the thaw lasted. The men expressed relief that House Stark was present and accounted for that no southern armies threatened them. In one clearing, Arya pointed out a set of wolf tracks fresh in the melting snow. Ned studied them with mild curiosity, suspecting a lone she-wolf roamed these parts. Once, a direwolf mother had come south from the hills. He wondered if any direwolves still prowled the region. That seemed more a matter for old tales, though Robb's gray wind was proof they had not vanished entirely. By afternoon, they turned back, the horses snorting at the softer ground. The return ride was peaceful, though the men-at-arms remained alert. At one point, they spotted a figure skulking among the trees, but it turned out to be a half-frozen trapper who quickly identified himself. Arya sighed, disappointed at the lack of excitement. Ned teased her gently that sometimes no news was good news. She grinned in concession. When they reached Winterfell's gates, a commotion greeted them. A raven had arrived, this time from King's Landing. Ned dismounted quickly, heart-thumping, and handed his reins to a stable boy. The courtyard buzzed with speculation. Catelyn hurried over, holding the parchment. Ned took it from her, noticing the official seal of Davos Seaworth as Hand of the King. Breaking it open, he read a short message that made his brow knit. There had been reports of a man landing in the Stormlands, proclaiming himself Aegon Targaryen, said to be Rhaegar's surviving son, brought secretly across the sea by allies. Targaryen loyalists in the eastern ports were flocking to him. King Stannis had grown furious, calling it a hoax or an upstart pretender. However, rumors spread that some houses might be intrigued by the possibility of a Targaryen restoration. Davos insisted the realm might face fresh turmoil. He wanted Ned's counsel, given Ned's known knowledge of Rhaegar's real heirs. The letter ended asking bluntly, "Is this man an impostor, or does he have any right to claim the name Targaryen?" Ned lowered the parchment, dread tightening in his gut. Another Targaryen. But Ned knew Rhaegar had only one living son, Jon. That meant this new Aegon was almost certainly a pretender propped up by some faction. Or the rumors that had once circulated about a baby Targaryen spirited away from the sack of King's Landing decades ago might be fueling this story. In any case, the realm might lurch into conflict if enough lords believed in him. The very mention of a Targaryen set hearts ablaze. Some from hatred, some from longing for the old dynasty. He glanced at Catelyn, who looked pale. "We both know Rhaegar's true son is Jon at the Wall," she said quietly. "So this must be a false claim. What shall you tell Davos?" Ned sighed heavily. "I'll answer truthfully, that to my certain knowledge, Rhaegar fathered only one surviving child, and that boy is sworn to the Night's Watch. This man claiming to be Aegon can be naught but a fraud, or at least not Rhaegar's rightful issue. But this could stoke the realm's fires all the same." Catelyn nodded, eyes troubled. "So soon after the war, we face yet another rumor that could lead to civil strife. I fear Stannis will not suffer it lightly. He might call for blood. And if some lords rally to this Aegon, hoping to unseat Stannis, we might see fresh chaos." Ned rubbed his brow. "We must remain watchful. The North will not be so quick to heed a Targaryen call, not after the Mad King. But other regions might be swayed by the mystique of the old line. I'll write to Davos, disclaim this man's lineage, and hope that cooler heads prevail." He felt a familiar weariness, so the realm might not let them keep their calm. Another claimant to a throne had emerged, another piece on the board that threatened to upend peace. That night, Ned penned a careful letter. He explained that any child Rhaegar had fathered besides Jon had died during the sack of King's Landing. Elaya's children had been murdered. He declared that if a Targaryen was alive and had a claim, it would be Jon, who disavowed all claims by taking the black. Therefore, this new Aegon could not be Rhaegar's rightful son. He urged Davos to persuade Stannis not to stoke a new war. "Let this pretender burn himself out if his cause is false," Ned wrote. "If lords see no proof, they will not flock to him. The realm is weary of war." He sealed it with the direwolf sigil and dispatched a raven. Then he sat by the flickering candle, praying that he had done enough to prevent new strife. Over the next weeks, Life in Winterfell continued as normal, but Ned carried a fresh tension in his chest. Catelyn felt it too, though they tried not to alarm the children. Sansa noticed their subdued moods, while Arya suspected something had come from the south. The days grew slightly warmer, the snows melting enough to reveal patches of muddy ground in the courtyard. The illusions of spring teased them. At times, Ned half convinced himself that the Targaryen rumor would die quickly. Many false pretenders had arisen over the years, each claiming to be a lost heir to some line. Usually, they vanished once faced with the realm's scrutiny. But the realm was not the same as it was before the war. Tywin's iron hold was gone, Joffrey's terror ended, but the vacuum might invite opportunists. Houses that disliked Stannis' unyielding rule might turn to a new figure if he seemed legitimate. Ned remembered how swiftly men had turned to Robert against the Mad King. Now, if Stannis ruled too harshly, some might seek an alternative. He forced himself to be patient. Perhaps the best hope was that Stannis would produce evidence of the fraud and hush it quickly. A month passed without new letters. Then, one chill morning as the crocuses peeked through the courtyard slush, a pair of ravens arrived in quick succession from the south. Ned accepted them with tight-lipped apprehension, summoning Catelyn, Robb, and the older children to a private chamber near the maester's turret. The first letter bore Davos's seal again, briefer and more urgent. The so-called Aegon Targaryen had gained a foothold in the Stormlands, capturing 2 minor keeps whose lords declared for him. Stannis was enraged, sending an army to crush them. Blood had already been spilled. Davos feared a larger conflict if more lords joined the cause. He begged Ned for more details about Rhaegar's line to help dispel illusions. The second letter, from Edmure Tully, confirmed that talk of Aegon had spread in the Riverlands as well, though no local lords had declared for him yet. Edmure was uneasy. Robb looked up from reading the letters. The sling was gone from his shoulder, though he still wore a bandage. His face was grim. So it's begun. Another pretender, another war on the horizon if men rally around him. Do you think Stannis will crush him quickly? Ned set the parchments aside. He might, if the rumor is as flimsy as it seems. But if this Aegon has capable backers, perhaps the Golden Company, as some whisper, the Stormlands could be in for a real fight. The Tyrells might remain aloof for now, but if they sense Stannis weakening, who knows? Arya frowned. Why do people chase thrones so eagerly after all that happened? I thought the realm was done with war. Sansa pressed her lips together, sorrow in her eyes. Men crave power, sister. We saw it in King's Landing. They seldom learn from the blood already shed. Bran stirred, leaning on his staff. Could this Aegon be real? Could Rhaegar have had 2 sons? Ned shook his head firmly. I know Rhaegar's line. He had children with Elia Martell. A daughter named Rhaenys, a son named Aegon, both were slain at the sack. Then he wed my sister Lyanna in secret, leading to Jon's birth. There was no other. So this man is either lying or has been lied to. Either way, he is not Rhaegar's rightful heir. Robb let out a breath. Then men follow a ghost. And the realm may burn again. Ned faced them all, choosing his words carefully. We must remain steady in the north. Stannis has not called for our banners, and we have no stake in this Targaryen claim. We will keep the peace here, stand ready if the realm truly needs us. But I won't see the north dragged into another southern war over false titles. Catelyn nodded. Agreed. Let the Stormlands handle their own turmoil. Pray it does not spread. We can reaffirm to Davos that this Aegon is not genuine. Perhaps some lords will heed the truth and withdraw support. Sansa asked quietly, and if they do not? Ned exhaled. Then we watch how the conflict unfolds. We have enough to manage here, ensuring no famine and no new banditry. We'll pray the South does not tear itself apart yet again. They parted. Ned penned yet another letter to Davos, detailing all he knew about Rhaegar's heirs, disclaiming this Aegon as false. He urged a swift but measured response. Let men see that the claims were hollow. He ended with a note. We in the north will not be used again in southern games. May the gods grant you wisdom that the realm be spared more blood. Sealing it with the direwolf stamp, he prayed it might help. Catelyn wrote to Edmure, advising caution in the Riverlands. Robb gathered the northern lords, telling them the situation. All agreed to remain watchful but neutral. Manderley, Bolton, Serwyn, Glover, and others pledged no rush to arms without a direct call for help from the crown. The entire north had no appetite for further conflict. Weeks turned to a slow trickle of news. A few letters arrived from traveling merchants. They reported that Aegon Targaryen had indeed drawn some support from Sel's words and exiled knights, capturing a few more keeps in the Stormlands. Stannis responded with brutal efficiency, sending Lord Randall Tarley south with an army. Skirmishes erupted. Casualties rose. The Tyrells remained uncertain, rumored to be waiting to see if Stannis faltered. The entire region teetered on the edge of real war, but the tide might turn swiftly if Stannis hammered the Pretender. No one was sure if that was guaranteed. Davos wrote that the Aegon figure claimed backing from Dorne as well, which was unconfirmed. Ned recalled how the Martells had once allied with Rhaegar through Elia. If they chose to avenge her children by siding with a Targaryen, that could complicate matters. Yet in Winterfell, life continued with relative calm. The worst of the snow receded. The courtyard dried in patches, revealing muddy cobbles. Farmers prepared for spring planting in the surrounding fields. Ned and Catelyn walked the perimeter one balmy afternoon, noting how green shoots pushed through the thawing soil. Arya and Rickon splashed in puddles, refusing to be deterred by soggy boots. Sansa took to the glass gardens, checking on early buds. Robb, mostly recovered, resumed training with some men in the yard, though he favored his shoulder a bit. On one such afternoon, as Ned oversaw a muster of guards, a messenger arrived again, panting from a day's hard ride. He brought a letter from Davos. Ned felt a clench of dread reading it. That Aegon forces had outmaneuvered Tarley in a cunning ambush, capturing him. Some Stormland lords had defected. Rumors said the boy had living dragons, though that was likely nonsense. Still, the movement spread faster than expected, fueled by dissatisfaction with Stannis' stern rule and the memory of Targaryen kings. Now the crown faced a serious threat. Davos wrote that King Stannis demanded all loyal lords muster, including the North, to quell this rebellion once and for all. The letter concluded with a direct summons for Eddard Stark to bring northern forces south in the name of the Iron Throne. Ned read it twice, face grim. The great hall had fallen silent, the assembled knights and guards waiting. Robb clenched his jaw. Catelyn placed a hand on Ned's arm, eyes anxious. Sansa and Arya, standing near, exchanged worried looks. At last, Ned lowered the parchment. Stannis calls the banners, he said quietly, words echoing. He wants the North to march against this false Targaryen. Another war in the South. Robb shook his head. After everything, must we ride again, father? Ned's mouth felt dry. Stannis is king. He has the lawful right to summon us. But I swore we'd not embroil the North unless truly necessary. This might be that necessity if the realm's stability is at stake. He looked around at the men, uncertain. I cannot ignore a royal decree. But neither can I tear the North from its peace lightly. Catelyn swallowed. If we refuse, Stannis might brand us traitors. Or we stand aside and watch the South drown in blood again. It's a terrible choice. Arya's eyes flashed. I don't want another war. But if we do nothing, the Targaryens might retake the throne, and who knows what chaos that brings. Bran gazed at them all from a chair. Jon is of that line, but he's at the wall, a brother of the Watch. So it's not truly his claim. This new Aegon is a fraud. Must we kill men to prove that? Ned's hands curled into fists. The hall felt stifling. He recalled the vow he made to the realm once to preserve peace and honor. But war might be the cost of fulfilling Stannis' summons. Slowly he straightened. We'll hold a council of northern lords, see their sentiments. Then we'll decide. Let no man say how Stark is rash. He summoned horns. Messages flew by Raven to the major houses, calling them to Winterfell for an emergency moot. Over the next fortnight, lords trudged in from across the region, some complaining about losing precious planting time, others arriving with quiet acceptance. Soon, the great hall bustled with fur-clad lords. The great Jon Umber, Lady Mormont, Rickard Karstark's sons. Karstark himself had died in the war, the Glovers, Serwyns, Tallhearts, and more. Ned and Robb presided at the high table, flanked by Catelyn, Sansa, and Arya, with Maester Luwin nearby. They explained Stannis' call to arms, the southern turmoil with this false Targaryen. The hall erupted with mutters, curses, and worried looks. One by one the lords spoke. Some, like the great Jon, roared that the North was tired of fighting for southern kings. Why spill more blood for Stannis' crown? Others said ignoring the summons would be treason, and if the Targaryen took power, the North might face a new wave of retribution. Lady Mormont pointed out the risk of the crown punishing them if they refused. The younger Karstarks seethed at the notion of more war. The debate raged for hours, men nearly shouting themselves hoarse. Ned listened, jaw tight, understanding their frustration. They'd lost so many sons in the last war. Finally, as night fell, the hall quieted. All eyes turned to Ned. He rose, voice grave. I've heard your words. None want another war. But we must be wise. If King Stannis views the North as disloyal, he may brand us traitors, turn on us once he crushes the Targaryen. And if, gods forbid, the Targaryen upstart prevails, we'll face retribution if we did not stand with them. Either path is perilous. He paused, scanning their faces. Yet I believe the truth stands. This Aegon is a fraud, a threat to the realm's hard-won peace. We swore fealty to the crown when we recognized Stannis. I cannot in good conscience break that vow lightly, nor can I drag the North into battle without cause. But the king's cause, by law, is ours. A hush followed. Then the great Jon let out a low growl of resignation. So we muster again, trod the king's road once more. Bloody crows, I'm too old for this. Ned inclined his head. We muster, but not recklessly. I propose we send a strong force, but not strip the North bare. We must keep watchers here. If the war ends swiftly, so be it. We'll withdraw. If it drags on, we'll decide further. He looked to Robb. You led our men once before, my son. Will you do so again, or shall I? Robb's mouth tightened. We'll go together, father. You're the rightful warden, but I want to share the burden. Let me bear the main command of the field if it comes to that. Ned nodded. He saw in Robb's eyes the same reluctance, but also a readiness to shield his father from the horrors. Then so be it. We gather what forces we can spare. Let each house commit. We march south at the earliest sign of spring. Until then, we prepare. If luck smiles, Stannis might quell the rebellion before we even arrive. But if not, the North will answer the call. The lords rumbled assent or at least acceptance. Some scowled, others looked resigned. The moot concluded with that decision, the North would muster. In the corridors afterward, Arya and Sansa confronted Ned, worry plain in their faces. Sansa asked if they must truly risk war again, tears shining. Arya clenched her fists, wanting to go and fight if the worst came. Ned answered them both with a heavy heart. Yes, we must obey the crown's summons. The realm cannot afford a Targaryen pretender toppling everything. But we will not go lightly. Pray the war ends swiftly. Pray we need not see another field of blood. Outside, the final snows of winter glimmered in the moonlight. The hush that had cradled Winterfell for months was about to be broken by the tramp of assembling soldiers, the forging of new steel, the anxious hush of families sending their men away. Once again, House Stark would be forced to march under the dire wolf banner. Ned closed his eyes, remembering King's Landing's nightmares, Joffrey's sneer, the day he had nearly lost his life. War was a maw that consumed souls. Yet he found no other choice if Stannis demanded it. The vow to uphold the realm bound him still. Catelyn touched his shoulder as though sensing his turmoil. He covered her hand with his, wishing this new winter had ended with peace. Instead, it seemed the old wheel of ambition turned once more. Within a fortnight, Winterfell's quiet transformed into the bustle of soldiers gathering. Horses were shod, weapons inspected, wagons loaded with dried provisions. The great Jon roared orders, eager to muster quickly. Karstark men arrived from the east, Glover men from Deepwood Motte, Mormonts from Bear Island. Robb oversaw them, forging them into columns. Ned wrote letters to the Umbers, the Boltons, the Manderleys, instructing them to converge at Moat Cailin once the roads cleared. By the time the first real thaw arrived, the North would have a sizable force ready to march. Not as large as the host that had marched against Joffrey, but enough to honor their vow to Stannis. Sansa and Arya tried to help in small ways, Sansa ensuring the men had spare blankets, Arya asking if she could ride with them. Ned gently refused her request to join the war. She bristled, but he stood firm. A battlefield was no place for a 13-year-old girl, no matter how fierce. She stormed off in frustration, but he knew she would eventually relent. Rickon watched it all with wide, frightened eyes. Bran, though older and more thoughtful, shared the same dread. Each night, the family gathered for supper in a subdued hush, aware that soon Ned, Robb, and many others would be absent again. As the day of departure neared, the sky brightened. Meltwater trickled along the roads, puddles forming in the courtyard. The blacksmith hammered out last-minute swords and spears. The wolves beyond the walls howled as though sensing the shifting tide. Ned walked the halls in a swirl of memories of how he had once left for King's Landing, never expecting the storm that followed. Now, ironically, he marched again to preserve a king's rule, hoping it would spare the realm another cataclysm. He spent his final evening with the entire family in the small solar, a single candle guttering on the table. The children pressed close, Sansa in tears, Arya silent and grim, Rickon trembling, Bran watchful. Catelyn beside him, face pale but resolute. They spoke quietly of daily things, the repairs to the library roof, the hounds that just whelped a litter, the orchard's budding trees. It felt surreal, as if they pretended no war loomed. At last, Ned rose and knelt before his younger children, resting a hand on Rickon's curly hair. "I leave you in your mother's care," he said softly. "Listen to her, to Maester Lewin, to Ser Roderick. This is your home, and you must protect one another while Robb and I are gone. I promise we'll return as soon as we can." Rickon stifled a sob. Arya stood stiff, blinking hard. Sansa wrapped her arms around them, tears slipping down her cheeks. Bran leaned on his staff, whispering, "Be safe, father. Bring Robb home safe. Let no arrow find him again." Ned nodded, swallowing a lump in his throat. "We'll try our utmost. The gods willing, this war ends swiftly." Catelyn embraced him last of all, murmuring, "No matter what happens, come back. I cannot endure losing you again." He held her close, closing his eyes against the swirl of fear. "I'll do all I can. The North needs its lord, and I need my family." They parted slowly. Dawn came stark and chill, yet the roads lay open enough for men to ride. The courtyard filled with columns of armed soldiers, banners flapping in a cold breeze. The direwolf of House Stark flew beside lesser standards, the bear of Mormont, the sunburst of Karstark, the mailed fist of Glover, and so on. Horses stamped, breath steaming. Men strapped gear to wagons. The watchers on the walls gazed down in solemn hush. Ned mounted his old warhorse, Grey Wind prowling near Robb's mount. They surveyed the gathered force. Not as large as during the last war, but enough to meet Stannis' call. Ned guided his horse to the steps where his family stood for farewells. Catelyn wore a cloak of deep blue, eyes glistening. Sansa and Arya flanked her, each striving to be brave. Bran leaned on Hodder's shoulder, Rickon clutching Shaggy Dog's scruff. Ned inhaled deeply, imprinting the sight of them on his heart. Then he inclined his head, managing a faint smile. "May the gods bless you all," he said, voice carrying in the cold morning air. Then he turned, leading the columns out the gate. Robb rode at his side, face set, the wound on his shoulder healing but not forgotten. Hoofs clopped on the wet cobbles, and the watchers parted with calls of farewell. The gates opened, revealing the open road, still dotted with patches of snow. The war drums did not thunder, for none took pride in this departure. They rode out in near silence, only the crunch of hooves and the creak of wagons. As Winterfell's walls receded behind them, Ned felt an ache of longing. But duty led him onward, the vow he had made to the realm binding him. If a false Targaryen threatened to plunge Westeros back into chaos, then the Starks would do what honor demanded. He could only pray that this time the cost would be less, that they might preserve the fragile hope of a realm at peace. The wind murmured across the northern plains, carrying a hint of spring as the direwolf banners vanished into the distance, marching once again under the specter of war. They rode out from Winterfell on a cold, bright morning, the muddy ground only half thawed from winter's lingering grasp. Ned Stark led the first column, Robb at his side, their combined banners a subdued wave of gray and white under the thin spring sun. The men behind them carried spears, axes, and swords wrapped in oils to keep off the chill, for any day now the temperature might plunge again. The North's forces were not as massive as the host they had once taken south in the war against the Lannisters, but still formidable, a few thousand gathered from the major houses, Karstark men stoic in the ranks, tall Glovers in well-oiled leathers, Mormont spears from Bear Island, Umbers with thick beards and booming voices, and more. They marched in a solemn hush, for none truly desired this campaign. Yet King Stannis had called his banners against the rumored Targaryen pretender in the Stormlands, and the North was bound by oath and the memory of the last war's cost. At the gates, what remained of the family had turned out to watch them depart. Catelyn with a brave face, offering final words of caution, Bran leaning on his carved staff, Arya sullenly quiet, and Sansa in tears. Rickon clung to Shaggy Dog, eyes large with fear. They had all endured one war already, only to see the realm threatened by a new upstart calling himself Aegon Targaryen. Lore insisted the true Targaryen heir was Jon on the Wall, sworn to the Watch. This so-called Aegon was almost certainly a fraud. But illusions could topple peace as surely as any siege engine, and Ned had no illusions that the realm might avoid bloodshed. So the North must answer, or risk Stannis' wrath in the future if they refused. The sacrifices they had made to keep the kingdom from ruin would all be undone if the crown turned on them or if the Targaryen pretender triumphed. They left Winterfell behind, a slow procession of riders and foot soldiers, supply wagons rolling over slush and patches of dead grass. Crows wheeled above the battlements, croaking in that harsh tone that always made Ned think of omens. He tried not to dwell on it. Head high, he rode with Robb on the King's Road, both of them glancing back from time to time as though memorizing the silhouettes of the towers. He prayed that the next time they saw those walls, it would be with victory or, better yet, a quiet resolution that spared them a greater war. The roads south were thick with mud in places, frozen in others. By midday, the column passed farmland newly free of snow where peasants stared wide-eyed at the marching host. Some hailed them with calls of the Starks go to war, though the men seldom returned more than nods. Spirits were subdued, for the warriors remembered the horrors of King's Landing, the brutal fighting in the riverlands, and how such conflicts seldom ended in easy victory. Grey Wind, Robb's dire wolf, loped at the head of one column, muzzle alert, ears pricked as though sensing the tension in the air. Men parted respectfully to let the beast pass, recalling tales of how the wolf had ripped out Lannister throats in the last war. They reached Moat Cailin in a handful of days, lodging in the ancient ruin that guarded the neck. More houses joined them, drawn from the Umbers, the Dustins, lesser bannermen from the Rills, until the assembled force swelled to nearly 4,000. Not half the size of what they had once gathered, but enough to show the North's commitment. The nights in Moat Cailin were haunted by the wind sighing through broken towers, the men lighting large fires to keep away the bog's chill. Robb consulted with Ned and the other captains by a smoky brazier in one of the least collapsed halls, discussing routes south. The King's Road was the direct path, but rumors suggested outlaws and scattered brigands might still roam near the upper riverlands. And then there was the matter of timing. If they arrived too soon, they might be forced to wait on King Stannis' movements. But if they tarried, the war in the Stormlands could escalate and they might be too late to shape the outcome. In the end, Ned decided that pressing on steadily was best. The men would keep discipline, traveling as a single body until they reached the Trident, where they could then decide whether to send outriders ahead. So after a brief stay to gather final rations, they left the bogs behind, crossing from the neck into the riverlands. The sight of green farmland under spring skies might have cheered them in another year, but tensions weighed. Each camp at dusk was subdued, men murmuring about the last war, about how the realm seemed addicted to turmoil, about the name Targaryen that still carried dread even after so many decades. Some of the older veterans remembered Robert's rebellion, how all Targaryens were supposedly destroyed except for Viserys and Daenerys, rumored to have fled across the sea. Now yet another claimed the name Aegon, and apparently with enough support to trouble a hardened king like Stannis. They encountered the first real sign of war near Harrenhal, a fortress of blackened towers looming over a charred plain. Small streams of refugees trickled westward, wagons loaded with meager belongings. When Ned's outriders questioned them, they claimed to be fleeing rumor of southern armies or Sellsword companies. No pitched battles had yet occurred near the Trident, but folk feared another wave of devastation. Some recognized Ned Stark or Robb from the last war, bowing in anxious respect. Ned did what he could, sparing a little bread for those who looked half-starved, but he could not linger. They had a duty. The refugees continued on, hoping to find safety in quieter corners or near some lord who would not cast them out. By the time the northern host reached Riverrun, the roads had dried enough that dust rose behind them. Edmure Tully, resplendent in the trout sigil, rode out to greet them with a band of Riverlanders. Catelyn's brother looked both relieved and concerned as he escorted them inside the castle's walls. Riverrun's banners fluttered in a tepid breeze, the waters of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone glinted in the sun. Once, this castle had been under siege by Lannisters. Now it stood free, though its garrison looked tired. They dined in Riverrun's great hall that night, a subdued feast with fresh fish and barley bread. Edmure told them that the roads remained safe enough, though outlaws might be lurking in small pockets. Most of the Riverlords had chosen to remain neutral about this Targaryen rumor, none wished to provoke Stannis' ire, and none were eager to rush into a new cause. Yet Edmure confessed that certain knights quietly grumbled that King Stannis' taxes were harsh, that his punishments for corruption were swift and merciless. If the pretender Aegon won any major victory, some lords might reconsider their loyalties. Robb listened, expression grim. So all this might hinge on the first real clash of arms in the Stormlands. If Stannis crushes the pretender quickly, the realm sighs with relief. But if the Targaryen usurper deals Stannis another blow, the war could spread. Edmure nodded. Yes, and I've heard rumors that Dorne might be stirring. The Martells have long memories, especially where the Targaryen line is concerned. If they believe this Aegon is truly Elaya's son, he shook his head. I can't see how. I remember how the Mountain killed Elaya's children. Yet if the Dornish choose to believe otherwise, they might join him out of vengeance for Elia Martell. Ned felt a surge of dread. Then Stannis' position could be precarious. The Stormlands border Dorne. If the Dornish armies march north, that's a second front. Men might side with the Targaryen cause purely out of fear or hatred for Stannis' rule. He stroked the rim of his cup thoughtfully. Then we come from the north already reluctant to fight. We must be cautious. Let us hope we can link up with Stannis quickly, see how dire the situation is. They stayed in Riverrun for 3 days, resupplying, letting the men rest. Edmure offered them a portion of the Riverlanders to accompany them, a show of Tully support, 200 lances, enough to prove the Riverlands was not ignoring its duties. A handful of other local lords contributed small retinues as well, grudgingly. By the time they departed, Ned's force had grown to around 5,000. A respectable number, though they lacked the unstoppable might of House Tyrell or Lannister in its heyday. Marching onward, they passed the crossroads inn, which stood battered but open. They found more refugees and Sells-Words, men drifting from the free companies that had disbanded after the last war. Some might have joined up with the new Targaryen pretender. The old wheel of conflict kept turning. When they reached the Trident's crossing, Ned paused the host for a day, waiting for scouts to confirm the roads south were clear. The men camped in a broad meadow. Robb convened the captains, discussing how best to proceed. Rumor said Stannis was mustering near Storm's End, preparing to march west toward Grandview or Rain House, where the Pretender's supporters had begun to cluster. Others said the Pretender's men were pushing north, trying to secure certain passes in the Dornish marches. All was confusion. It felt reminiscent of the early chaos in the War of the Five Kings, when no side truly grasped the other's movements. That night, as Ned walked the perimeter of the camp, he overheard uneasy talk among the men. Some questioned whether the North truly owed this fight to Stannis. Others worried about encountering real dragons. Wild rumors claimed the Targaryen had somehow obtained eggs or living beasts. Ned had learned long ago how rumors inflated themselves in times of crisis. Yet he understood the men's fear. War overshadowed them again. They were tired of it. Continuing south, the host soon found farmland that had been ravaged by small skirmishes. Barns torched, fields trampled. Soldiers wearing no sigils had apparently roamed the area, though no one knew if they served the Targaryen or were simple brigands. The small folk they encountered were traumatized, cowering behind shuttered doors. Ned commanded his men to keep strict discipline, paying for any supplies they took. He wanted no more reason for the locals to resent them. Even so, the deeper they pressed, the more signs of unrest appeared: burned wagons on the roadside, fresh graves near the hedgerows. Tension simmered in the air. At last, about a day's ride from the hills near Haystack Hall, the northern outriders spotted a column of men flying Baratheon banners. Stannis's men, presumably. Ned and Robb formed up their own column carefully, sending a herald forward under a white flag to confirm they were friendly. Within an hour, the two forces met in a rolling stretch of farmland. King Stannis himself was not present, but his general, Ser Roland Storm, a seasoned knight known to serve the crown, rode out to greet Ned. That knight's brow was furrowed with relief. "Lord Stark, you've come. His grace will be heartened that the North stands with him." Ser Roland's voice had a brittle edge. "We're trying to contain the Pretender's push near these foothills, but they've proven slippery. Smaller lords are turning cloak, or some are letting them pass. His grace is amassing the main royal army at Storm's End. He wants you to join him there as soon as you can." Ned nodded. "We came as swiftly as the roads allowed. Will we face resistance on the route to Storm's End?" Roland exhaled. "Possibly. Scattered bands loyal to Aegon, or Sells-Words, or petty lords who aren't sure which side to pick. The king hopes your presence might dissuade them from open defiance. The North's name still carries weight after the last war." So it was decided. Ned and Robb would lead the northern army southeast toward Storm's End, bridging the Wendwater or passing near Massey's Hook if needed. Ser Roland's men would ride along, helping guide them around contested towns. In the days that followed, the northern host saw the first real signs of war beyond rumor. They encountered a village blackened by recent fighting, bodies still lying in a field, crows pecking at them. The dead wore mismatched armor, some displayed a black dragon banner that might have been newly stitched. Many had no identifying marks at all. Robb's face hardened, seeing the remains of a child among the ruins, as though war had once again devoured innocence without mercy. The men grew grim, pressing forward in tense silence. They gleaned more fragments of news. Apparently the Pretender had gained the support of House Wild and certain other Stormland families once loyal to King Tommen or even Robert. Some whispered that, in a skirmish near Greenstone, the king's forces had suffered a defeat. Others insisted that was a lie. Ned recalled the swirling confusion from the War of Five Kings, how rumors often contradicted each other. But one point was clear enough. The southern Stormlands were a battleground. If Stannis could not rally his bannermen quickly, this Aegon might carve out a real power base, especially if Dorne joined. A full-scale rebellion might erupt. Early one morning, a chill mist clung to the meadows as Ned's column crested a low ridge. Before them lay an expanse of farmland, dotted with tiny hamlets. At the far edge, columns of smoke rose into the sky. The outriders returned with alarm. Two forces clashed there. Stannis' men wearing the stag and flaming heart, and an opposing group hoisting black dragon banners. The thunder of distant drums reached their ears, along with faint glints of steel in the pale sunlight. Men moved in chaotic lines across a half-burned orchard. Robb turned to Ned, eyes fierce. "Shall we intervene, father?" Ned considered swiftly. They had not expected to meet open battle so soon, but if those truly were crown forces under threat, then their oath demanded assistance. We stand with the crown," he said. "Form lines. We must approach carefully. We don't want to be taken for enemies or ride into a trap." He dispatched outriders with white flags to signal to Stannis' men that the northern host approached as allies. Then they advanced at a brisk pace, spearmen in the center, cavalry on the flanks, archers behind. The tension crackled. Men readied swords and axes, some muttering curses at how soon they might see blood. Gray wind prowled near Robb's horse, hackles bristling as though he could taste the violence on the wind. As they drew closer, the battlefield sounds intensified. Battle cries, clash of metal, shrieks of wounded horses. Over a low knoll, Ned glimpsed a swirling melee among scorched apple trees. Stannis' banner, black stag in a red heart, fluttered near the orchard's edge, locked in a vicious fight with men sporting black banners that bore a three-headed dragon in red. The sigil looked newly made, but it evoked the Targaryen standard of old. Bodies littered the ground. Lances snapped, swords hacked. The crown's lines wavered. Ned pointed. "Robb, take the right flank with the mounted men. Drive back those sellswords near the orchard. I'll lead the center. Keep your wits about you." Robb flashed a nod, then spurred his horse, shouting for the cavalry to follow. Horns blared, the northern columns surging forward in disciplined ranks. The enemy, seeing this unexpected reinforcement, began to break or reposition. Some recognized the dire wolf banners and cursed. Ned's spearmen hit them at a diagonal angle, pounding through ragged lines. He saw men wearing battered half-armor, their surcoats dyed black with a stylized red dragon. Likely they were sellswords who had accepted the Pretender's gold. They fought fiercely but lacked cohesive discipline. The northern push overwhelmed them in minutes, hacking them down or forcing them to drop weapons and flee among the orchard's twisted trunks. Near the orchard's center, Ned spotted a more disciplined group, perhaps 200 men in ringmail, holding formation around a tall knight with a black dragon cloak. They tried to regroup for a counterattack, but now Robb's cavalry swept around from the flank. Gray wind bounded ahead, letting out a savage snarl that sent horses rearing. Robb led the charge, sword raised, slashing through the disordered sellswords. For a moment, Ned's heart lurched, remembering how Robb had nearly been killed by an arrow before. But the men parted in fear of the direwolf. Robb's riders smashed into their flank, scattering them. Steel crashed. Arrows whistled from the northern archers who had fanned out near a ridge. Screams rose in the orchard as men collapsed. Some sellswords tried to surrender, others kept fighting until arrows took them down. Within half an hour, the battle was decided. The remnants of the Pretender's force broke into panicked flight, fleeing among the smoldering apple trees or the farmland beyond. A few crown knights gave chase, though Ned barked orders not to slay surrendering men unnecessarily. He wanted no needless butchery. Stannis' battered forces emerged from the orchard, led by a bloodied knight in the crown's colors who introduced himself as Ser Illafer Swan. He bowed stiffly to Ned, half his face streaked with soot and sweat. "My Lord Stark," Ser Illafer panted, "we owe you our lives. We were outnumbered. The Pretender's sellswords attacked at dawn. If you hadn't come," he coughed. "King Stannis sent us to secure this region, but we found more resistance than we expected." Ned nodded, scanning the field. "We serve the crown, Ser Illafer. Where's your commander?" "He fell," Ser Illafer said grimly. "Lord Caron was leading us. He's dead back there, near the orchard's center." A crossbow bolt to the throat. His voice tightened. They were cunning. They had hidden crossbowmen behind the orchard walls. "We lost half our men." Ned grimaced. War had come indeed. "I'm sorry for your losses. We'll gather the wounded, see if we can save any. Where do you plan to go next?" Ser Illafer set his jaw. We must link with King Stannis' main host near Storm's End. We'll gather survivors, then press on. If your men ride with us, we might approach the king's camp together, safer in numbers. He paused. We can bury Lord Caron properly before we leave. The orchard can serve as a graveyard if need be. Robb rode up, splattered with dust and a streak of blood on his cloak. Grey Wind trotted beside him, muzzle stained red. We gave them a thrashing, father, Robb said, though his voice held no triumph. They mostly scattered. Should we chase them? Ned wiped his brow. No need. They're broken. Let them run. Focus on the living here, our own wounded. Then we'll move on. Storm's End is our goal. So it was that they spent the rest of the day tending the battlefield's aftermath. Men scoured the orchard for survivors, dragging out the wounded. A few Sel's words begged mercy, which Ned granted under the condition they yield their weapons. Some attempted to flee, but Stannis' knights cornered them. Others lay dying beneath apple trees scorched black from an earlier fire. The air stank of charred wood and spilled entrails. Crows gathered greedily. Ned felt a hollow sense of déjà vu, recalling all the fields they had scoured in the War of the Five Kings, the same moans of men who had believed in some cause or some pay. War changed nothing but the banners. A mass grave was dug for the fallen, including the crown's men. Lord Caron's body was carried aside for a more honorable burial later. Ned oversaw it with a weary calm. Robb stood watch, arms crossed, brow tight. The men worked in somber silence. By twilight, they had done what they could, leaving the orchard strewn with newly turned earth. The northern host and Stannis' battered contingent joined camp near a small stream, lighting watchfires. The night was eerily still, a reek of blood drifting on the breeze. Come dawn, they marched again, side by side with Ser Illifer survivors. The land sloped gently toward the sea, the air growing warmer. The storms that gave the region its name threatened in the distance, clouds roiling along the horizon. A day's march brought them to a vantage from which they saw the spires of Storm's End rising above a rocky coastline, an imposing fortress perched on cliffs hammered by waves. Banners flew from the walls, the Stag heart of King Stannis. The approach was dotted with smaller camps of crown forces, hundreds of tents spread across the plains. Trumpets sounded as the northern host neared and men gathered to watch them arrive. Ned and Robb advanced at the head, passing lines of war tents. They saw wounded men, supply wagons, knights in battered armor, all bearing the marks of a war that had already begun in earnest. The rumor was that the Pretenders' supporters had launched raids only a dozen leagues away. They were pushing along the coast, capturing minor ports. Tension weighed on the Crown's camp. Soldiers eyed the newcomers with relief or suspicion, uncertain whether a large northern force would help tip the balance or if the realm was on the brink of madness again. At last, they reached the main gate of Storm's End. The portcullis rose, revealing the castle's massive courtyard. King Stannis was there in person, waiting with a handful of lords, Davos Seaworth wearing his truncated fingers in a pouch, eyes keen with worry, Lord Valerion from the eastern coast, tall and silver-haired, several Stormland knights. Stannis himself stood in a plain black surcoat pinned with the flaming heart sigil, his face as hard as carved granite. His jaw flexed when he saw Ned. No trace of warmth lit his eyes, only a grim acceptance. Ned halted, dismounted, and approached, bowing with the respect owed a king. Robb followed suit, though he kept one hand near Grey Wind's fur. A hush fell in the courtyard. Stannis' gaze flicked over the assembled northerners. "You have come," Stannis said, voice flat. "At last." Ned rose from his bow. "We march in answer to your summons, your grace. The north stands with the crown against this pretender calling himself Aegon Targaryen." Stannis' lips tightened. "Good. We need every man. This rebellion has proven more serious than I first assumed." He gestured for Ned to follow him inside. Davos and the other lords flanked them, while Robb and a few captains joined as well. Guards parted respectfully. The flicker of torches in Storm's End's hallways cast dancing shadows on the walls. In a stuffy chamber used as a war council room, Stannis spread a map of the Stormlands across a table. Pins and markers indicated the Pretenders' holdings. Ned and Robb studied it with sinking hearts. A half-dozen minor castles had sworn for Aegon, either out of hatred for Stannis or genuine belief in the Targaryen bloodline. More worryingly, a portion of Dorne's forces were rumored to be massing at Prince's Pass, possibly planning to march north. Stannis explained in clipped tones that he had sent riders demanding the Martells clarify their stance, but had received no reply. "Our scouts say the Pretenders' next move may be toward Griffin's Roost," Davos said quietly. "That castle was once held by House Connington, Rhaegar's loyal supporters. If they join him, that secures the eastern seaboard for the Targaryen cause. We cannot let that happen." Stannis tapped the map. We must split our forces to contain him. I will lead the main army east, attempt to cut him off near Crow's Nest or Mistwood. Lord Stark, I want your host to screen the northern approach, ensure he cannot slip behind us or link with any lords in Massey's Hook. If Dorne marches, we must respond swiftly. Ned considered. Very well. We have near 5,000. If your main army draws him east, we can guard your flank. But if he chooses to strike us directly, Stannis' mouth thinned. Then fight him or hold him in place until I arrive. We cannot allow him free rein. If you find an opportunity to crush a pocket of traitors, do so. Show no mercy. The realm cannot abide a second Targaryen restoration. He paused. You have found no sign that this man might truly be Rhaegar's son? Ned's voice was firm. None. Rhaegar fathered only one surviving son, and he's on the wall, sworn to the black. This upstart must be a fraud. Only fools or ambitious turncloaks would believe otherwise. Stannis snorted softly. Fools abound in times of trouble. Very well, we proceed. My men are wearied by skirmishes, but I'll muster them for a grand push soon. Meanwhile, you depart in 2 days, move up the Windwater, secure that region. I'll keep you informed by Raven. He glanced at Davos, who nodded solemnly. And with that, the war council ended. Ned had no illusions about the complexity of the coming battles. The Stormlands were hilly, rife with pockets of loyal or rebellious houses, each with its own old feuds. He remembered how swiftly allegiances could shift. Robb, walking beside him out of the chamber, said quietly, I don't fancy splitting up from the king's main force. But we have little choice. Ned said. Stannis is not Robert. He's stern and unbending. Let's do our part, pray he does his. Perhaps we can corner the pretender, force a surrender. The realm can't suffer a long war. The following 2 days brought frantic rest. The North's men pitched camp outside Storm's End, receiving fresh supplies. Some had never been so far south, gawking at the fortress that had withstood countless sieges or the crashing sea below the cliffs. Ser Illafer introduced Ned to survivors from the Orchard battle, each grimly determined to avenge fallen comrades. Robb spent hours mapping routes, conferring with local scouts. They learned that the hills around Windwater had pockets of lords who might side with either cause. Grey wind prowled the camp at night, causing uneasy whispers among southern men unaccustomed to dire wolves. Ned wrote letters to Catelyn in Winterfell, uncertain how often ravens could fly from the Stormlands. He told her they had arrived safely, though war threatened to erupt at any moment. On the dawn of departure, Stannis summoned Ned for one last briefing in the fortress courtyard. Light rain drizzled down, making the stones slick. Ned arrived in a hooded cloak, finding the king in a plain black tabard, discussing movement orders with Davos. The stormy sky overhead seemed a reflection of Stannis' mood. You ride north by the Windwater, Stannis stated, not bothering with pleasantries. If you find any lords wavering, command them to declare for the crown or face ruin. Show the direwolf banner so they know House Stark stands with me. The Pretender has a small fleet in the Bay of Crabs, but no formidable navy. If he tries to move by sea, I'll rely on Lord Valerion to intercept. Meanwhile, I push east. We shall see who corners him first. Ned kept his voice steady. What of the rumored Dornish involvement? Stannis' jaw clenched. No official word from Sunspear. I suspect Prince Doran chooses to wait. If you see any Dornish banners crossing the march, warn me at once. We can ill afford a second front. He paused. Mind yourself, Stark. I remember how you quarreled with my brother's ways in the past. But you came to me, recognized my claim. Do not betray that oath. If your men falter, I will not forgive it. A flash of anger stirred in Ned, but he kept it in check. I have never broken an oath, Your Grace, he said quietly. The North stands with you so long as you remain the rightful king. Stannis' gaze flicked up. Mind your words. I am rightful by law, not by your indulgence. Then he dismissed Ned with a curt nod, turning back to Davos. Ned walked away, jaw tight. He recalled how Robert had once possessed warmth beneath his bluster, how the old friendship had tempered some of the friction. Stannis was like iron, cold and unyielding. If the war grew more complicated, Ned wondered if that rigidity would help or hinder. The realm might need a measure of compromise, but Stannis rarely bent. He rejoined Robb and the northern captains. The host formed columns, leading their horses out past Storm's End's walls. Gray skies churned overhead, spitting drizzle that dampened cloaks but not spirits. The men seemed eager to leave the looming fortress, preferring to find action in the field than sit in uneasy tension around Stannis' throngs. Drums sounded. The direwolf banner lifted. They set out on winding roads, heading inland, the promise of conflict heavy in the air. The terrain proved tricky. Rolling hills, thick copses of oak and pine, small winding rivers swollen by spring rains. Village after village looked half-abandoned or braced for war. Some lords had men at arms posted behind palisades, uncertain if the crown or the Targaryen would come first. Ned sent riders ahead with open calls. Any who defied the crown would face the full might of House Stark. Some smaller houses, upon hearing the name Stark, decided not to challenge them, grudgingly allowing passage or professing loyalty to the Iron Throne. Others remained aloof, providing no men but not attacking either. One afternoon, crossing a wooded glen near the Windwater's upper tributaries, the column stumbled upon a group of 100 or so men bearing black dragon sigils. Likely a scouting party for the Pretender. A skirmish erupted. Ned had the archers volley from the treeline, forcing them to scatter. Robb led a cavalry sweep that pinned them against rocky outcrops. A short, vicious fight followed. The Sellswords or local knights wearing the black banner tried to break free but met a wall of northern spears. Blood splashed the ferns. Gray wind tore the throat out of a knight in black plate. Soon, the survivors threw down weapons and begged for mercy. Ned questioned their captain, a gaunt man named Ser Harbert, demanding to know why he served a false Targaryen. The knight spat that Aegon was the rightful king, that Rhaegar's child lived. Ned stated coldly that the real child was sworn to the Night's Watch. There was no second. Ser Harbert sneered. So says the man who once hid the truth of the bastard. The realm knows your duplicity, Lord Stark. Why believe you now? Ned realized then how twisted rumors had become, some claiming Ned manipulated the Targaryen secret for his own ends. It stung, but he did not lash out. He simply had Ser Harbert taken prisoner. A handful of lesser men were executed if they refused to yield, the rest forced to lay down arms. War had no easy kindness. Such clashes repeated over the next fortnight, small pockets of Black Banner troops testing the northern lines. They never mustered in large enough numbers to challenge the entire host. Ned guessed that the Pretender's main strength must be massing elsewhere, likely near Griffin's Roost or the heart of House Connington's old seat. Meanwhile, ravens arrived sporadically from King Stannis' camp, indicating inconclusive skirmishes. The Pretender's men were cunning, avoiding pitched battle, chipping away at Stannis' allies. Lord Valerion's fleet destroyed a handful of rebel ships, but more lurked. Tension ratcheted daily. A dusty dawn found Ned's host nearing a crossroads, the largest in the region. A broad signpost read, Griffin's Roost, 20 leagues. The men paused in the shadow of tall pines. Robb, scanning the horizon, said, if that castle is truly loyal to the Pretender, we might face stiff resistance. Are we to besiege it? Ned considered. If we can, we'll skirt it or at least wait for Stannis' instructions. But we must ensure they don't stab us in the back. Perhaps we can parley, see if reason holds sway. He knew it was a slim hope. House Connington had once been Rhaegar's staunch ally. Before they could move on, a flock of crows erupted from a nearby tree, calling in alarm. An instant later, horns blasted from the far side of the clearing, enemy horns. The black dragon banner appeared among the pines, accompanied by a large force, perhaps 1,000 men. This was no scouting band. Ned's outriders galloped back, shouting warnings. The northern column hastily formed ranks, cavalry on the wings, archers knocking arrows. Sunlight glinted off steel. The Black Banner men advanced with purpose, an organized battle line. Shouts of command rippled through them. Ned realized they might have marched from Griffin's Roost or the environs. So the Pretender's supporters wanted to strike a decisive blow here. Robb rode to Ned's side. We'll stand or retreat? He asked quickly. We stand, Ned said, voice firm. Retreat invites them to chase us. Our men outnumber them slightly, though not by as much as I'd like. He glanced across the clearing where the Black Banner line bristled with spears. They're better organized than the scraps we've faced before. We must break them fast or risk heavy losses. Robb nodded, setting his jaw. Gray wind prowled at his stirrup. Captains barked orders, forming two lines of northern infantry in the center, archers behind, cavalry on the flanks. Horns echoed from both sides. The Black Banner forces advanced at a measured pace. Ned spied a tall knight in the center wearing ornate black armor with a dragon helm, possibly their commander. The distance closed, tension thick. Then, with a roar, the Black Banner men charged, brandishing weapons. Ned shouted for the northern archers to loose. A volley of arrows whistled, striking the charging line. Men cried out, some stumbling. But the rest pressed on, slamming into the northern spears with savage force. A brutal melee ensued. Ned's front rank locked shields and thrust spears, trying to hold the line. The Black Banner troops hammered them with axes and maces. Robb led the cavalry on the left, swooping in to strike at their flank. On the right, a detachment of Karstark riders did the same. The clearing echoed with the clang of steel, screams, the thud of arrows biting flesh. A swirl of dust and blood enveloped them. Ned found himself in the thick of it, sword in hand, parrying a wild swing from an enemy footman. He countered with a slash, opening the man's shoulder. Another lunged in from the side, but Ned's guard to the left, a rangy umber spearman, ran the attacker through. The press of bodies was overwhelming, men grappling, losing helmets, stumbling in the churned mud. He glimpsed the black-armored knight with the dragon helm carving through a cluster of northern men, fighting with grim skill. Ned angled toward that threat, but more foes interposed, hacking and slashing. The air reeked of sweat and iron tang, the ground slick with gore. Robb's cavalry hammered the enemy flank, but the Black Banner cavalry countercharged. For a time it was uncertain which side might collapse first. Grey Wind's savage snarls echoed, terrifying horses. Robb, sword red to the hilt, battered aside a foe's spear. The enemy line wavered near the left, some men turning to flee. But then their commander roared, rallying them. Ned realized these were not mere Sel's words. Many wore tabards bearing a half-red, half-black sigil that might mark them as sworn to House Connington or another Targaryen loyalist. They believed in this cause. Or they believed in plunder. In war, the difference was small. A mounted knight bearing the black dragon banner spurred toward Ned, shouting curses. Ned braced, stepping back a half-pace for footing. The knight's sword descended in a brutal arc, but Ned sidestepped, letting the blow glance off his own steel. He riposted with a quick slash that struck the knight's thigh, toppling him from the saddle. The man crashed to the ground, screaming. Ned's guard finished him. Another arrow volley soared overhead, loosed by northern archers. It hammered the rear of the Black Banner formation, sowing confusion. The Karstark riders seized the moment, smashing in on the right. The enemy started to break. On the left, Robb and Grey Wind carved an opening, scattering the foe's cavalry. Ned saw the black-armored commander rallying a last stand in the center. The ground was littered with dead both sides. With a nod to the umber men near him, Ned surged forward. They crashed into that stubborn knot of enemies. The ring of steel was deafening, men shouting, stumbling over corpses. Ned parried a blow, elbowed a foe in the face, felt the man's nose give way. The black-armored knight whirled, meeting Ned's gaze through a narrow visor. He tried a diagonal slash. Ned blocked, but the force rattled his arm. This was a strong fighter. They circled each other in the chaos, swords flashing in the dusty air. You fight for a false king, the knight spat, voice muffled by the visor. A rightful Targaryen stands. The realm remembers Rhaegar's blood. Ned clenched his jaw. Rhaegar's true son is at the wall. This is a fraud. Throw down your sword. The knight roared in anger, raining blows. Ned gave ground, panting, blocking, or deflecting each strike. He felt the sting of muscle exhaustion. Enough, he thought. He feinted low, then swept the sword high. The Black Knight anticipated, parrying. But Ned shifted mid-swing, hooking the knight's blade aside. He drove his knee into the knight's breastplate, unbalancing him. The knight staggered. Ned seized the moment, slashing across the visor in a powerful stroke. Metal screeched. Blood sprayed. The knight toppled, sword falling from limp fingers. Around them, the Black Banner line shattered. The survivors fled, some tossing aside their shields. Northern men gave chase or demanded their surrender. Robb galloped up, battered but alive, Grey Wind bounding at his flank. We have them on the run, father, he gasped. Should we chase them down? Ned shook his head. Not too far. We can't risk an ambush. Let's secure the clearing, gather the wounded. His heart pounded, but relief coursed through him. They had prevailed again, though at a bloody cost. The ground was strewn with corpses, battered armor, broken spears. The battle had lasted less than an hour, but the cleanup took the entire day. They counted nearly 300 northern casualties and more wounded. The Black Banner side lost about as many, plus another 200 taken prisoner, including some minor knight who claimed to serve House Connington. The black-armored commander Ned had slain lay among the dead, identity unknown. The stench of blood grew overwhelming in the spring sun. Ned's men dug mass graves or burned corpses to prevent disease. That night, a gloom settled over the northern camp. Men bandaged wounds, told stories of near misses. Some wept for fallen comrades. Robb stared into the campfire with a haunted expression, Grey Wind at his side. Ned approached quietly, clasping his son's shoulder. We did what we must, he said. We cannot expect an easy path. Are you hurt? Robb shook his head. No, not this time. But it's so, the fighting is constant, father. We're far from the main war, yet still we drown in blood. That orchard, now this clearing. How many more until the realm sees sense? Ned looked into the flames. I wish I had an answer. War seldom offers sense, only cruelty. Perhaps if we keep winning these skirmishes, the Pretender's cause will falter. But I suspect he's stronger near the coast. We must remain vigilant. Over the next days, they advanced further, chasing fleeting reports of the enemy. Each day, fresh ravens arrived from Stannis' camp with partial news. It seemed King Stannis had engaged a large rebel force near the coastal road, achieving a hard-fought victory but losing Lord Valerion to a mortal wound. Another blow to the crown. A few rebel lords had surrendered, but House Connington apparently still harbored the Pretender, rumored to be in some hidden stronghold. The more Ned read, the more it seemed the war might spiral. No sign of Dorne's involvement yet, but the tension was thick. Ned pressed on, capturing or dispersing scattered Black Banner groups. Some surrendered once they learned House Stark had beaten them in 2 battles. Others were fanatical, proclaiming Rhaegar's son had returned to claim the throne. Ned tried to keep a measure of compassion for the misguided, but his men had little patience after so many ambushes. Finally, after many miles and smaller scuffles, Ned's outriders brought a more hopeful message. King Stannis planned a major assault on Griffin's Roost, rumored to be the Pretender's seat of power. He wanted Ned's host to close in from the north, forming a vice that would trap any rebel attempts to flee. If they succeeded, they might capture Aegon himself or force him into flight, shattering the rebellion. The Raven ended with Stannis' usual curt demands: do your duty. The realm will not abide half measures. The battle for Griffin's Roost became the grand objective. Ned marched his men along rugged roads, picking their way through thickly forested ridges. Occasional arrow shots whistled from hidden rebels, forcing the Northmen to proceed carefully. The number of wounded grew. Supplies ran thin. Yet they persisted, spurred by the thought that if they took the enemy stronghold, they could end this war. Robb's determination carried them, even as the men grumbled about the harsh terrain. Grey winds seemed restless, as though sensing a final confrontation ahead. At night, the wolf circled the perimeter, howling at the moon. Some men found it eerie, but Ned found it strangely comforting, a reminder that they were Starks, far from home but unbroken. At last, the sea came into view again, a greenish-blue expanse beneath a cloud-streaked sky. Perched on a rocky crag, the ancient walls of Griffin's Roost rose like a sentinel. Smoke curled from a few towers. On a flatter plain to the east, the Crown's main army under Stannis was already encamped, siege lines formed. Catapults stood ready to hurl stones or flaming pots if necessary. Ned and Robb guided the northern force around the castle's western side, linking up with a cluster of Crown Knights who greeted them with relief. A ring of fortifications had been erected, corralling the castle so that no supplies or reinforcements could slip in easily. Stannis himself waited in a command tent near the base of a rocky outcrop, dozens of sworn knights at his disposal. Ned arrived, dust-stained from the march, bowing briefly. Stannis greeted him with the same curt nod as always, eyes flinty. We have the castle surrounded, Stannis said, gesturing at a roughly drawn map pinned to a table. House Connington's men hold it in the name of Aegon Targaryen. Rumor says he is inside, though no one has glimpsed him. Perhaps they hide him in the crypts. The garrison is about 600 strong, but the walls are formidable. I will not let this devolve into a long siege. He rapped a gauntlet fist against the table. We storm the walls if they refuse to surrender. Will you lead your men against the western gate? Ned considered the plan swiftly. The walls were thick and perched over steep cliffs in spots. Storming them would be bloody. But if the Targaryen Pretender truly was inside, capturing him might end the rebellion at once. We will do our part, Ned said gravely. But give me leave to attempt parley first. If we can avoid needless slaughter. Stannis' lips pressed thin. You can try. I doubt it will help. I offered them mercy days ago, they refused. Let them choke on their false cause. He turned to Robb. You as well, boy. The Northmen will form the second wave if the defenders prove stubborn. We break them swiftly, lest word spread that the Targaryen stands defiant. Understood. Robb inclined his head, holding back any retort. Stannis pivoted to speak with Davos and other lords, finalizing details. Ned felt the tension thick enough to cut. War seldom resolved kindly, but he resolved to at least attempt talk. As the northern men set up camp, preparing ladders and siege gear, Ned penned a short note demanding the castle's surrender in the name of King Stannis. He included a personal request that the so-called Aegon show himself. He had a herald ride up under a white flag, call for the garrison to open the gates. An arrow answered, striking the ground near the herald's feet. So be it. Morning dawned with a leaden sky. King Stannis ordered the assault. Crown catapults began lobbing stones at the walls of Griffin's Roost, while archers rained arrows at the battlements. Ned and Robb led their men around the western side, where a lesser gatehouse overlooked a steep drop to the sea. War horns blared and the troops advanced with ladders and siege rams. The defenders fired crossbows from arrow slits. Men fell, screaming, arrows through their throats. But the northern columns pressed on, carrying heavy shields overhead. Robb bellowed commands, gray winds snarling among them. Archers behind the lines tried to suppress the castle's crossbowmen. Smoke drifted from sections of the wall as flaming pitch was hurled from inside, but Stannis's catapults responded in kind. Ned found himself near the front, shield raised to deflect bolts that whined overhead. The sea wind whipped at his cloak, bringing the tang of salt and blood. A battering ram team hammered at the wooden gate in the western corner. Sparks flew with each impact. The defenders tossed rocks, poured boiling oil. Men screamed as the scalding liquid seared flesh. Still they battered on. Crack! The gate splintered. Northern men roared, surging forward. The defenders inside braced with pikes. A savage clash erupted in the gateway. Ned saw the first wave battered back, men stumbling on charred planks. He urged reinforcements in, leading a push. Steel rang on steel. More arrows whizzed in from above. The smell of burning pitch and blood was nauseating. At last, the gate gave way with a thunderous crash. Northern and Crown troops flooded into the courtyard. The garrison fought bitterly, but they were outnumbered. Another gate deeper in the castle tried to hold them back, but Robb's men found a side passage. Grey wind savaged a guard, letting the Northmen stream through. Rooms turned into frenzied pockets of fighting. Men died on winding staircases. Flames broke out in a tower, possibly from a catapult shot. Smoke filled corridors. Ned coughed, forging ahead, calling for the garrison to lay down arms if they valued their lives. Some did. Others fought to the death, shouting for Aegon, the rightful dragon, in defiance. Deeper inside, Ned forced a locked door with help from Umber men. They found a richly furnished hall where a cluster of Targaryen loyalists tried to rally around a slender figure in black robes, a man with silver-streaked hair, holding a sword with uncertain hands. The man glared fiercely. Ned demanded they surrender. The older man cursed, calling Ned a traitor to the blood of Rhaegar. Ned recognized him as an older retainer, perhaps House Connington's steward. The loyalists rushed, swords flashing. Ned's men cut them down with brutal efficiency. One tried to claim that Aegon was hidden below in the crypts. Ned forced him to speak more, but the man spat blood, dying. Chaos reigned throughout the castle. Meanwhile, from the eastern side, Stannis's main assault battered down the gates as well. The fortress was doomed. Screams echoed in the smoky corridors. Ned pressed on with Robb, searching for any sign of the pretender. They clambered down a narrow spiral stair that reeked of damp. Torches flickered as they descended into an underground chamber used for storage or crypts. They found half a dozen men in black tabards forming a desperate guard. One brandished a fancy banner, the three-headed dragon in red. Another hissed, "Long live King Aegon," and lunged. Ned's men engaged them in a tight melee. Robb killed two with swift strokes, gray wind ripping out the throat of a third. The final survivors tried to block a heavy oaken door behind them. With savage effort, the Northmen rammed the door open. Within, a small chamber flickered under a single torch. A figure stood near a chest, a young man with dark hair and pale skin, dressed in black and red garb. He whirled, eyes wide with terror. Something about him struck Ned as reminiscent of Rhaegar's patrician features, yet not quite right. He was perhaps 19 or 20, unscarred, holding a slender sword. By him stood a shorter man, older, wearing gold ornaments. They both froze on seeing the direwolf. The younger man's lips parted. "You Stark." Ned felt the swirl of memory and dread. Could this be the so-called Aegon Targaryen? "Drop your sword," he commanded. "Or die." He advanced carefully, sword at the ready. The younger man swallowed, looked to the older companion, then to the door blocked by northern spears. He let out a shaky breath. "I am Aegon Targaryen," he said, voice trembling but defiant. "Son of Prince Rhaegar and Elia Martell. I command you to stand down. This is my rightful seat. The realm is mine by birth." Robb spat. "Nonsense. We know Rhaegar's true son is on the wall. You're a fraud or a puppet." He pointed his sword. "Yield." A flicker of desperate conviction lit the young man's eyes. "I have the blood of dragons. I was rescued as an infant. My mother's name was Elia. My father was Rhaegar. You cannot deny." "I do," Ned cut in. "I carried Rhaegar's real son from the Tower of Joy." His name is John, and he is sworn to the Night's Watch. There was no second child. Put down your sword before more men die for your lies. The so-called Aegon's face twisted in desperation. He lunged forward with a swift thrust aimed at Ned's chest. Ned blocked, but the blow was stronger than expected. Sparks flew. The older man tried to intervene from the side, but Robb lunged in, driving a dagger into that man's ribs. He crumpled, wheezing. Grey Wind snarled, advancing. The young pretender, seeing no escape, swung wildly at Ned. Ned parried thrice, each blow forcing the youth back. Then he found an opening, slashing across the pretender's sword arm. The blade clattered to the floor. The youth gasped, clutching the wound, blood staining his black sleeve. "It's done," Ned said softly, breathing hard. "You have lost." The youth sank to his knees, tears of pain or rage glistening. "No, my birthright. My mother, my father." He glanced wildly around as if seeking help, but all that waited were northern spears and Grey Wind's bared fangs. Robb gave him a cold glare. Ned stepped forward, pressed the tip of his sword to the young man's throat. The pretender froze. "I spare your life for now," Ned said, voice steady. "But you will stand trial for treason, for inciting war. If King Stannis deems to show mercy, that's his choice. Lay down your claim, or you shall die." Trembling, the young man made no attempt to speak further. Robb retrieved a length of chain from the corner, binding the pretender's hands behind his back. The older conspirator lay dying, muttering curses. Ned sighed, stepping away. Outside in the corridor, the sounds of battle ebbed, the castle was nearly subdued. Robb beckoned guards to secure the captive. The youth glared, panting, but the defiance in his eyes dimmed. Grey Wind loomed near, growling softly. The war had ended for him, at least. Within the hour, Stannis Baratheon himself strode through Griffin's Roost's battered halls, guards flanking him. He found Ned and Robb in the courtyard, where the northern men had assembled the main captives. The so-called Aegon Targaryen stood among them, arms bound, face pale from blood loss. The battered remains of House Connington's supporters knelt or lay about, awaiting doom. Stannis's expression was carved from stone. He approached the pretender, gaze cold with contempt. "So you are the pretender," Stannis said flatly. "You cost the realm good men's lives." The youth tried to muster dignity, but Stannis reached out and tore away the black cloak embroidered with the red dragon. "This ends. Guards, seize him. He shall be taken to Storm's End or King's Landing to face trial. The rest of this castle is forfeit. Any who resists shall die." Ned stood aside, exhaling a shaky breath. They had done it, captured the cause of this rebellion. Perhaps the realm might find peace again. Stannis turned to Ned, giving a stiff nod. "You have served the crown well, Lord Stark. I will not forget." It was the closest thing to praise Ned had heard from him. He bowed politely, his shoulders leaden with weariness. Over the next days, the castle was secured. The black banners were burned. Stannis installed a crown garrison, tearing down any Targaryen parapets. The youth, rumored to be some associate princeling or an impostor groomed by exiled loyalists, was locked in irons. Word spread swiftly that the rebellion's figurehead had been captured. Some skirmishes continued in outlying areas, but momentum swiftly collapsed. Rebels who had pinned their hopes on Aegon lost heart. A portion tried to flee, a few surrendered. Ned prayed the southern lords would see sense. Dorne did not mobilize, likely seeing no reason if the pretender was caught. At last, it seemed the war was done, or close to it. In the smoky aftermath of the final day at Griffin's Roost, Ned sat on a broken wall overlooking the sea, Robb at his side, both weary. Storm clouds brewed far offshore, lightning flickering. The gulls cried overhead. Robb turned to Ned, a faint half-smile in his bruised face. "We did it again, father. Another war ended in blood. Will the realm ever let us be?" Ned stared at the churning waves. "I wish I could say yes. But each time we stamp out one claim, another might arise. Targaryen, Baratheon, Lannister, some new name. Power draws ambition." He glanced at Robb. "What matters is we keep our honor, protect the North. We have done our duty. Soon we can return home." Robb nodded, relief edging his voice. "I'll be glad to ride north. Winterfell is so far away it feels like a dream. But I want to see it again, see my mother, my brothers, my sisters all safe." They sat in reflective silence, the salt wind whipping their hair, the memory of fresh bloodshed lingering in the air. King Stannis, with the prisoner in chains, would depart for King's Landing to stage a public trial. The crown had prevailed once more. Perhaps, if the realm was lucky, no new upstart would rise. For Ned, a quiet exhaustion mingled with faint hope. He had marched south again, faced the maw of war, and emerged battered but unbroken. Now, the vantage of returning to Winterfell, to the cold snows and the warm hearth, filled him with a yearning that overshadowed all else. Let Stannis rule as he would. The North had endured enough. They had honored their vow, preserved their name. Let the realm's intrigue swirl without them. A week later, after restoring minimal order to the region with Stannis's men, the northern host turned for home. Stannis made no request for them to remain, for the war's main threat was ended. Ned parted from the king with civil but not warm words. Davos Seaworth, far more gracious, thanked Ned personally, wishing the North a safe journey. Then the battered men of the North formed ranks once more, their banners rippling in a gentler breeze than when they had arrived. They marched away from Storm's End's rocky silhouette, relieved that no further illusions of dragons threatened them. The road home was long, but with each league, the men's mood lightened. They no longer scoured the land for hidden foes. The Stormlands gave way to the Riverlands, where Edmure Tully greeted them with a modest feast at Riverrun, relieved the Targaryen fiasco had ended. Next came the Moat Caelan's boggy expanse. Finally, the familiar ring of pines and cool northern air. By the time they glimpsed Winterfell's gray walls again, the men cheered in tired gratitude. Ned and Robb rode at the head, hearts full. They had lost friends, fought savage fights, but done their duty. Let the realm call them again only in dire need, for they had no appetite for more. Within Winterfell's courtyard, Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon once again awaited them, tears bright with joy. The horns sounded a welcome, echoing from the towers. Gray wind bounded in, tail high, as the stable boys took the horses. The entire family converged in an outpouring of relief and embraces. Ned closed his eyes, holding Catelyn tight, feeling the tension of a second war begin to melt from his bones. Robb, battered but alive, found Arya throwing herself at him in a fierce hug. Sansa wept with joy. Bran and Rickon laughed, asking if it was truly over. Ned crouched to ruffle Rickon's hair. Yes, he said softly. The Pretender is taken. Stannis rules. The realm is quiet. We're home, my boy. Home at last. Catelyn kissed Ned's cheek, voice trembling. No more wars, please. Let us have peace now, truly. Ned stroked her hair. I pray so. The Targaryen threat is ended, for the second time. May the gods grant we never see a third. He could not help but think of Jon, the real Targaryen heir in black. But that was a secret that threatened no one so long as Jon remained at the wall. Let the realm's illusions rest. He had no desire to stir them again. That evening, the great hall filled with the returning men, a smaller force than had departed, but welcomed with hearty cheers. Torches blazed, the air thick with the scent of roast mutton and spiced ale. Servants rushed to serve the hungry soldiers, while families embraced their returned kin. Sansa played a gentle tune on the harp, tears shining in her eyes. Arya perched near Rickon, half telling the story of how the direwolf Grey Wind had saved them time and again, though she exaggerated for effect. Bran listened wide-eyed. Robb cradled a cup of ale, letting his mother fuss over the small cut on his arm. Ned oversaw it all from the high table, a quiet presence. He took Catelyn's hand under the table, grateful beyond words that they had survived yet again. By the time the feast gave way to rest, Ned felt bone-tired. He and Catelyn retreated to their bedchamber, drawing the heavy furs. She curled into his side, listening to the murmur of the wind outside. Winter lingered, though the season might soon yield to a real spring. In that hush, she asked softly, "Will you be at ease now, my lord? Or do you still fear new wars?" Ned closed his eyes, exhaling. There may always be new wars, new claimants. But for now, the North is free of it. We have done our part. Let Stannis and the South handle their own webs. I want only to see our children grow, watch them laugh, keep them safe. She nestled closer. That is enough. Let the rest worry about crowns. And so House Stark settled into the cycle of daily life once more. The realm recognized Stannis as king, the Aegon Pretender languished in captivity. No new flames rose to devour Westeros for the moment. Letters from the south confirmed that small mop-up operations pacified the rest of the Stormlands. Dorne remained quiet. King's Landing accepted the captured Pretender, parading him through the streets in chains. Another war had ended before it truly consumed the continent, though not without sorrow or spilled blood. The realm's appetite for chaos appeared endless, but at least for now, a lull had been achieved. Ned wrote to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, letting him know the outcome. He wondered whether Jon had heard rumors that a second heir to Rhaegar had been found wanting. Perhaps it spared Jon from some dreaded summons. The boy would remain at the wall, forging his own path, unburdened by claims. Ned prayed that was for the best. The weeks turned into months and the sun grew warmer above Winterfell's walls. Snow melted in the courtyard, giving way to fresh green shoots. Sansa took up a small kitchen garden, sowing herbs. Arya ran about the godwood, practicing archery or sword forms. Bran studied with Maester Luwin, sometimes exploring the crypts with Rickon. Robb assisted Ned in reorganizing the castle guard, ensuring that next time a threat arose, the North would not be caught unprepared. But they all hoped that next time might not come for a long while. The land needed a respite from the wheel of war. One golden afternoon, Ned found himself standing atop Winterfell's ramparts, gazing out at the shimmering fields. The light made the stone warm under his palms, so different from the icy grasp he'd known for much of his life. Catelyn joined him, slipping an arm around his waist. They watched as a group of children ran in the yard below, Sansa guiding a young steward's daughter in a dance, Arya and Rickon mocking a sword duel with wooden sticks, Bran laughing from the side. Robb, taller now, stood near the stables, speaking to a stable hand about the condition of their horses. Everything felt peaceful, if only for a moment. Ned leaned down to kiss Catelyn's hair. "This is what we fought to protect," he murmured. "Our family, our home, the chance to live without fear. If the realm stirs again in madness, we'll meet it. But for now, let us hold on to this." She turned her face up to him, smiling softly, her eyes showing all the relief and love she felt. "Yes. Let us keep it safe. No more illusions, no more false kings, no more Targaryens. Only peace for as long as the gods allow." Below them, the children's laughter rang out, carried on a gentle breeze that smelled of spring blossoms. The sun dappled the courtyard in gold. High overhead, ravens circled the first keep, but for once their cries seemed neither ominous nor urgent. House Stark, having answered the call of war yet again, had returned whole. And in that moment, with the sky so clear and the world so calm, Ned dared to hope that they might truly be free of southern entanglements, for a season, for a year, perhaps for a lifetime. The North remembered its trials, but it also remembered how to endure, to find renewal in each turning of the wheel. In that enduring promise, Ned Stark found solace at last.